Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I've worked as a ranger for a while now. I'm not a peace officer, just a regular ranger who cleans campsites, checks trash bins, repairs picnic tables, and makes sure signs aren't covered in graffiti. Most people think of rangers like in movies, with guns on their belts, chasing poachers or rescuing lost hikers. That's not me. I drive an old dusty parked truck, check restrooms, replace broken locks on the vault toilets, and sweep away sand from the camp parking spots when the desert winds bury them. The park I work at is out in the desert, far from any city. Sometimes on quiet days, I stand out by the main viewpoint. It's a wide, empty stretch of land, dry and cracked with sharp thorn bushes and scrubby mesquite. The ground is a pale reddish brown, with scattered black volcanic rocks that heat up in the sun until you can't touch them without gloves. Everything here feels sharp and dangerous, like the land itself is waiting to cut you or burn you if you don't pay attention. Most days are simple. I drive the long dirt roads, check the water tanks, and refill brochures at the kiosks. During summer, it's even quieter, since the heat chases away tourists. We get maybe one camper every few days, sometimes none for weeks. The roads shimmer with heat waves, and everything smells of hot dust, dry creosote, and the metal of the truck burning your hands if you leave it parked too long. I wasn't there for what happened, but the other rangers told me about it when I first started. It was during summer, when barely anyone comes through. Two of the older rangers, Jim and Carlos, were doing a routine patrol. They wanted to check one of the remote campgrounds that barely ever gets used. It's tucked way back along a washboard dirt road, about 10 miles from the main highway. Half the time it's closed because flash floods bury it with mud and broken tree branches, but sometimes hikers camp there for quiet. They said it was just a normal patrol. The sun was already up and baking the truck windows, and the heat was coming off the ground like a stove. The place was silent except for the buzzing of flies that gather around anything damp or dead. When they pulled into the campground loop, they saw something strange in one of the sites near the back. It was a car, burned out completely. Just a twisted metal shell, blackened and sagging in on itself. The windshield was gone. The tires melted into the dirt. The desert is filled with old junk cars, but most are off old ranch roads or hidden behind dunes, not in the middle of a maintained campground. Jim radioed Carlos to come look. They walked around it carefully, boots crunching over bits of melted plastic and glass. The car doors were half open, sagging on melted hinges. The ground underneath was scorched black with circles of ash, and soot spread out like a dark halo. At first they thought it was just a dumped car that someone torched for fun. There are abandoned vehicles all over the desert, people dumping stolen cars, or trash out where no one will see. But then Jim looked inside the driver's seat. In the seat was a shape. Small, burned, unmoving. At first he thought it was just melted seat foam pulled up and hardened, but when he leaned closer, he saw what it really was. It was a human body. A torso and a head, burnt so badly that the skin and hair were all gone. No arms, no legs, just the blackened ribcage, the sunken charred stomach, and the skull with its mouth open in a silent scream. The smell was strong even though it was only bone and burnt tissue left. He said it smelled like metal mixed with old burnt meat, sickly sweet and heavy, clinging to his nostrils so deep he could almost taste it. Jim stepped back quickly and nearly fell over a rock. Carlos came around and stopped dead when he saw it. They didn't speak. They didn't even try to check for anything else. They just radioed it in to the sheriff and waited. They stood away from the car, trying not to breathe too deeply, staring out at the endless sand flats to distract themselves. The sun kept rising higher, beating down on them, making the smell stronger and the metal car glow with heat. The sheriff arrived about an hour later, a cloud of dust announcing his SUV long before he parked. Two deputies stepped out and put on gloves. One of them threw up after leaning in the car. They walked around it, kicked some of the melted bits away from the tires, and took a few photos. The other rangers stayed back. They said the deputies were quiet, just doing their job like they'd done this 100 times before. They radioed back to their station, then spent a while talking in low voices near the patrol truck. Eventually they taped off the site with faded yellow crime scene tape and called in the coroner. After the body was removed, One of the deputies told Jim and Carlos it was marked down as a suicide. They said it was probably someone who couldn't handle their life anymore and drove out into the desert to end it. But Jim didn't think that made sense. He said the arms and legs were gone clean, like they were cut off before the fire. Not burned off, just not there. The bones weren't scattered in the ashes either. Only the torso and head were left in the seat, slumped sideways against the burnt door. He said the seatbelt was melted around the ribs. If it was a suicide, why would they have no arms or legs? He didn't say that to the deputies. You don't argue with what they put in the report. They just told him to clear the site later, once the car was towed out. They loaded the burned remains into a black bag and set it in the back of the coroner's van. Then they towed the twisted frame of the car out of there, leaving 2 deep grooves in the sand where the melted wheels dragged. After they left, the campground was silent again. Jim and Carlos stood there for a long time, staring at the scorched black patch of dirt. The flies buzzed around, landing on little flecks of burnt tissue and bits of melted plastic. The smell lingered for days after that, baking in the heat. Jim had to go back a week later to scrape up the last of the melted tire rubber and foam pieces. He said he kept looking over his shoulder every few seconds, feeling like something was standing there watching him. But there was never anyone. Just the empty desert stretching out in all directions, silent except for the flies. When I first started working here, they told me that story as a warning. Not about danger, but about what to expect out here. They said the desert has a way of swallowing up everything. Trash, old cars, lost hikers, dead bodies. No one comes looking out here. You could disappear and it would take weeks, maybe months before anyone noticed. Even then, they might just mark you down as another suicide, tow away your remains, and leave the sand to cover the rest. Sometimes when I drive through that campground, I try to guess which site it happened in. They never told me the exact number. I look at the sand for a patch that looks a little darker, where the fire baked it down into brittle clay. I check around for any melted plastic or metal scraps left behind. I never find any, but I know it's there somewhere. The desert keeps its secrets well. Even now, years later, the deputies never investigated further. They didn't try to figure out why there were no arms or legs. They didn't check if it was someone dumped there by the cartel, or if it was a murder made to look like a suicide. Out here, it doesn't matter much. Things disappear. People disappear. The sun keeps rising, the flies keep buzzing, and the sand keeps blowing across the roads like nothing ever happened. I think about that body sometimes when I'm driving the long dirt roads alone. I imagine the last thing they saw. The endless pale sky, the cracked red dirt, and the black volcanic rocks burning in the sun. Maybe they came out here, knowing no one would find them for a long time. Maybe they didn't come here by choice at all. Either way, now they're gone. Just a torso and a skull burned into nothing, leaving behind only a dark stain in the sand that no one remembers except for a couple of old rangers who happened to find them on a patrol. It makes you quiet, working out here. It makes you notice every little thing, like the way the ravens circle over a spot for hours, or the way the flies gather thick when something is dead nearby. You see the signs that most people miss. And you learn that in the desert, if something doesn't want to be found, it won't be. The sand will cover it. The wind will blow away the tracks. And the sun will bleach the bones until they're the same pale color as the earth itself. Every time I step out of my truck now, I feel the heat hit my skin, and I smell that hot, dry dust. I listen to the silence pressing down on everything, and I remember that burned-out car and the person inside it with no arms and no legs. I think about how they just disappeared from the world, leaving nothing behind but a dark patch of scorched earth in the middle of an empty desert campground. Then I get back to work, tightening a loose sign bolt or sweeping sand off a picnic table. Because out here, life goes on the same way every day, no matter what secrets the desert keeps buried under its sun-baked soil. I grew up hearing all kinds of stories about my great-uncle. He was one of those men who just felt more comfortable in the woods than in a house. Everyone in my family used to talk about how he could walk into the thickest part of the forest and come out days later with nothing but his sleeping bag and a few scratches. He didn't bother with tents. He didn't bother with camping stoves or lanterns or any of that. He liked to find a patch of ground, roll out his sleeping bag, and let the sounds of the forest put him to sleep. I always found that both impressive and a little crazy. Even though we're from Maine, where most of the animals keep to themselves, I still didn't think I could ever sleep like that, out under the trees with nothing but the thin layer of a sleeping bag between me and everything else crawling around. I remember the first time he took me out there. I was maybe 11 years old. It was late spring, almost early summer, and the days were long, but the nights still felt sharp and cold. I watched him set up for the night, which was really just him unrolling his old sleeping bag on a patch of pine needles. He showed me how to clear away rocks and sticks so they wouldn't jab me in the back all night. I laid out my own sleeping bag next to his, thinking we would still end up seeing some big animal later that night. Even if he wasn't worried, I was. The forest was alive with sounds. Birds giving their last calls before dark, insects chirping from every corner, the wind moving through high branches. As it got darker, those sounds changed into things I didn't recognize. I kept thinking about bears. Even though everyone said black bears avoided people, I felt sure one would come sniffing around. That first night, I barely slept at all. I kept watching his chest rise and fall in the moonlight, listening to him breathe slow and easy like he was lying in his own bed back home. Meanwhile, every rustle and crack out in the trees made my chest tighten. My sleeping bag felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, pinning me to the ground, making it impossible to get up if something decided to come for us. But nothing did. When the first light came creeping through the trees, I realized he had been right. We woke up to a cold breeze, birds calling out, the smell of damp pine needles all around us. I felt tired but proud. I had survived a night out in the open. But there was one story about him that stuck with me more than any other. It was a story my dad told me years later, after my great-uncle passed away. He said it happened when my uncle was in his early 40s, still strong and able to hike 10 miles into the forest without thinking twice. That day, he had gone deeper than usual. There was a spot he liked near an old logging road, way off the trails, where the ground was soft with moss, and the trees grew so thick the sunlight barely touched the ground in midday. He carried his sleeping bag strapped to the bottom of his pack, a small hatchet on his belt, and just enough food for a couple days. He planned to fish in a nearby stream for his dinner. He set up the same way he always did. He found a place that felt right, cleared away the dead branches and pine cones, unrolled his sleeping bag, and sat there listening to the woods settle into evening. He cooked up a small trout he caught in the stream, salted it lightly, and ate it straight off a stick over the fire. When the light faded and his fire burned down to glowing coals, he climbed into his sleeping bag. He slept with his boots right next to him and his hatchet tucked under the edge of his bag, just in case he needed it in the middle of the night. Somewhere in the early hours of the morning, when the air felt heavy and damp and everything was dark except for the stars overhead, he felt something touch his face. He told my dad later that at first, it didn't register. It was like a dream. He thought he was home, that maybe a moth had landed on his cheek or something. But then he felt it again. Tiny little hands, patting his face, not with claws or sharp jabs, just gentle, quick touches, like a child tapping someone to wake them up. He opened his eyes and blinked up into the dark. For a second, all he saw were two glowing eyes staring back at him. He could smell something damp and musky. When his vision adjusted, he saw it clearly. A raccoon was standing on its hind legs over him, its front paws pressed against his cheeks, feeling around his face like it was trying to figure out what he was. He told my dad that he didn't feel scared. He just felt annoyed. He said the raccoon kept touching his face, poking his nose, rubbing its tiny paws against his forehead, feeling his beard. Its whiskers were twitching in the moonlight, and its nose kept wrinkling like it was sniffing him, trying to decide if he was food or something else. He just lay there looking at it. He said he thought about shooing it away, grabbing his hatchet and waving it to scare it off. But then he realized it was just curious. It wasn't trying to hurt him. It didn't even seem aggressive, just confused and interested. So what did he do? He closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He said he felt its paws touch his face a few more times after that, and then it moved away. He heard it shuffling around his pack, probably sniffing for food scraps, but he always kept his things tied up tight. Eventually, it wandered off into the dark, leaving him there under the trees, breathing slow and steady like nothing happened. When I first heard that story, I couldn't understand it. I asked my dad why he didn't scare it off, why he didn't at least sit up to make sure it wasn't going to bite him. My dad just shook his head and said, because that's just how he was. The woods were his home, and everything in it was just part of his night. That story stuck with me for years. I thought about it every time I went camping, every time I heard something outside my tent and felt that rush of fear that comes when you realize there's nothing but thin fabric between you and the rest of the world. I thought about it when I went out to camp alone for the first time as an adult. I tried to sleep outside of the tent like he did, but I couldn't. I lasted about an hour before I started thinking about what might come crawling up in the dark. I packed up and moved into my tent. Even then I barely slept, just listening to every branch creak and every small thing scuttle across the forest floor. Years later, I went out into those same woods again. I found a spot near an old stream and decided to challenge myself. No tent, just me, my sleeping bag, and the trees overhead. It was early fall, and the leaves had started to turn. The forest smelled sharp and earthy, with dead leaves crunching under my boots as I set up. The sun dipped below the hills, leaving behind a long stretch of blue twilight that faded into black. I laid in my sleeping bag staring up at the sky, thinking about him, thinking about how he must have felt so calm, so at home. The air grew colder, settling into the ground around me. My breath came out in little clouds. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to a sound near my feet. I held my breath and listened. It was soft, like tiny footsteps. For a second, my chest tightened. I felt that same old fear rising up, the fear of something coming for me while I slept. I heard the sound move closer, and then, just like in his story, I felt a small touch on my face. I froze. I didn't open my eyes right away. I just felt it. Little paws pressing down gently against my cheek, moving across my forehead, tapping my nose. I opened my eyes slowly and saw two small eyes staring back at me in the dark. The raccoon tilted its head, its whiskers twitching. I could see its breath in the cold air, little puffs coming out of its nose. I didn't move. I just watched it. It kept feeling my face, like it couldn't figure out what I was. Its fur was thick and messy, sticking out in little tufts. Its eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight, reflecting just enough that I could see them clearly. It smelled like damp earth and old leaves. For a moment, I thought about grabbing my flashlight and shining it at its face to scare it off. I thought about waving my arm to push it away. But then I remembered his story. I remembered how he just let it be, how he trusted the forest enough to let a wild animal stand over him in the dark without feeling like he needed to defend himself. So I closed my eyes. I felt its paws press against my cheek one more time, and then it moved away. I heard it shuffle around my pack, sniffing at the pockets, scratching at the zippers, but it didn't find anything to eat. After a while, I heard it walk back into the trees, its small body brushing against dry leaves as it disappeared into the dark. I laid there listening to the sounds of the forest settle back into place, feeling my heart slow down. I felt cold and exposed, but also calm in a strange way. Like I had passed some kind of test, like I understood a small piece of what he felt out there all those nights alone under the stars. When the morning came, the first light turned the forest gold. I sat up and saw tiny footprints in the dirt near my sleeping bag, little hand-shaped prints leading off toward the stream. I packed up my things slowly, feeling tired but proud. I felt like I carried his story with me, like I understood something I hadn't before. As I walked back out of the forest, through the cold morning air and down the narrow deer trails, I thought about how the woods didn't belong to me or him or anyone else. We just passed through, leaving our small marks behind, hoping that when something reached out in the dark to touch us, we'd have the courage to close our eyes and let it. When I got home, I told my dad what happened. He just smiled and nodded, like he already knew I would come back with that story. I still think about that night sometimes, when I'm lying in my own bed and the world feels too quiet. I think about that little raccoon standing over me in the dark, feeling my face with its tiny paws, and I think about my great uncle, sleeping under the stars without fear, breathing slow and easy as the forest moved around him. And I wonder if I'll ever be that at home anywhere else again. I woke up that morning feeling the cold settling deep into my bones. The sun wasn't up yet, but the faint gray light seeping through my tent told me it was close to dawn. The air felt sharp in my lungs every time I breathed in, and the thin fabric of my sleeping bag wasn't enough to keep my face warm. I buried it down into the hood, trying to get a few more minutes of sleep before getting up to start my day. The ground beneath me was hard and frozen, small rocks pushing up through my foam mat, making it impossible to find a comfortable position. I lay there thinking about the last few days. I had driven my old Honda out from Utah, rattling through the winding roads of Colorado, until I finally got to the spot where I parked. The old BLM lady was there, sitting in her dusty red truck with her hair pulled back in a bun, looking like she'd been sitting in that seat for 100 years. She had told me to write the date on my windshield every week, so she'd know I was still alive out there. At first it sounded funny, but later that night as the darkness closed in around my tent, I realized she wasn't joking. Out here, no one would find me for days if something went wrong. The hike-in was beautiful, though. The air had been crisp and clean. Every breath felt like it scraped out the insides of my lungs and replaced them with ice. The trail was rocky, winding down through pine trees that stretched tall and thin, with patches of snow melting in the sun and turning the dirt into dark mud. Every step felt like it took me deeper into something wild and ancient. It was silent except for my boots crunching on gravel, the rustle of my backpack straps as I adjusted them on my shoulders, and the occasional call of a bird somewhere far off in the trees. When I finally got to the spot I had picked out, I felt small standing on that cliff. The river was down below me, dark and cold, moving slow and silent. Across it, steep canyon walls rose up, broken and jagged, their orange and brown rock faces catching the late afternoon light. The hot springs were down there too, just out of sight around a bend, but I could see the steam rising from the pools in faint white threads. It felt like another world. I set up my tent a few feet from the edge of the cliff. It was a stupid idea, but in my mind it made sense. I knew bears should be asleep in the winter, but if one was out, it meant it was desperate and hungry. I didn't like the idea of dying torn up inside my thin nylon tent. At least if it came to it, I thought I could jump off the cliff into the river and swim to the hot springs before hypothermia set in. In my head it felt like a plan, but deep down I knew if a bear wanted me, I wouldn't have time to jump. That night I cooked up a packet of instant rice and beans, trying to eat quickly before it got too cold to sit outside. The stars came out early, so many of them crowding the sky it felt like they pressed down over me. There was no moon yet, and I could see the Milky Way stretching out from horizon to horizon, clear and bright, a river of light over the black silhouettes of trees. Every few minutes I'd hear something moving in the dark, a branch cracking, dry leaves shifting in the breeze, and every time I froze, thinking about bears. The noise always stopped, and I'd keep eating, trying to tell myself it was just the wind. When I finished eating, I cleaned up fast, packed away my food into the bear canister, and walked it a good 50 yards away from my tent. The air felt colder with every minute, sinking down from the cliffs above, and I felt a tightness in my chest, like my ribs were squeezing in. I crawled into my sleeping bag fully dressed, wearing my thick wool socks and fleece hat. I lay there listening to the wind scrape over the tent fabric, the distant sound of water moving below me. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. The days went on like that, each one slow and quiet. I woke up at dawn, boiled water for instant coffee, ate cold granola bars, and hiked around to keep warm. Sometimes I sat in the hot springs for hours, watching steam drift up into the sky while the canyon walls glowed in the morning sun. Other times I just walked along the river, staring at the ice forming at the edges, listening to it crack and shift under its own weight. The solitude felt heavy some days, like something pushing down on my shoulders, making me feel tired all the time. But it was also beautiful, in a way I had never felt before. Every night was the same, though. As the sun disappeared, the fear came back. I couldn't shake it. I'd sit by my small camp stove, eating rice or noodles or peanut butter on tortillas, and I'd hear something out in the darkness, and my mind would race. Bears. Always bears. I kept my bear spray next to my sleeping bag, but I knew it wouldn't help me inside the tent. If a bear ripped through the nylon, I wouldn't have space to aim or time to pull the trigger. Then that early morning came. I woke up to a noise deep and loud, coming from somewhere close by. I lay still in my sleeping bag, my eyes open wide in the darkness. My heart started pounding so hard I felt it in my neck and head, and I held my breath, listening. The noise came again, a loud, guttural grunt, followed by heavy breathing. It sounded so close. I felt my chest tighten, my throat dry up, my mouth frozen open as I tried to take shallow breaths. I didn't want to move. I didn't even want to blink. I could hear it walking now, slow, heavy steps crunching through the frost-covered ground outside. Each step sounded like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Then I heard another noise, like a snort, and a second set of steps joined the first. 2 of them. My chest started to hurt from holding my breath, so I let it out slow and quiet, trying to stay silent. The noise got closer. I could hear them breathing, deep wet breaths that sounded like the air was catching in their throats. One of them came right up to the side of my tent. I could hear it sniffing the fabric, the hot, moist air of its breath pushing against the nylon walls. I stared up at the roof of my tent, too scared to even turn my eyes towards the side. Every part of my body felt stiff and frozen, my arms locked tight to my chest, hands curled into fists inside the sleeping bag. I started thinking about the cliff. If I moved fast enough, unzipped the tent and ran, maybe I could jump before it grabbed me. Maybe the cold water would keep me alive long enough to get to the hot springs. My mind played the thought over and over, but my body wouldn't move. I just lay there, feeling the shaking in my legs and the tightness in my chest. I could hear it shifting around, small pebbles rolling under its hooves, a sound like dry grass rustling against its sides. Then it made a short, sharp grunt and moved away from the tent. I lay there still, staring at the tent roof as the noises moved away. I could hear them now, both of them, walking around in the darkness just outside. The steps crunched across the frozen dirt, moving away from my camp, then stopping, then moving again. I lay like that for what felt like hours, my arms going numb from staying in the same position. The sky started to brighten through the thin fabric of my tent, and I finally forced myself to move. I unzipped my sleeping bag, feeling the cold rush in against my chest, making me shiver so hard my teeth clacked together. I reached out with a shaking hand and slowly unzipped the tent door, just a few inches, peeking my eye out through the small gap. The sky was pale gray now, with streaks of pink light coming up over the canyon walls. I could see my breath clouding up in front of my face as I stared out into the morning. They were elk, a whole herd of them, big brown bodies moving slowly through the trees, their breath steaming out into the cold air. One of them had antlers so big it looked like tree branches sprouting out of its head. I sat there watching them, my heart still hammering so hard it hurt. They moved slow, stepping over rocks and fallen branches, their hooves crunching on the frosted ground. Every few steps they'd stop and look around, ears flicking, tails twitching, before they kept walking. I let out a long, shaky breath and felt something break loose in my chest, a tight knot of fear dissolving into relief. I crawled out of my tent slowly, feeling the frozen ground bite into my knees through my thin pants. I stood up and watched them, feeling so small and so stupid at the same time. My body felt weak, my knees trembling from the leftover fear. I watched them until they disappeared between the trees, the big bull elk leading them down towards the river. After they were gone, I sat on the cold ground and felt tears sting my eyes. Not from sadness, but from the rush of relief, the pure force of it washing through me. I sat there for a long time, just breathing in the cold morning air, staring out at the river below, feeling the sun slowly start to rise over the canyon walls. I realized then just how vulnerable I was out here, and how small humans really are in the wilderness. That morning changed the way I felt about camping alone. The fear never really went away after that, but it became something I could live with, something that made me respect the land even more. I stayed out there for another week before packing up my camp and hiking back out to my car. When I got to the parking lot, I saw the BLM lady sitting in her truck again. I wrote the date on my windshield like she asked, and sat in my car for a while before driving off, feeling the warmth of the heater blow over my frozen hands. As I drove back down those winding roads towards the highway, I kept thinking about those elk, and how the thing I feared most turned out to be something harmless. But I also knew that next time, it just as easily could have been something else. And that thought stayed with me for a long time after I left those Colorado cliffs behind. I had been planning that camping trip for weeks. The Mogollon Rim was always one of my favorite places to go when I wanted to be alone and away from everything. It was early autumn, and the weather was just starting to cool off at night. I packed my old green rucksack with my tent, sleeping bag, small stove, and enough food for 2 days. I also packed a little extra for my dog Max, a golden retriever mix who was getting older, but still loved coming along on my trips. He always looked happiest when we were out in the wild together. We left home just after lunch and drove up through the winding roads, passing tall pines and patches of yellow leaves. I rolled down the window so Max could stick his head out, his ears flapping with the breeze, tongue out, eyes half closed with that look of peace only dogs seem to have. By the time we reached the dirt road leading to the campsite, the sun was already dipping low. I drove slow, avoiding potholes, feeling the gravel crunch under my tires as we weaved between trees. I pulled into a small clearing off the forest road, hidden enough that no one would stumble upon us, and parked under a big old pine. I stepped out and stretched, breathing in the sharp, cold scent of pine needles and dirt. Max jumped out right after me and started sniffing around, wagging his tail. I set up the tent on a flat patch of ground about 10 feet away from the fire ring someone else had built before. As I hammered in the stakes, I could hear little rustles all around us, squirrels running up trees, birds flitting between branches, the forest slowly calming down for the night. I laid out my sleeping bag and unrolled Max's blanket next to me inside the tent. I always let him sleep in the tent with me. I didn't care about dirt or his dog smell. Out there, he was my only company, and I wanted him close. Once camp was set, I gathered some dead branches and twigs for a fire. There was plenty of wood scattered around. I built up a little teepee of sticks, stuffed some dry pine needles under it, and lit it with my lighter. The flames caught fast, crackling and spitting tiny sparks into the air. The sun was just disappearing behind the trees, leaving a dark blue sky that would soon turn black. I sat down on my old folding chair, opened a can of beans, and let them heat up by the fire while Max curled up beside me, watching the flames dance. The temperature dropped quick after sunset. I put on my thick flannel shirt over my t-shirt and rubbed my hands together by the fire. Max scooted closer to the warmth. The woods around us got quiet, except for the occasional hoot of an owl far away. I could hear the faint rustle of wind moving through the tops of the pines, a soft, steady sound like distant waves. I felt relaxed sitting there, belly full of beans and bread, hot coffee in my mug, and my dog by my side. I thought about nothing, just stared into the flames, feeling that deep peace that only comes when you're out in nature with no phone signal and no people to bother you. It must have been about 9 or 10 at night when I heard it. A faint sound behind me, coming from a big bush maybe 15 feet away. It wasn't loud, just a little crack of a twig, like something stepping wrong. I turned my head to look, but all I saw was the bush, dark and unmoving. Max lifted his head too. I expected him to let out one of his deep barks like he always did when strangers walked by our house. But instead, he let out a low whimper and lowered his head back down, his ears pinned back tight. That whimper made my chest tighten. I felt a small chill creep up my neck. Dogs don't whimper at squirrels or rabbits. I stared at the bush for another minute, but there was no more noise. The fire popped and spat a burst of sparks, snapping me out of my thoughts. I shook my head a little and picked up a stick, poking the coals to keep them burning strong. I told myself it was probably just a deer passing by, maybe a raccoon looking for scraps. Max was old and sometimes got spooked easy. I went back to watching the flames, listening to the crackle and watching the orange glow flicker against the trees. Max shifted a little, curling tighter into a ball. I finished the rest of my coffee, feeling the warmth spread through my chest, and tossed the empty can into the bag by my chair. I could feel the night pressing in around us. The darkness beyond the firelight felt so thick, like a heavy blanket wrapped around the camp. The only thing keeping it back was that small circle of flickering light. A few minutes later, I heard another noise. This time it came from a different bush, on the other side of the camp. It sounded closer, heavier, not like a squirrel running through branches. It was a soft thump of something stepping on the dirt, then the sound of dry leaves shifting. My stomach twisted up. Max stood up fast, his tail tucked between his legs, and walked straight to the tent, scratching at the door with his paw. He wanted in bad. I felt my heart start to pound a little. If Max wanted to hide, then whatever was out there wasn't small. I stood up, grabbed a couple of small rocks from the ground near the fire ring, and tossed them hard toward the bush where the noise came from. The rocks bounced off branches and landed with little thuds in the dirt. The forest went dead silent. I stood there, holding my breath, listening as hard as I could. Nothing. No running away. No sudden crash of an animal bolting into the dark. Just silence. My palms were starting to sweat. I wiped them on my jeans and threw a couple more bigger pieces of wood onto the fire. Sparks flew up high into the trees, and the flames roared louder, pushing the darkness back another few feet. Max was still at the tent door, looking at me with his ears down and eyes wide. I didn't want to act scared. I didn't want him to feel even more nervous. But the truth was, my gut was telling me something was wrong. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I walked over to the tent, unzipped it, and let Max inside. He went straight to his blanket and curled up in a tight ball, nose tucked under his tail. I left my boots on, crawled in next to him, and zipped the door shut. I laid there for a minute, staring up at the thin nylon ceiling of the tent, the orange glow from the fire flickering through it. I tried to listen for any more noises outside, but all I could hear was the crackle of the fire and my own breathing, coming out quick and shallow. I thought about grabbing my flashlight and going out to look, but the memory of Max's whimper stopped me. I knew there were mountain lions up here. I'd never seen one myself, but I'd heard enough stories. They moved quiet, like shadows with claws. They hunted at night. And if there really was one circling the camp, I didn't want to walk out there and find it staring back at me in the dark. I kept listening for another 10 minutes, eyes wide open, heart thudding in my chest. But no more sounds came. Eventually, I turned onto my side, pulled my sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders, and put my hand on Max's back. I could feel his chest moving fast with his breathing, but slowly it began to slow down. I closed my eyes and forced myself to think about home, about the warm shower I'd take when I got back, about the eggs and toast I'd make for breakfast in my own kitchen. Anything to keep my mind off the thought of glowing eyes watching me through the bushes. I woke up a few times during the night, each time listening for noises. But the fire was still burning low outside, and the forest was quiet except for the wind sighing through the treetops. Max slept against me the whole time, only shifting to press closer when the cold crept in just before dawn. The thin nylon walls of the tent lit up gray with the first hint of morning. I laid there for a while, feeling the tightness in my chest ease up. I could hear birds chirping, squirrels chattering, the normal morning sounds of the woods. When I finally unzipped the tent, the air was cold and fresh. I pulled on my boots, stepped outside, and stretched, feeling the stiffness in my shoulders and back crack and pop. Max came out right behind me, sniffing the dirt, tail wagging slow. I poured him some kibble in his bowl and drank a bottle of water while the sun slowly rose above the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. The camp felt peaceful again, like nothing bad had ever been there. But I couldn't shake off the feeling from the night before. I walked over to the bushes where I had heard the first noise. There was nothing there, just some trampled grass and flattened pine needles. I moved to the other side, to the second bush where Max had gotten scared. That's when I saw them. I woke up to darkness pressing in on every side. The windows of my car were covered with thick black curtains I had made from old bed sheets and fabric tape. I always used them when I camped because I liked my privacy, and also because it made me feel safer, like I was shut off from the rest of the world. It was early morning. I could feel it in the air. That hour before dawn when everything was still cold and damp, and the forest was holding its breath waiting for the sun. My back hurt. It always did. Even with the sleeping pad laid out across the back seat, I had converted into a bench. The padding only did so much. I could feel the tightness in my lower spine when I moved, a dull ache radiating from my hips up towards my shoulders. I shifted a bit, trying to find a better position inside the sleeping bag. It was warm enough, but the comfort never lasted long when my back started complaining. I lay there, eyes open in the darkness, listening to the silence outside. The campground had been quiet all night. I remembered falling asleep to the distant sounds of crickets and the breeze moving through tall trees around me. I could still smell the faint burnt scent of my small campfire from the evening before, trapped on my clothes and hair. I thought about getting up soon, making instant coffee on my little stove, and walking to the public restrooms before other campers woke up. I didn't want to deal with anyone that early. It was better to move before everyone else was awake. That was when I heard it. At first it was faint, just a low rumbling noise that came from somewhere outside. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was maybe a far-off truck on a highway. The coast wasn't far away, and sometimes early delivery trucks moved along the roads nearby. But then it got louder. It was a strange noise. It sounded rough and uneven, like something heavy being pushed across gravel. I tried to think of what it reminded me of, and the only thing that came to mind was a shopping cart being pushed over a broken parking lot, with pebbles and concrete bumps clattering under the wheels. That harsh, vibrating, rattling sound. I lay there frozen. My mind was awake now, completely aware of every little noise. I could hear the creak of the car's plastic interior as I shifted slightly in my bag. I could hear my own breathing, the small gusts of air in and out, shaky and short. The rumbling grew closer. I felt it more than I heard it. It was a low vibration moving through the dirt under the car, up into the metal frame. Then suddenly the car was hit. It wasn't a gentle tap. It was a hard bump, like someone had rammed into it with their hip or shoulder. The whole car moved sideways an inch, then settled back onto its tires. I felt my body jerk with the impact, my face pressing against the sleeping bag's inner lining. My heart started pounding, so hard I felt lightheaded. I tried to unzip my sleeping bag fast, but the zipper was inside and my fingers were shaking. I couldn't get it down in one pull. It caught on some fabric near the bottom. I yanked it free, cursing in my head, pulling the sides open until I could sit up. I fumbled with the curtain in the rear window, pulling back a corner to look out. Nothing, just darkness. I waited, holding my breath so I could hear better. The rumbling sound was gone now. Everything was silent except the faint creaking of tree branches swaying in the cold breeze. I felt my stomach twist in anxiety. I listened for footsteps, breathing, anything. But there was nothing. I checked my watch. It was just after 5 in the morning. I sat there in the dimness of my car, heart still racing, hands shaking in the cold. I didn't know what to do. I thought about getting out to check, but fear kept me inside. I imagined myself stepping out onto the damp pine needles and looking around, only to see something huge standing there, waiting for me. I sat there for at least 20 minutes, listening to the forest wake up. Little by little, birds started singing. First just a couple of chirps, then a few more, then the whole forest came alive with morning calls. The sun started rising, filling the curtains with a faint gray light. Finally, I pulled the curtains open fully. My breath came out in a shaky sigh. The campground was empty. I was parked near the tree line at the edge of the campground. I looked around carefully through each window. There was nobody else awake yet. The other cars and tents were still and silent, tucked under the tall trees. I saw some movement near the edge of the forest, and my heart jumped, but it was just a gray squirrel hopping over fallen branches looking for food. The grass and pine needles glistened with dew. I stayed inside until the sun was fully up, then finally unzipped the car door and stepped out onto the cold, damp ground. My back felt stiff, but the fresh air helped wake me up more. I looked around the car to see if there were any marks. On the back bumper there was a smudge of dirt, streaked sideways like something large had brushed against it. I bent down and saw a faint line of mud that had been scraped across the plastic. It was too high for a raccoon or skunk, and too wide to be from a person's shoe. It looked more like a broad brush of fur or something heavy and rough. I walked around, looking for prints on the ground. The pine needles were thick, but near the back tires there was a flattened spot. It was shaped like a wide oval, pressed down hard into the needles and dirt. I crouched down to see it better. The imprint wasn't sharp, but it was huge, about the size of my forearm from elbow to wrist and wide. It looked like it had 4 deep impressions at the front. I felt my chest tighten. It was a paw print, a massive one. I stood there, looking at the forest edge, feeling the early morning sun warming my face while my body stayed cold with fear. There was no sound now except birds and wind. Whatever had come through was gone, leaving just the memory of its presence behind. I packed up my car slowly that morning, glancing into the trees every few seconds. I felt exposed without the metal walls around me. The breeze carried the smell of pine and damp earth. I kept thinking about that noise, that rattling rumble like a shopping cart on broken concrete. I couldn't shake it from my mind. When I drove out of the campground, I stopped at the ranger station near the entrance. The window was open, and the ranger was inside, sorting papers and getting ready for the day. I didn't want to look foolish, but I asked anyway, trying to keep my voice calm. I asked what large animals walked through the campgrounds early in the morning, animals that were heavy enough to shake a car when they brushed against it. The ranger said bears came down sometimes, looking for trash or leftover food. He said elk wandered through too, sometimes in groups, and they were heavy enough to rock a car if they brushed it. I thanked him and drove away, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The rest of the drive was quiet. My mind kept replaying the noise, that low rumble, and the sudden jolt of my car being hit. I tried to tell myself it was just an elk or a bear, curious and moving past, but part of me felt unsettled. The rumbling didn't sound like footsteps. It sounded mechanical almost, rattling and vibrating like metal wheels on gravel. But when I thought about it logically, I knew it had to be footsteps. Heavy ones, making the rocks and gravel vibrate under their weight. My ears just picked up the rhythm in a way that sounded like something familiar. Even now, I can still hear that noise in my head when I think about it. I still remember how the car shook under me and how my heart raced so hard I thought I'd faint. I never did find out what exactly it was. It probably was just a bear or an elk, but that feeling it left behind stayed with me for a long time. Every time I camp now, I think about it when I wake up before dawn. I listen carefully to the darkness outside my car, wondering what's out there in the shadows, walking past while I lie curled up in my sleeping bag, hidden behind my curtains, hoping nothing decides to stop and look inside. That morning, after leaving the campground, I stopped at a roadside cafe a few miles away. I ordered coffee and eggs and sat near the window, staring out at the sunlit forest beyond the parking lot. I kept thinking about how close I had been to something so large and powerful, how easily it could have decided to tip my car over or break through a window if it wanted. But it didn't. It just walked past, brushing my car hard enough to wake me up, then disappeared back into the silent woods without a trace, leaving only fear and questions behind. I finished my coffee slowly, letting the warmth settle my nerves. When I walked back out to my car and climbed in, I looked at the smudge on the bumper one last time before driving away. Whatever it was, it reminded me that the woods aren't ours. We just visit for a while, hidden behind thin fabric and metal walls, while the real owners walk silently through the trees, leaving only faint marks of their passing. I moved into the guard station in early May, back when the snow was still melting off the higher ridges and the creeks ran fast with icy runoff. The road to the station was rough, winding up for miles through dark fir and pine stands, then dropping down into canyons before climbing again. It was beautiful country, but there was something heavy about those woods. I couldn't explain it then, and I still can't now, but I felt it the first time I stepped out of the truck. The silence there felt crowded, like it wasn't really silent at all, just waiting for me to shut up and listen. The cabin was old Forest Service construction. Logs chinked with mortar, tin roof, a wraparound deck with half the railings missing, a little rocking bench placed off to the left of the front door. The solar system was supposed to run the water pump and lights, but the batteries were half dead when I arrived, and the panels themselves were covered in pine pollen and dust. I spent the first 3 days just getting the outhouse dug out from under drifts and making sure there weren't any mice nests in the stovepipe. At night I could hear bats scratching and flapping in the rafters above the bedroom. The first night I'd woken up to squeaking and scratching, and I thought something was trying to come through the ceiling. I dragged my sleeping bag into the front room and slept next to the wood stove, listening to them crawl around up there all night long. Every time I'd start to drift off, there would be a sudden burst of fluttering wings or a little screech, and my heart would pound like it was trying to climb out of my chest. I tried plugging the holes with insulation and steel wool, but there were too many gaps under the roof. I didn't have a ladder tall enough to reach the peak from inside, and no one from the district office was going to drive 3 hours just to deal with a couple bats. So for the next month, I barely slept at all. The nights were long up there. The wind came down off the ridges, cold even in June, rattling the metal roof and whistling through the cracks in the window frames. Sometimes it felt like the whole cabin was breathing with me. In and out, in and out. The smell of pitch and old wood smoke hanging thick in the room. The days were long too. I'd drive the district roads, clearing down trees with the chainsaw, checking campgrounds and trailheads. I'd find trash left by hunters, or beer cans in the fire pits from people out partying on the weekends. Sometimes I'd see elk herds crossing the gravel roads, their hooves clicking like heavy drum beats. Once I saw a black bear sow with 2 cubs digging through an old stump. She didn't even look up as I drove past. Those woods belonged to them more than to me, and I always tried to keep that in mind. Around mid-June, I started to hear things at night. Not the bats or the wind. This was different. It would start just after dark. I'd be sitting inside reading by lantern light, and I'd hear a faint thump on the deck boards. Then a slow scratching sound, like claws dragging across old wood. It wasn't constant, just once or twice a night, enough to make me set the book down and hold my breath. I'd tell myself it was a badger or maybe a porcupine. The district had both. They'd come up on porches looking for spilled food or bits of salt, but I never saw anything out the windows. If I stepped outside with my headlamp, there would be nothing there, just the woods pressed up close against the clearing, black and silent. It was about 2 months into the season when I started to feel like I was being watched. The hair on my neck would stand up as soon as I stepped off the porch to go to the truck. I'd scan the tree line with my light, seeing nothing but trunks and shadows. But that feeling wouldn't leave. My chest would tighten, and I'd have to fight the urge to turn and run back inside. I started carrying my shotgun every time I went out at night, loaded with slugs. Technically, we weren't supposed to have guns in government housing, but the people who made that rule probably never spent a summer alone in the Idaho backcountry. My grocery runs were always on Tuesday nights. That was my routine. I'd leave around 4 in the afternoon, drive the hour and a half into town, stock up on canned food, instant rice, beans, trail mix, beer, and always pick up some fresh vegetables to last a few days. It would be dark by the time I got back, the sky black as pitch, the road only lit by my headlights cutting narrow tunnels through the trees. That night in July started like any other. The day had been hot and dry, the air smelling like warm pine needles and dust. Driving back, I felt uneasy, like something was pressing down on my shoulders. I didn't have the shotgun with me. I'd left it leaning against my cot that morning. I told myself I didn't need it to go into town, but now I regretted it. When I pulled up to the cabin, I kept the headlights on and sat there for a minute. The forest was silent, except for the ticking of the engine cooling down. Then I opened the door and stepped out. The smell of warm pine and earth hit me first. Then I felt it, that tightness in my chest, that prickling on the back of my neck. I turned my head slowly to the right, toward the edge of the clearing where the trees started up again. That's when I saw them. 2 eyes glowing back at me, about 3.5 or 4 feet off the ground. They were wide-set, yellow-green in the light, unblinking. My breath caught in my throat. My first thought was a cougar, but the eyes seemed too close together. Then I thought bear, but they were too high off the ground for a badger or coyote. The eyes didn't move, just stared. I felt something hot and sour rise up in my chest, like I was going to vomit. My whole body went cold. I opened my mouth and screamed out, telling it to get out, telling it to leave. My voice cracked and echoed off the cabin walls and came back to me sounding small and useless. The eyes crouched down a little, but they didn't back away. They moved forward, inching closer to the edge of the light. I could make out the shape now, broad shoulders, low to the ground, but it wasn't moving like a bear. It was too quiet. I grabbed a piece of firewood from the pile stacked next to the porch and threw it as hard as I could. The chunk of pine hit the ground a few feet in front of the eyes, and the creature jumped back, but it didn't make a sound. No growl, no huff, nothing. It just stared at me again, still as stone. I threw another piece, then another, screaming at it the whole time. My heart was slamming so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the keys as I tried to unlock the door. Finally I got inside, slammed the deadbolt, and stood there in the dark, shaking and breathing so fast my chest hurt. I felt my way to the cot and grabbed the shotgun, checked to make sure it was loaded, then stepped back out onto the porch. My headlamp was dim and flickering, the battery almost dead, but I scanned the clearing anyway. The eyes were still there, closer now, just at the edge of the light. I could barely make out the bulk of its body, hunched and powerful. I aimed the shotgun but didn't fire. I just stood there, yelling and throwing pieces of wood one-handed while keeping the barrel trained on it. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, the creature turned and walked silently back into the trees. The night swallowed it up without a sound. I stayed out there for a while, listening to the forest, feeling the cool wind on my sweaty face. My knees were weak, and I thought I might fall over. When I went back inside, I locked the door and sat down on the cot. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely crack open a beer. I drank 4 of them, one after another, trying to calm down. The shotgun stayed next to me, leaned against the wood stove. Every little noise outside made my skin crawl. The wind moved through the trees, rattling the loose paneling on the cabin, and the rocking bench on the porch creaked softly back and forth in the dark. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing eyes staring back at me. I kept thinking about how silent it had been, how it never growled or snapped a twig. It just watched. The next morning, the trail crew drove up from the ranger station to start work on a blocked culvert down the road. I told them what happened, and we walked around the clearing, checking for tracks. The dirt was damp from the night air, and there were clear mountain lion prints all over the porch, leading up to the rocking bench and across to the door. Big tracks, the size of my palm, each one pressed deep into the mud and pine needles. They circled around the cabin, then led off down to the creek where the thick alders blocked the view. After that day, things changed for me. Every night, I'd hear the rocking bench creaking back and forth. Sometimes I'd hear slow footsteps on the porch, the boards bending under the weight. But when I'd step outside with my shotgun and light, there would be nothing there. No tracks in the mud, no sign of anything moving through the brush. Just the silent forest pressing up against the clearing, the trees leaning in close like they were listening. I stayed for the rest of the season because that was my job. I finished out the summer, drove the roads, checked the campgrounds, talked to hunters and hikers, all while the days got shorter and the nights colder. Every evening I'd sit by the wood stove, listening to the sounds of the forest around me. And every night I'd hear that bench creak, slow and steady, as if something heavy sat out there in the dark, rocking back and forth, watching the cabin and waiting for me to step outside again. When I finally left that place in September, the first snow was already dusting the ridges above the cabin. I packed my truck and looked back at the porch one last time. The bench was still, covered in frost. The woods were silent, heavy with that same crowded quiet I'd felt my first day there. As I drove away, winding down through the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still standing there watching me go, hidden in the shadows, waiting for whoever came next. I never really thought of myself as someone who scared easy. Growing up in small towns, I got used to dark roads with no streetlights, to woods at the back of the house, to walking alone under the silent sky and feeling fine about it. But moving to that cabin on the edge of the national park changed me in ways I didn't expect. I moved there after quitting a job I hated in the city. I wanted quiet, I wanted nothingness, I wanted a life without cars screaming past my window or people fighting in the street below at 2 a.m. So when an acquaintance offered to rent me a cabin he owned out there, saying it was cheap, peaceful, no neighbors for miles, I said yes without thinking twice. The road to the cabin turned off the main road just past the last gas station for 20 miles. From there, it was a dirt track that wound through a flat plain scattered with brush and old fence lines, then up into a low ridge before dropping down again into a hollow thick with trees. The first time I drove it, I noticed how the air felt cooler as I went down. Shadows gathered earlier down there. It felt like the sun gave up before it even tried to reach the forest floor. The cabin was a small square place, wooden walls gone gray with weather, a sloping tin roof with rust creeping across it. There were 2 rooms inside, a living area with a small table and chairs, a propane stove, and a wood stove in the corner, and then a bedroom big enough for a mattress and some shelves nailed to the wall. The bathroom was an outhouse down the hill behind the cabin, a short walk past a pile of split logs, and a rusted-out barrel full of burned trash. There was no plumbing, no running water. We hauled it in big blue jugs from town. There was no electricity either, just some lanterns and a small solar panel that could charge our phones if the weather was good. My roommate, Dave, was interning with the park service. He was from the city. He didn't know much about living like that, didn't know how to chop wood properly, or how to haul water without sloshing half of it down your leg. But he was enthusiastic. He said he wanted to learn. I liked him at first. He was loud, but he meant well. And in the first weeks, everything felt how I had hoped it would feel. Mornings were so quiet you could hear the smallest things. Insects, the tick of the metal roof as the sun hit it, the croak of a raven somewhere high above the trees. Evenings stretched on with no glow from nearby houses, just the slow darkening of the forest, until we had to light the lanterns to see each other's faces. It was what I wanted. Then I started hearing the noises. I would sit outside after dinner, smoking or just staring out into the trees, trying to listen to the forest sounds and learn them. There were wild pigs out there, big ones that rooted up the trails, and there were feral cats and deer, and all kinds of small life rustling around. But some nights, I would hear footsteps. Not rustling or scuttling or the short bursts of noise that animals made. Footsteps. Steady, one after another, walking across dry leaves and undergrowth. They would come from somewhere far off, down by the creek that ran through the hollow, and they would move uphill toward the cabin. I would listen with my whole body tensed, telling myself it was a pig, it was a deer, it was something normal. But they always stopped in the same place. There was a stand of old laurel and brush to the east of the cabin, a place where the undergrowth was so thick you couldn't walk through it without forcing and snapping branches aside. The footsteps would stop in there, and I would sit, my cigarette burning down to the filter between my fingers, waiting to hear them continue. But they never did. After a few minutes, the forest would go quiet again. And I would tell myself I had imagined it. That sound carries strangely at night, that I was making things up in my head. I didn't tell Dave about it for a while. He liked to stay up late reading on his phone, using a camping lantern propped beside him. He slept heavily. Nothing bothered him. But the more nights it happened, the more I started to feel dread before evening even came. I would go out to chop wood and find myself looking into the trees every few minutes, trying to see if there was a path worn through the brush. I never saw anything, just shadows. When I finally told him about it, he laughed. Said I was turning into a crazy mountain man. Said maybe I'd start making friends with raccoons and naming the trees next. I laughed with him, but my chest felt tight, because I knew what footsteps sounded like. One day I asked the owner if I could install a lock on the cabin door. It was just an old latch that didn't even hold the door fully shut if the wind blew hard. He said no. Said he didn't want any drilling or cutting on the original wood. Said no one ever came out there anyway. I said okay. That night, I lay on my mattress listening to the forest settle down. Crickets chirping, branches creaking in the wind, the distant sound of water moving over rocks in the creek. I almost drifted off when I heard them again. The footsteps, coming up the hill, moving slow and steady, crunching dry leaves underfoot. I held my breath. They stopped in the laurel thicket. I lay there with my eyes wide open in the dark, staring at the moonlight that came in through the window, thinking about the door without a lock, thinking about how thin the walls were, thinking about what I would do if I heard those footsteps on the porch. I started sleeping in my car after that. I didn't tell Dave. I would wait until he was asleep. Then I would take my blanket and pillow and go out into the dark. My car was parked more than an acre away, down near where the dirt track curved back toward the ridge. I would lock the doors and recline the seat and try to sleep. It wasn't comfortable, but it felt safer. The woods around the car felt different than the woods around the cabin. More open, less closed in by brush. I still heard noises at night, owls, rustlings, the occasional snap of a branch far off. But I didn't hear footsteps near the car for a while. Then one night, I woke up to the sound of crunching leaves outside my window. I was lying in the car, curled on my side with my blanket pulled up to my chin. At first I thought it was a deer. The moon was bright enough to see shapes and shadows outside, and I lay there staring out the window, waiting to see a body move across my field of vision. But it didn't come into view. The crunching stopped, then started again, closer to the front of the car. My mouth went dry. I reached down slowly and locked the other doors just to be sure, though I knew I had locked them before I fell asleep. The footsteps circled to the driver's side. I couldn't breathe properly. My chest was tight, and my breath came out in short bursts, fogging up the glass. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear them, just outside the door. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun finally rose, painting the tops of the trees gold and making the mist rise from the forest floor, I got out and looked around. There was nothing, just the scattered dry leaves and pine needles, the same as always. But from that morning, the feeling of being watched never left me. I told Dave I was moving out. He laughed, called me paranoid, said I was going to miss out on a real nature experience. I packed my clothes and some books, my blanket, my boots, and left before evening came. I moved in with a friend in town for a while. Dave stayed there alone. He said it was fine, said he loved having the whole cabin to himself. I went back once to pick up a camping stove I had left behind. He told me he had been robbed a few nights before. Someone had come into the cabin while he was sleeping and taken his phone and wallet right off the table. He thought maybe he had left the door open, but I knew it wouldn't have mattered. That door couldn't keep anything out. He still didn't put a lock on it. Then a few weeks later, he got robbed again. This time they took some tools and gear he had in the corner. He finally set up some motion-triggered cameras outside. I didn't hear from him for a while after that. Then one evening he called me, his voice shaking. He said the cameras caught someone. A man. Not just a shadow or a shape, but clear images. A man wearing dark clothes and a hat, carrying a long rifle slung over his shoulder. The footage showed him coming up through the trees before dawn, moving slow, stepping carefully like he knew exactly where to place his feet. Then it showed him kneeling down in the bushes near the cabin, lifting the rifle and looking through the scope. Not aiming to shoot, just looking. Watching the cabin. He showed me the video when I visited him later that month. The quality wasn't great, but I could see the man's face when he turned. Older, lined, unshaven, his mouth set in a flat line. He looked right at the camera for a second before turning away and disappearing back into the trees. Dave said the police came out, but told him there wasn't much they could do. There was no sign of him when they searched, no car tracks on the dirt road except ours. They said maybe he was a hunter, maybe he was trespassing, but that didn't explain why he wasn't carrying out game, why he wasn't wearing orange, why he wasn't just passing through. He was coming to watch us. I think about it sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep. About all those nights I lay in my car listening to footsteps outside. About all those evenings I sat by the cabin smoking, staring into the blackness between the trees, wondering if my mind was playing tricks on me. It wasn't. Someone was there all along. Someone who knew the land better than we did, who moved through it like a shadow, silent when he wanted to be silent, close when he wanted to be close. I think about what would have happened if I had stayed one more week, one more night. If I had woken up to see him standing inside the cabin, or looking in through the window at me while I slept. Sometimes I miss the quiet of that place. The smell of pine needles and cold earth, the sound of the creek, the way the stars looked so close you felt you could touch them. But I don't think I could ever go back there. Not after knowing what I know now. Because the worst part isn't the man himself. It's realizing that while I sat out there every night listening to the woods, thinking I was alone, he was out there too, listening to me, watching me, and I never even knew it. I woke up around 5 a.m. before the sun came up. My eyes felt heavy and my body was tired, but I forced myself out of bed because I had planned this for days. I wanted to hike up the old fire road that cuts through the forest near my town. People rarely go there now because it's rough and rocky and the forest has grown over parts of it. But that was the exact reason I wanted to go. I wanted peace, quiet, no people, and to feel like I was away from everything. I packed my small backpack with a bottle of water, a protein bar, my phone, and a knife I always carry when hiking alone. I put on my old hiking boots, tied them tight, and grabbed my cap from the hook near the door. The air outside felt cold and clean. I could hear birds waking up, making small sounds here and there. My breath made little clouds in front of me. I walked down the street until the houses ended, and then stepped onto the gravel path leading to the forest. The sky started to lighten up slowly as I reached the entrance. There was a faded wooden sign that said Forest Fire Road Access, with an old date from decades ago. I stepped over some small broken branches and started my way up the path. The rocks crunched under my boots. The air smelled like wet dirt and pine. I felt calm, focused on the ground ahead, careful not to slip on the loose gravel as the slope became steeper. As I climbed higher, the trees thickened around me. Their trunks were dark and tall, blocking the early morning light. The path was narrow in places, bushes scratching against my legs and arms. I didn't mind. It felt good to be away from my small room, from people, from noise. I just wanted to keep walking until I reached the top where there was an old cement platform where firefighters used to stand to watch for smoke long ago. About an hour into the hike, I stopped to drink some water. My throat felt dry from breathing hard in the cold air. I took off my backpack and sat on a flat rock. The forest was quiet around me except for distant crows calling to each other. I leaned back, stretched my legs, and closed my eyes for a moment, enjoying the feeling of cold rock under me. When I opened them, the sun had come up more, but the forest was still shadowy. I put my bottle away and stood up to continue. The path started to level out as it curved around the side of the mountain. Trees thinned for a moment, and I could see down into the valley. Thin fog still sat low over the houses. From up there they looked like tiny toy buildings. I walked on, feeling my muscles burn from the climb but liking the feeling. I kept my eyes down, watching for snakes or loose rocks. Then I reached the part where the path became rough. A landslide years ago had pushed rocks and dirt over it, and only a narrow way through was left. I stepped carefully over the rocks, testing each one before putting my weight on it. My boots slipped once, but I caught myself with my hand on a sharp stone. It cut my palm a little, but it wasn't bad. I wiped the blood on my pants and kept going. After crossing the slide area, the forest became thick again. I could hear rustling sounds now and then, probably squirrels or birds. I kept walking, not really thinking about anything except where to place my feet. Then I noticed something strange. The rustling sounds weren't stopping. It was like they were following me. I slowed down and stopped. The rustling stopped too. I turned around but saw nothing. Just trees, bushes, shadows. I took a deep breath and told myself it was probably an animal moving around the same way I was. I started walking again, faster this time, feeling my heart beat harder in my chest. The rustling started again, matching my steps. I stopped quickly. Silence. I felt my skin prickle. I looked around slowly. The trees looked so still. No wind moved their branches. I listened hard, trying to hear breathing or anything. Nothing. I started walking again, but this time I tried to walk silently, stepping only on flat rocks and patches of dirt without leaves. The rustling didn't come back. After a few minutes, I felt calmer again. I kept walking until I reached the cement platform. It was cracked and weeds grew from the edges, but it still stood strong. I stepped onto it and dropped my backpack. The view was wide. The sun had risen enough to light up the valley, and I could see far into the horizon. I took deep breaths, feeling the cold morning wind on my face. I pulled out my protein bar and ate it slowly, chewing while I looked around at the forest. I felt peaceful again. I finished my bar, drank some water, and wiped crumbs from my hands. I stayed there for about 30 minutes, just standing and breathing, feeling my chest rise and fall slowly. Then I decided it was time to head back before the sun rose higher and the air became hot. I put on my backpack and stepped off the platform onto the path again. My boots crunched on small stones. I started down, careful with my steps. As I got closer to the landslide area again, I felt uneasy. The memory of the rustling sounds came back, and I felt my shoulders tense. I told myself to ignore it and focus on getting down safely. I stepped onto the loose rocks, shifting my weight carefully. The slope was steep there, and I leaned back a little to keep balance. Suddenly, a sharp smell hit my nose. It smelled like rust and sweat mixed together. My stomach twisted. I looked around but saw nothing. I kept going down, faster now, wanting to get past the landslide. As I stepped off the last rock back onto dirt, I felt relief. But then I heard it again. Rustling. This time it was louder and faster. I froze. The sound was coming from uphill, from the path behind me. I turned my head slowly, my breath caught in my throat. For a few seconds, I saw nothing. Then I saw it. A man was standing there, half hidden behind a tree, looking straight at me. He was wearing dark clothes and a black cap. His face was rough, his beard untrimmed, and his eyes locked onto mine. His chest rose and fell fast like he had been running. His hands were empty, but his posture made every hair on my body stand up. He didn't move, he just stared at me without blinking. My mouth felt dry and my legs felt weak, but I forced myself to turn around and start walking down the path again. I didn't run because the slope was steep and rocky. If I fell, I wouldn't get up fast enough. I just walked as fast as I could, keeping my ears open. I could hear him following me. His steps were heavier and careless. Rocks clattered under his boots. I reached the flatter part of the path, and that's when I started to run. My backpack bounced on my back. Branches hit my arms and face, but I didn't care. I just kept running. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they would give out, but I didn't stop. I ran until I reached a curve in the path. I stopped there, hiding behind a thick tree, trying to catch my breath as quietly as possible. My heart was beating so loud I thought he could hear it. I peeked around the trunk and saw him jogging down the path, looking left and right. He passed right by me. I could smell him again. Sweat, dirt, something rotten. When he was far enough, I stepped out and went off the path into the trees. I moved quickly but quietly, weaving between bushes, stepping over fallen branches. I didn't know exactly where I was going, but I knew the general direction back to the main gravel road. I walked fast, my whole body shaking. I kept looking back, but saw nothing. My ears rang with my own breathing. Finally, I saw a thin strip of light through the trees ahead. It was the gravel road. I stumbled out of the forest onto it, my boots kicking up little clouds of dust. I looked left and right, but the road was empty. I turned toward town and started jogging down it. I didn't stop until I reached the houses. My legs felt like jelly. My throat burned from breathing so hard. When I reached my street, I slowed down and walked to my house. My hands were shaking as I unlocked the door. I stepped inside, locked it behind me, and stood there, listening to the silence. My shirt was stuck to my back with sweat. My mouth tasted like metal from panic. I walked to the sink and poured myself a glass of water. My hands were so unsteady, I spilled some on the counter. I drank the water in big gulps. Then I sat down on the kitchen floor, my back against the cabinet, and closed my eyes. I could still see his face, his dark eyes staring at me with no emotion. I stayed there for a long time, feeling the cold tiles under me, trying to calm my breathing. That day I realized how close danger can be even when you think you're alone in nature. I never went back to that fire road again. Now when I hike, I always go where there are people around. I still think about his face sometimes, about how he looked at me without blinking, like he already decided what he was going to do. I think about how lucky I was that he didn't see me behind that tree. Even today, when I close my eyes, I see the forest path in my mind, the shadows, the rocks, the rough smell of pine and dirt, and I remember how quiet it felt until it didn't feel safe anymore. I woke up before dawn, like I usually did when I couldn't sleep. My body felt stiff and heavy, and I lay there listening to the silence. It was cold in my room, the window left open from the night before, letting in that sharp, early morning air. My blanket was pulled up to my chin, and I could see my breath faintly in the dim light coming through the blinds. My phone screen glowed on the table beside me, showing it was just after 4 a.m. I didn't really want to get up, but I also didn't want to keep lying there staring at nothing. So I forced myself to sit up and swung my legs out of bed. The wooden floor was cold under my feet. My knees cracked as I stood. I walked across the small room to grab my jacket hanging on the chair. I put it on and pulled the hood up over my head, stuffing my hands into the pockets. I went into the kitchen, flicking the light on. The fluorescent tube hummed as it flickered before coming to life. The counters were clean. I had done the dishes the night before. The silence in the apartment felt heavy and pressed against my eardrums. I opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and stood there drinking half of it in one go, staring at the magnet holding a pizza flyer against the fridge door. I felt restless. I knew I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. It was still completely dark outside, but I decided I'd go for a walk. Maybe walk all the way to the small park near the river before the sun came up. I liked the cold air in the mornings. It woke me up better than coffee ever did. I grabbed my keys, phone, and wallet, then stepped out into the hallway, locking my door behind me. The apartment building was silent, all the other units dark. I walked down the stairs, listening to the echo of my own footsteps against the concrete walls. The exit door squeaked as I pushed it open and stepped outside. The streetlights made small circles of yellow light on the empty road. I stuffed my hands deeper into my pockets and started walking, my breath fogging in front of me with each exhale. The neighborhood was quiet, just the hum of distant traffic somewhere far off. I walked past shuttered stores and parked cars covered in dew. My feet felt cold even through my shoes. I could hear a dog barking faintly somewhere, maybe a few streets over. A few pieces of litter blew along the curb in the breeze. After about 15 minutes, I reached the edge of the small wooded area that ran along the river. There was a narrow dirt path cutting through it, lined with thin trees and bushes. I walked in, hearing twigs snap under my feet. The darkness felt thicker here. There were no streetlights this far in. I kept walking, using the faint glow from my phone screen to watch where I stepped. The bushes were full of shadows, and every so often I'd hear the rustle of a small animal moving away through the leaves. Probably rats or stray cats hunting before dawn. As I got deeper into the trees, the path turned muddy. I could smell the damp earth, that strong smell of rotting leaves and wet soil. My shoes sank slightly into the mud with each step. I felt a little uneasy, but I kept going. I knew this path well. It curved down toward the river, then climbed back up toward a small field before meeting the road again. I walked for another 10 minutes before stopping to catch my breath. I turned my phone flashlight off and stood there listening. I could hear the river down below, the soft rush of water over rocks. I could hear the wind moving through the treetops. I couldn't see the sky through the branches, but I knew it was still dark. I could see the faint glow of the city lights beyond the trees. I decided to keep going. As I walked, I kept glancing behind me. There was no reason to. I was alone, but something about the silence made my skin crawl. I walked faster, trying to ignore the feeling that something was off. The path started to slope down toward the riverbank. The mud got thicker here, and I had to step carefully to avoid slipping. I held onto a tree trunk to keep my balance, feeling the rough bark under my fingers. My hood slipped off and the cold air bit into my ears and neck. I kept walking until I reached the flat ground near the river. The air smelled strongly of water and silt. I could hear the river rushing, louder now that I was right next to it. I stood there, breathing heavily from the fast walk. I wiped my nose on my sleeve and looked around. There was an old bench set back from the river's edge, half hidden under a tree. I walked over to it and sat down, the wood damp under me. I sat there for a long time, just listening to the river. The sun was starting to lighten the sky now, a dark blue-gray creeping in above the treetops. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and shivered. After a while I stood up and decided to head back. As I turned around to leave, I froze. There were faint footprints in the mud, leading away from the path toward the trees behind the bench. I hadn't noticed them before. They were fresh, pressed deep into the wet mud, going into the dense undergrowth. My chest felt tight. I looked down at my own footprints leading to the bench, then back at the others. They were longer than mine and barefoot. The toes were splayed slightly, like whoever made them had been walking slowly. They disappeared into the bushes. I stood there, listening hard. The only sound was the river and the distant rustle of leaves in the breeze. I felt goosebumps rise along my arms. I told myself it was probably some homeless person camping out in the bushes, or some drunk who wandered down here in the night. I didn't want to see who it was. I just wanted to leave. I started walking quickly back toward the path, trying not to slip in the mud. As I walked, I kept glancing back, feeling like I was being watched. My heart was pounding so hard I felt sick. I walked for what felt like forever until I reached the point where the path started climbing back up toward the road. My legs burned with each step. The sky was getting lighter now, a pale gray blue, and I could see the tops of the trees more clearly. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I just kept walking. I wanted to get out of there as fast as I could. My hands were shaking, and my stomach felt tight and hollow. I was almost at the end of the wooded path when I heard it. A low cough. It came from behind me, back down the trail. It was so faint I almost thought I imagined it. I stopped walking and strained to listen. The woods were quiet again. I couldn't hear anything except the blood rushing in my ears. I started walking again, faster this time. My shoes scraped against the gravel as I reached the edge of the trees. I could see the road now, empty and silent in the early morning light. I stepped out of the trees onto the grass by the roadside. I stood there, breathing hard, staring back into the woods. The trees looked calm and still. I felt exposed standing there by myself, the road empty in both directions. I looked around quickly before starting to walk home, keeping my eyes on the pavement in front of me, my shoulders hunched up to my ears. I walked faster and faster, my shoes slapping the sidewalk, until I reached my street. When I got back to my apartment building, I stopped and looked back down the road. Everything was quiet. Nothing moved. I went inside, climbed the stairs, unlocked my door, and shut it behind me, locking it twice. I stood there for a long time, leaning against the door, trying to slow my breathing. My whole body was shaking, and my knees felt weak. I walked to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and drank it slowly. My hands left wet fingerprints on the glass. I didn't go back to bed. I just sat at the table, staring at the wall, listening to the hum of the refrigerator. I kept thinking about those footprints, the way the toes splayed out, the cough I heard behind me. I wondered who was down there in the woods before dawn, walking barefoot through the mud, hiding behind the trees. I wondered if they saw me sitting there on that bench, if they were watching me the whole time. I thought about how silent it was, how easy it would have been for someone to just step out from behind the bushes. The sun rose slowly, filling the kitchen with gray light. I kept sitting there, listening to the cars starting up outside as people got ready for work. The world felt normal again, but I didn't. I felt like something had shifted, something small but permanent. I knew I would never go back to that path alone again. I knew I would always wonder who was in those woods with me that morning, standing there barefoot in the mud, watching me while I sat in the dark thinking I was alone. I woke up before the sun that morning. My phone showed 4:48 a.m. My room felt damp and chilly, even though it was the middle of summer. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the fan. For some reason, I felt nervous, like my chest was tight and I couldn't take a full breath. I didn't know why. Nothing special was happening that day. I had no work, no school, nothing planned. Just a regular Saturday. I got up anyway because I knew I wouldn't fall back asleep. I put on my old sweats and a plain t-shirt and walked into the kitchen. My apartment was small, just a one-bedroom, and the kitchen was basically part of the living room. I flicked on the light and squinted at the sudden brightness. I filled my kettle and set it on the stove to boil water for coffee. The ticking of the stove knob echoed in the still apartment. I waited, feeling my heart beating a little too fast for how early it was. After my coffee was ready, I sat down at the tiny table beside the window and scrolled through my phone. News, memes, useless videos. Nothing took my mind off the weird feeling in my chest. The sun was starting to rise, a pale pink light coming through the thin curtains. I stared out at the parking lot below my window, empty except for one old van with a broken back window taped up with plastic. I watched a crow land on its roof and pick at something stuck near the wipers. Around 6, I decided to go for a walk. Maybe some air would help. I grabbed my keys and left the apartment, locking the door behind me. The hallway was empty and smelled like wet carpet and bleach. When I stepped outside, the air was cool and damp. I could smell the leftover rain from the night before. The street was quiet. A single car drove past, its tires hissing on the wet pavement. I walked with no real direction, just letting my feet carry me down streets I didn't usually go down. The houses here were old, small, and close together. Their paint was chipped and faded. Some had broken fences leaning sideways. I liked looking at them. They felt real, like people actually lived in them instead of pretending everything was perfect. After about 30 minutes, I realized I had walked further than I meant to. I was in an area I didn't recognize. The houses here were more spread out, with bigger yards full of weeds and rusted cars on blocks. A big empty lot caught my eye. It was overgrown with tall grass and bushes, with an old dirt road cutting through the middle of it and disappearing into the trees at the back. A faded metal sign stood by the road. I walked closer and read it. It just said "No trespassing" in peeling black letters. Something about the road pulled at me. I knew I shouldn't go down it. I knew it was private property, and I could get in trouble if anyone saw me, but it felt like my chest was tight again, like something was pushing me forward. I stepped over the broken chain that hung across the entrance and started down the dirt road. The trees closed in around me quickly. They were tall pines mixed with scraggly oak and cottonwood trees. The ground was wet with old fallen needles and leaves. It smelled earthy and clean. I kept walking, feeling my shoes sink slightly into the damp dirt. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. No cars, no city noise, just the rustle of leaves and the occasional creak of tree trunks shifting. I don't know how far I walked. Maybe 20 minutes, maybe 40. Time felt strange there. The road curved and dipped, and the trees got denser. Eventually, I came to a small clearing with an old cabin in the middle. It looked abandoned. Its roof was caved in at the back, and the porch sagged to one side. The front door hung open slightly. Part of me wanted to turn around. Another part wanted to see inside. I stepped onto the porch carefully. It groaned under my weight, but held. I pushed the door open. The smell hit me immediately, rot old wood mold. I breathed through my mouth and stepped inside. The floor was covered in leaves and dirt blown in through broken windows. An old table sat against the far wall. One leg snapped off, so it leaned sideways. There were empty beer cans on the floor, and what looked like an old sleeping bag crumpled in the corner. Someone had been there before, probably a long time ago. I walked through the small room, feeling the floor dip under each step. There was a small doorway at the back, leading to what I guessed was a bedroom. I ducked through it. The room was dark, the window boarded up with thin, rotting planks. The only thing in there was a broken dresser, missing all its drawers. Spider webs stretched from its frame to the corners of the room. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. My chest was tight again, worse than before. I turned around to leave. As I stepped back into the main room, I heard something outside. Leaves crunching. My stomach flipped. I froze, listening hard. For a second, everything was silent again. Then I heard it, slow, heavy footsteps moving through the leaves just beyond the porch. I couldn't see out the windows from where I was standing. I didn't want to move, didn't want the floorboards to creak and give me away. My heart was pounding so hard I thought whoever was out there would hear it. The footsteps stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Then they started again, circling the cabin slowly. I imagined someone huge out there, tall and broad, with heavy boots sinking into the wet ground. I felt sweat rolling down my back, even though the room was cold. The steps circled all the way around and stopped again by the porch. I didn't know what to do. If I stayed inside, they might come in. If I ran out, they'd see me immediately. My mind raced. The footsteps moved onto the porch. The boards creaked under their weight. I heard them come right up to the door, stopping just out of sight. I felt like I was going to throw up. My hands were shaking so hard I pressed them against my legs to keep them still. Then whoever it was stepped into the doorway. My eyes adjusted to the dim light. He was tall, wearing a dark green coat with the hood up. I couldn't see his face, just the bottom half covered in stubble. His jeans were muddy and wet up to the knees. He stood there staring into the room. I pressed myself back against the wall, hoping the shadows would hide me. He didn't move for what felt like minutes. Just stood there, breathing heavy, his chest rising and falling. Finally, he stepped further inside. His boots crunched on the leaves and dirt. He looked around slowly, scanning the room. I realized if he turned his head just a little more, he would see me standing there. I felt tears welling in my eyes. My body felt frozen, like I was outside myself watching. He took another step forward. I could hear him breathing louder now, almost like he was growling under his breath. He walked past me into the back bedroom. As soon as he was through the doorway, I bolted. I ran out the front door so fast I almost tripped over the broken porch step. I ran down the dirt road, branches whipping my face and arms, my shoes sliding in the wet dirt. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he was chasing me. I just kept running, lungs burning, heart pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to burst out of my chest. I don't know how long I ran. My legs were shaking so badly I stumbled and fell twice, scraping my hands and knees. I got back up each time and kept going. Finally, I saw the broken chain hanging across the entrance. I ran past it, out of the trees and back onto the quiet street. I kept running until I saw houses I recognized. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment building. I let myself in and locked the door behind me, leaning against it, gasping for air. My whole body was shaking. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water, spilling half of it on the counter because my hands wouldn't stay still. I drank it down in one gulp. My throat felt raw from breathing so hard. I went to the bathroom and washed my face, staring at myself in the mirror. My eyes were wide and bloodshot. My hair was sticking up in every direction, my cheeks streaked with dirt and tears. For hours, I sat on my couch, staring at the floor. Every little sound made me jump. A car door slamming outside, the pipes ticking in the walls, the fridge kicking on. I kept thinking about that man, his heavy breathing, the way he moved so slowly, like he had all the time in the world. I wondered if he had followed me. I checked the windows over and over again, pulling the curtains back just enough to peek outside. No one was there, but it didn't calm me down. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with my phone clutched in my hand, ready to call for help if I heard anything. I kept imagining him standing at my window, watching me sleep. When the sun finally came up, my body felt heavy and weak, like I had been carrying weights all night. For days after that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I didn't go for walks anymore. I didn't leave my apartment unless I had to for work. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that cabin, smelled that rotting wood, heard his breathing. I wondered what he was doing there. If he lived there, or if he had followed me in from the road. I wondered what would have happened if I hadn't hidden fast enough, if I hadn't run when I did. Weeks passed. Slowly, the tight feeling in my chest eased. I started leaving my apartment again. I stuck to busy streets, surrounded by people and cars and noise. I never went near that area again. But some mornings, when I wake up before dawn and everything is quiet, I feel that tightness in my chest again. I sit there staring at the ceiling, listening for footsteps outside my window, wondering if one day I'll hear them coming up the stairs, pausing outside my door, waiting for me to make a sound. And every time I think about it, I feel that same fear rising up from my stomach, choking me, reminding me that some people out there don't need ghosts or monsters to be terrifying. They're just people, and they're real, and they're so much worse than anything I could ever imagine in the dark. I woke up early that morning, around 5, even though it was my day off. I could hear the rain hitting the window softly, and I stayed in bed for a while just listening to it. My room felt cold, and when I finally got up, the floor was freezing under my feet. I walked to the kitchen, made some coffee, and stood by the small window, watching the empty street outside my apartment. It was always quiet at this hour, but the rain made it feel even more empty. I didn't have any plans for the day. I had been working nonstop the past 2 weeks, and I thought I'd just stay inside, maybe clean up my place, maybe order food later. I sat down on the couch with my coffee and turned the TV on, but nothing really held my attention. I was feeling restless for no reason. Around 8, I stood up and walked to my small balcony. The rain had slowed down to a drizzle. The air felt clean and cold. I stood there for a few minutes, just breathing in the damp air, then went back inside. Around 9, I decided to go for a walk. I thought maybe I could walk to the edge of town where the old factories were. I hadn't been there in years. Back when I was in high school, me and a friend used to explore them on weekends. The factories had been abandoned for a long time. Some were fenced off, but parts of them were still open. People said homeless men sometimes stayed there, but it was mostly empty. I put on some old jeans, my boots, and a heavy hoodie because the rain was still falling lightly. I didn't really think about safety. I just wanted to walk somewhere quiet. I left my apartment around 9:30 and started walking down the wet street. The smell of rain and mud was strong. I walked past the bakery and could smell the bread and sweet rolls. For a second, I thought about buying something, but I didn't feel hungry. I kept walking, crossing the empty main road and heading down a narrow street lined with small mechanic shops and empty lots. I could see puddles on the broken concrete. My boots splashed through them as I walked. By the time I reached the edge of town, the rain had stopped. The sky was still gray and heavy, but it felt peaceful. I walked under the overpass, listening to the cars rumble above me, and then I was at the factories. The first one I passed was still fenced off, but someone had cut a hole in the chain link, big enough to crawl through. I didn't go in. I kept walking down the narrow road, looking at the rusted metal walls and broken windows. I reached the biggest factory after another 15 minutes of walking. Its tall smokestack was covered in black stains. The yard in front of it was cracked and filled with weeds. I walked through the open gate and stepped carefully over fallen metal sheets and broken glass. It was silent except for the crows on the smokestack. I could hear their wings when they flew off. I walked around the side of the building and found the door half open. Inside, it was dark. The smell of rust, old oil, and damp concrete filled my nose. I pulled my phone out and turned on the flashlight. The narrow beam cut through the dark, showing broken machines, old barrels, metal scraps, and water dripping from the ceiling in some places. I stepped inside and felt my heart beating faster. I wasn't scared exactly, but the air felt heavy and strange. I walked slowly, shining my light at the ground to avoid stepping on nails or glass. My boots made hollow sounds on the concrete floor. In some places, moss had started growing where water leaked in. I saw some graffiti on the walls, faded and old. Some names, some random words, some childish drawings. I walked past rusted conveyor belts and work tables covered in dust. There were empty cans and a torn sleeping bag in one corner. Someone must have slept there, but it looked like it hadn't been used in weeks. I kept walking until I reached the stairs that went up to the offices. The metal railing was cold under my hand as I climbed. The stairs groaned under my weight. At the top, the offices had large windows facing the yard. Some were broken, letting in the gray light. Papers were scattered everywhere, old work orders, invoices, yellowed and curling at the edges. There was a hole in the ceiling where water dripped onto the soggy carpet. I stepped around it carefully and walked into what looked like the manager's office. The big desk was still there, covered in dust, with a broken chair lying on its side behind it. I walked to the window and looked down at the yard. The rain had started falling again, light and cold. I stood there for a while, listening to it tapping the broken glass. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was just a spam message. I turned it off and put it back in my pocket. I looked around the office again, then walked back out. As I stepped into the hall, I heard something behind me. A sound like metal scraping against concrete. My chest tightened, and I turned my light towards the sound. There was nothing there, just the empty office. I stood there for a few seconds, listening hard. The rain on the windows was the only thing I could hear. I told myself it was probably water dripping on metal somewhere. I walked back down the stairs. As I reached the bottom, I felt like I was being watched. I turned my light slowly around the open space. The shadows moved with the light, stretching and shrinking against the walls. I took a deep breath and kept walking. My boots crunched on small bits of glass. I walked towards the back of the factory where there was another door that opened onto an alley behind the building. When I reached the door, I noticed it was blocked by something on the outside. I could see a faint bit of light coming through the cracks, but the door wouldn't move. I pushed hard, but it felt like metal or wood was piled against it. I sighed and turned back to walk out the way I came. As I was walking back through the factory floor, I heard the sound again. This time it was louder, like metal being dragged. I froze. My light was shaking slightly in my hand. I turned slowly towards the sound. In the far corner, near the old barrels, I saw something move. It was dark and hard to see, but it looked like someone crouching behind a barrel. I felt my heart slam against my ribs. I stood there, frozen, staring at the spot. The figure didn't move again. I couldn't see a face or clothes. Just a shape, dark against the darker shadows. I started backing away, keeping my light on that corner. My boots scraped on the concrete. I was trying not to breathe too loudly. I kept moving backwards until I reached the side door I had come in from. I didn't look away from the corner until I reached the door. My hand fumbled with the metal handle. When it opened, the door let out a long, rusty screech that felt too loud. I stepped outside into the cold rain, my heart beating so hard it hurt. I started walking quickly away from the factory, down the cracked driveway back towards the narrow road. The rain was falling harder now, and I could feel it soaking through my hoodie. I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from that place. My boots slipped on the wet concrete, but I kept going, almost jogging. I didn't look back. When I reached the road, I stopped for a second to catch my breath. My hands were shaking. I wiped my face with my sleeve and started walking back towards town. The streets were still empty. I could hear my footsteps echoing off the walls of the mechanic shops as I walked past. The rain poured off the roofs in streams. I walked back under the overpass. The cars above me rumbled by, making the concrete shake a little. I kept walking, faster now. I felt exposed out there in the open. I walked past the bakery again, the warm smell mixing with the cold rain smell. I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached my apartment building. I went up the stairs quickly and unlocked my door with shaking fingers. Inside, everything felt silent and safe. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. My clothes were soaked through. I pulled my boots off and left them by the door. My socks were wet and cold. I peeled them off and left them on the tile. I walked to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. My face was pale and my eyes looked too wide. I turned the shower on as hot as it would go and stepped under it, letting the heat wash away the cold. I stood there for a long time, not thinking about anything, just feeling the hot water hit my skin. When I got out, I wrapped myself in a towel and walked to the kitchen. I made another cup of coffee with shaking hands. I sat down on the couch, wrapped in the towel, holding the coffee cup tightly between my palms. I kept thinking about the shape I saw in the factory. The way it didn't move, the way it just crouched there in the shadows. I didn't know who it was or what they were doing there. I didn't want to know. The factory was abandoned for years. Maybe it was just some homeless man trying to keep dry. Or maybe it was someone who didn't want to be found. I tried not to think about it. I spent the rest of the day on the couch, watching the rain fall outside my window. I kept the curtains closed after the sun went down. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound from the street below made my heart jump. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind blow against the windows. At some point, I fell asleep out of exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, the rain had stopped, and the sun was shining weakly through the curtains. I sat up and looked around my quiet apartment. Everything looked normal, but I knew I wasn't going back to that factory again. I didn't want to know who was in there. I didn't want to find out why they were crouched behind those barrels, hidden in the dark, waiting, silent. I decided I'd stick to walking in the park from now on, where there were people, light, and open spaces. That morning, I made breakfast and ate it slowly, looking out the window at the wet street below. The world felt the same as before, but I felt different inside. I felt smaller somehow, reminded that there are places people shouldn't go alone, not because of ghosts or spirits or stories we tell ourselves, but because of other people, hidden in the dark, who are far more real and far more dangerous. I never thought something like this would happen to me, but that's how life works. It was last autumn when everything felt slow and empty. I had taken some time off work because things were getting too heavy in my head. My boss didn't understand, but I didn't care. I just packed my small black backpack, grabbed a few packs of instant noodles, my gray sleeping bag, a plastic bag of clothes, my phone, my old cracked power bank, and left my apartment. I didn't tell anyone. I wanted silence and to be alone with the trees. I took the early bus out of the city before sunrise. The streets were empty and yellow streetlights glowed on wet roads from last night's rain. The bus smelled like cheap cleaning spray and old cloth seats. I sat by the window and watched the city fade away. Rows of apartments, little mechanic shops, grocery stores with metal shutters still down, broken sidewalks, stray dogs, all passing by slowly as the sky turned from dark blue to a foggy gray. The bus dropped me off in a small village near the edge of a national park. I didn't know anyone there. The bus driver looked at me for a moment before driving off, probably wondering why I was getting off with just a backpack in the middle of nowhere. I stood there for a bit, looking around. It was cold. My breath came out in small white clouds. There were houses scattered on both sides of the empty road. A few chickens pecking near someone's fence, a rusty bike leaning against a tree. No sound except for a distant barking dog and the crows calling from above. I walked down a narrow dirt road leading into the woods. I had checked the map before leaving and saw there was a small camping area near a river about 5 miles in. I planned to go there, set up my sleeping bag, maybe make a small fire if I found dry wood, and just rest my head. My boots felt tight, but comfortable on the rocky path. The backpack straps cut into my shoulders, but I ignored it. I walked for hours. The sun rose fully, pale yellow behind layers of drifting clouds. The woods were silent except for rustling leaves falling. Some trees had turned red and orange, some were still green, and a few were already bare. The ground was covered with soft brown leaves and damp black soil. The smell of earth and fallen leaves mixed in the cold air. I liked that smell. It made me feel quiet inside. When I reached the camping area, there was no one there. Just an old fire pit with ash and half-burnt logs, a few rocks arranged in a rough circle for sitting, and an old wooden sign with peeling paint showing rules and emergency contact numbers. The river was a little further down the slope, flowing calmly. Its surface looked like cold steel under the gray sky. I dropped my backpack on the ground and stretched my back. My shoulders ached. I drank some water, ate a protein bar, and walked down to the river to wash my face. The water was so cold it made my skin sting. I sat there for a while, listening to the flow of water and the wind moving the branches above me. I felt peaceful but also small, like the woods could swallow me any moment if they wanted to. After setting my sleeping bag near the fire pit, I collected some branches and dry twigs lying around. There wasn't much dry wood, but I gathered enough to start a small fire to warm my hands. I spent some time arranging the branches, striking matches, blowing gently until it caught. Small flames danced, and the smell of burning wood rose into the air. I sat there with my knees up, arms wrapped around them, staring at the fire. My mind felt empty, and I liked it that way. Hours passed. The fire died down into glowing red pieces. I felt tired, so I lay down in my sleeping bag and closed my eyes. The ground was uneven and cold, but I managed to drift in and out of sleep. When I woke up, the sun was gone, and the sky was turning dark blue. Cold wind blew across the campsite. I shivered inside my sleeping bag. The fire was almost dead. I didn't feel like getting up to find more wood, so I pulled the sleeping bag tighter around me and tried to sleep again. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again. It was pitch black except for faint starlight between the tree branches. The woods felt silent but heavy, like something was holding its breath. My body was freezing. I sat up, trying to rub warmth into my arms. That's when I heard a sound from the slope near the river. A crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or something, but the steps sounded too careful, too deliberate. I sat still, listening. The steps moved closer, then stopped. I couldn't see anything in the dark. My heart thumped slowly, but hard in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, probably just an animal. I lay back down, pulled the sleeping bag over my head, and tried to slow my breathing. My ears rang in the silence. After what felt like an hour, I heard the steps again. This time they were moving away, back down the slope towards the river. I stayed under the sleeping bag, my body stiff. Eventually, I fell into a light sleep out of pure exhaustion. When I woke up, the sky was gray again. Early morning. My body felt sore and frozen. I packed up quickly. I didn't want to stay there another night. I put out the small pieces of burnt wood with some leftover water, hoisted my backpack, and started walking back towards the village. My boots crunched over the fallen leaves. The woods felt normal again, just trees and birds and wind. I kept my eyes on the trail. I felt a strange relief knowing I was heading back towards people, cars, roads, noises, anything other than the silent trees. After walking for a few hours, I started seeing the first small houses of the village. Smoke rose from chimneys. A dog barked somewhere. My legs felt numb from walking, but I kept going until I reached the small bus stop near the main road. There was no one there yet. I sat on the metal bench and took out some water, drinking slowly, watching the empty road stretching ahead. As I sat there, I saw a man walking up the road towards the village. He wore old brown clothes, torn at the sleeves, and carried a small sack over his shoulder. He was thin, with a rough beard and deep lines on his face. His eyes looked tired. He didn't look at me as he walked past. I felt something cold in my chest. I realized then that he might have been in the woods last night. Maybe he was sleeping out there too. Maybe he had been looking for something to eat. Maybe he just needed a place to sleep and thought my campsite was empty. Or maybe he just liked walking through the trees at night. I sat there for a long time thinking about it. About how close someone can be without you knowing. How you can sleep under thin fabric and leaves while someone stands a few feet away, hidden in the dark. I felt a shiver run down my arms despite the morning sun warming the road. The bus came late. I climbed in and sat by the window again. As it drove away from the village, I looked back at the woods getting smaller in the distance. They looked calm and beautiful, golden leaves falling slowly, covering everything in silent color. But under that silence, I knew there were shadows moving, footsteps in the dark, people hiding from each other. The bus drove on. The road curved back towards the city. Houses became more frequent, shops opened their shutters, cars honked at intersections. I leaned my head against the window, feeling the vibration of the bus through my skull. I closed my eyes and felt a deep tiredness settle into my bones. When I reached my apartment, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The stale smell of closed rooms hit me. I dropped my backpack on the floor, took off my boots, and sat on the edge of my bed. My body felt numb. I looked around my small room, the cracked mirror, the gray curtains, the desk with empty bottles of water and old receipts. I realized I was glad to be back. Even if I hated the noise and the people and the routines, at least the walls kept things out. The woods didn't keep anything out. They let everything in, even the things you didn't know were there. That night, I lay in my bed listening to the hum of the city outside my window. Cars driving by, people yelling in the distance, a dog barking somewhere. I felt safer with those sounds. Safer than in the silent woods with footsteps that stopped too close. I closed my eyes and let the noise lull me to sleep, knowing that tomorrow would be the same as today, but at least I would wake up behind a locked door. I didn't go back to the woods after that. I still think about it sometimes, how small I felt under the trees, how heavy the dark felt, how close those steps were. But mostly I think about the man walking past me on the road, the way he didn't look at me, like I was just another tree in his world of quiet shadows. I think that's what scared me the most, knowing that for some people, the darkness is home, and the silent, cold woods are the only place where they feel like themselves. While for me, they were just a place to run away from my own thoughts, not knowing that something else was already running there, hidden just out of sight, watching, listening, moving without a sound. That's the thing about being alone in the woods. You're never really alone. I was on my way back home from work that evening. I had taken a bus from the city to the small town where I live, then walked from the bus stop towards my house. It was summer, but the sky was cloudy that day, making it darker than usual by the time I left the main road. My street is at the edge of town, with fields on one side and a small area of woods on the other. There are street lights on the main road, but they end before my street starts, so the last stretch is always pretty dark at night. I never really minded walking that path. I was used to it. I liked the quiet and the smell of trees and grass after a hot day. But that day felt off even before I noticed anything strange. The air was still and heavy, like it was about to rain. There weren't even crickets making their usual noise in the bushes. Everything felt too silent, like the world was holding its breath. I kept walking down the narrow road, listening to the gravel crunch under my shoes. My backpack was heavy with my lunchbox, water bottle, and some tools I had brought from work. I shifted the straps on my shoulders, annoyed by how they dug into my collarbone. The sweat from the day had dried in patches on my shirt, leaving behind a smell of metal and dust from the warehouse where I worked. I remember thinking about taking a long shower, and eating leftovers before falling asleep in front of the fan. That was all I wanted. When I reached the point where the streetlights ended, I pulled out my phone to use its torch. The battery was low, around 8%, but I switched on the flashlight anyway. The bright white beam lit up the road in front of me, showing bits of broken tar, scattered leaves, and dirt. My neighbor's house was about 3 minutes away, and mine was another 5 minutes from there. As I walked, I noticed a car parked halfway on the shoulder, halfway on the dirt. It was an old white Corolla, dusty, with its windows rolled up. I didn't think much of it at first. People often park there when they go walking in the fields or hunting rabbits at dusk. But there was something about that car that made me look back at it after I passed. I turned my head and pointed my phone's torch at it again. The front bumper was dented, the license plate hanging loosely on one screw. All 4 tires were covered in dry mud, as if it had been driven off-road recently. There was nothing else to see, so I kept walking, telling myself to stop being dramatic. I walked past the patch of tall grass that always rustled with insects, but it was silent that day. The only sound was my own footsteps and my breathing. The smell of dry weeds filled my nose, mixed with the faint smell of manure from the farms nearby. I was about to reach the bend in the road that led towards the woods when I heard a sound behind me. It was soft, like the crunch of gravel under a careful step. I stopped walking. My heart started beating harder. I turned around, lifting my phone higher, but the light didn't show anything unusual. The parked car was still there, silent and dark. The road was empty. I told myself it could have been a stray cat or a hedgehog moving around. I kept walking, but this time I paid more attention to the sounds around me. My ears felt sharp, picking up every small rustle of leaves and dry grass brushing against itself in the faint breeze that had started up. My hand was sweating around my phone, making it slippery. I wiped it against my pants as I walked faster, feeling an unease in my chest that I couldn't shake off. When I entered the wooded part of the road, the trees grew closer on both sides, forming a sort of tunnel. The sky was almost fully dark now, with only a bit of gray light left. My torch was the only thing lighting up the path. The woods smelled of dry earth and pine. I could see fallen branches scattered on the ground, and in some spots the weeds had grown so high they reached my knees. I kept my steps quick and quiet. I just wanted to get home. The fear in me wasn't loud yet, but it was there, deep in my gut, growing with every step. About halfway through the woods, I heard that sound again. A soft crunch behind me, like a person walking carefully on gravel. My chest tightened. I turned quickly and pointed my phone's light down the path behind me. The beam moved side to side with my shaking hands. I scanned the trees, the road, the bushes. There was nothing, just shadows and branches. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt dry. I forced myself to turn around and keep walking, this time faster, almost jogging. My backpack bounced with each step, making me feel off balance. I didn't care. I wanted to be home. My house was only a few minutes away now. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe a deer was moving in the trees. Maybe the wind shifted some broken branches. Anything was better than the thought forming in my mind. Someone was following me. That thought grew louder when I heard another sound, closer this time. Not just one step. 2 or 3 quick steps, like someone hurrying to match my pace. I stopped so suddenly my backpack swung forward. I spun around and pointed my light into the trees. My breathing was heavy and loud in my ears. My heart thumped so hard I felt it in my neck. The light landed on trunks, leaves, undergrowth. Then I saw it. A person was standing a few meters away from me, half hidden behind a tree. I couldn't see his face clearly because the shadows fell across it, but I saw his outline. He was wearing dark clothes and a cap pulled low over his head. My breath caught in my throat. He didn't move. He just stood there, his body turned slightly towards me. I felt a sudden wave of cold pass through my chest. My legs felt weak, and I thought I might collapse right there. I took a step back. My foot slipped on some loose dirt, and I almost fell, catching myself at the last second. The man still didn't move. I couldn't think clearly. All I could think was to get away. I turned around and started running. My backpack bounced painfully. My phone shook in my hand, making the light flicker across the road. My shoes slipped on the dirt and gravel, but I didn't care. I ran with everything I had. The road felt endless. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud. I didn't dare look back. I felt like if I turned, he'd be right behind me. My chest burned. My shoulders ached. My legs felt like they were filled with sand, but I kept running. I saw the end of the woods ahead, where the trees opened up to the small clearing before my street. I forced myself to go faster. When I burst out of the trees, I didn't stop running. I kept going until I reached my front gate. I fumbled with the latch, almost dropping my phone. I kept looking behind me, expecting to see him stepping out of the woods any second. But the road was empty, just shadows and moonlight. My hands shook so badly I could barely open the gate. I ran up the path to my front door, unlocked it, and slammed it shut behind me. I stood there, pressing my back to the door, trying to calm my breathing. My whole body was trembling. My knees felt weak, and I slid down to sit on the floor. My chest rose and fell rapidly. I felt sick to my stomach. After a while, I forced myself to get up and check the windows. I turned off the porch light and stood behind the curtains, peeking out into the darkness. I couldn't see anyone on the road. No one standing by the trees. The street was silent. I kept checking every few minutes, expecting a knock at my door or a shadow moving across the yard. But there was nothing. Eventually, after an hour of staring out into the darkness, I went and locked every window and door. I took a shower, but the entire time I kept imagining him standing outside the bathroom window, watching. I barely slept that night. Every small creak in the house made me sit up and listen with my heart pounding in my chest. The next morning, I woke up early and went to the police station. I told them what happened. They sent a car to check the area, but they didn't find anyone. They said it was probably just a trespasser or someone who got lost. But I know what I saw. That man was standing there, watching me. He didn't look lost. He looked like he was waiting for something, or someone. For the next few weeks, I refused to walk home alone after work. I asked a coworker who lived nearby to drop me off in his car. Even after that, whenever I walked that road in daylight, I felt like someone was hiding just beyond where my eyes could see. Every step felt like I was being watched. It's been months since that evening. I never saw him again. No other reports were made about a man following people near the woods. Sometimes I wonder if he picked someone else's road after me. Sometimes I wonder if he was planning to do something worse that day, but changed his mind. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed staring at the dark ceiling, I wonder if he still comes back to that stretch of road, waiting for someone to walk past in the dark, alone, thinking they're safe. I try not to think about it, but whenever I remember that silent evening, the heavy air, the crunch of gravel behind me, and that dark figure half hidden behind a tree, my chest tightens again, and all I can hear is the sound of my own footsteps as I ran for my life. I woke up around 4 a.m. that morning without any alarm. It was still dark outside, but the first thing I noticed was the slight smell of damp earth coming through my window screen. It had rained a bit during the night. I got up and went to the bathroom, flicking on the weak yellow light and squinting at my reflection. My eyes looked swollen from sleep. I washed my face with cold water, and that woke me up completely. As I dried my face, I felt a slight chill in my chest, thinking about what I was about to do that morning. I was going to hike up the old fire road on the backside of the mountain. I had never been there alone before. The last time I went there was with two friends, almost 6 months ago, when the weather was still warm and the air smelled of dry grass and pine. That time, we turned back before reaching the top because it got dark too fast. This time I wanted to reach the clearing near the ridge before sunrise. I put on my old black sweatpants and a thick cotton hoodie. I slipped into my heavy hiking shoes, tightening the laces until they pressed against my ankles. I grabbed my water bottle, filled it with filtered water from the kitchen sink, and put it in my small backpack. I also packed a granola bar, my phone, and a torch just in case. I stepped outside around 4:30 a.m., locking the door quietly behind me so no one in the house woke up. The air outside was cold and heavy with moisture. As I walked down the gravel path beside the house, my shoes crunched with each step, and I winced at how loud it sounded in the silent neighborhood. It took me about 15 minutes to walk through the empty streets and reach the start of the fire road. As I stepped off the last bit of asphalt and onto the dirt, I felt the familiar feeling of damp soil under my shoes. The fire road was wide enough for a truck to drive up if needed, but no vehicles were allowed except for the ranger trucks, and even those rarely came up this early. The trees formed a long tunnel overhead, their leaves dripping with leftover rain. Every few steps, droplets would fall onto my hood or the back of my neck. It made me flinch each time. The only sounds I could hear were the light rustling of leaves, the drip of water, and the faint sound of distant crickets winding down their night calls. As I walked, I kept my eyes on the ground in front of me, watching for loose rocks or muddy patches. I could barely see without using my torch, but I didn't want to turn it on and ruin the calm darkness. My eyes slowly adjusted, and the path turned from black to dark gray. I walked like that for maybe 20 minutes, my breathing steady, my mind relaxed. My legs felt a slight burn from the uphill incline. I remember thinking about how good it felt to be alone, with no one talking, no cars or bikes, just my own steps and breath. Then I heard it. It was a very faint sound at first, like something scraping against the ground far up ahead. I stopped walking, thinking maybe I was just hearing the echo of my own steps delayed by the mountain walls. But when I stood still, I heard it again, clearer this time. It was a soft dragging sound, like someone slowly pulling something heavy along the dirt road. I felt my chest tighten slightly. I tried to tell myself it was probably just a deer or a boar moving through the brush beside the road. I waited there for a minute, listening. The sound stopped. I took a deep breath and started walking again, a bit faster this time, my eyes scanning the edges of the road for any shapes. I kept walking for another 10 minutes. The sky was starting to turn dark blue behind the trees, and I felt a bit of relief that dawn was coming. Then I heard it again, closer this time. The same dragging sound, but followed by a slight thud. I stopped again, my heart thumping in my chest. I turned on my torch and pointed it ahead along the road. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing the dirt path, rocks and bushes, but nothing else. I slowly moved the beam from left to right, breathing shallowly, listening for any movement. The sound stopped again. I turned off my torch and kept walking, this time with a nervous knot in my stomach. About 5 minutes later, the trees opened up slightly, and the road widened into a flat area with a clear view of the mountain slope. I stopped there to catch my breath and drink some water. As I stood there with my bottle, I felt a sudden rush of cold air behind me, like a breeze sweeping through, but it was strong enough to make me take a step forward. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing. I looked at the trees, the bushes, the road behind me, but saw no movement. I stood there for a minute, just listening. The only sound was my own breathing and the slight rustle of leaves high up in the trees. I decided to keep going and reach the clearing near the ridge. I walked for another 20 minutes without hearing anything strange. The sky was getting lighter now, and I could see the outlines of the tall pine trees clearly. I was starting to feel calm again. As I climbed the last steep section before the clearing, my thighs burned and I had to pause to catch my breath. I stood there, leaning forward with my hands on my knees, staring down at the dirt between my shoes, feeling sweat drip down my forehead and nose. When I reached the clearing, the sky was fully light, though the sun hadn't risen yet. The clearing was a wide flat area with short dry grass and a few small bushes scattered around. From there, I could see the valley below, filled with early morning mist. It was beautiful and silent. I dropped my backpack on the ground and sat down cross-legged, pulling out my granola bar. As I ate, I watched the mist shift and roll through the valley. I felt at peace for a moment. Then I noticed movement at the edge of the clearing near the tree line. At first, I thought it was just branches moving in the breeze, but then I saw it again. Something dark moving slowly between the trees. I squinted, trying to see clearly. It was a person. I could see the shape now. Someone was walking along the tree line, almost blending in with the shadows. They moved slowly, their head down, their arms hanging by their sides. I felt an instant chill run through my chest. No one else should be up here this early, especially alone. I stayed completely still, holding my breath, watching them. They didn't look up or change direction. They just kept walking along the edge, moving away from me, deeper into the trees. I quickly packed my things and stood up. I didn't want to be there anymore. As I started walking back toward the road, I kept looking over my shoulder, but I didn't see them again. The walk down was faster. My steps were quick and shaky. Every sound made me flinch. The calls of birds waking up, the rustle of bushes in the breeze, even the sound of water dripping from the trees. Halfway down, I stopped and looked back up the road. I saw no one. The sun had started rising, and the world turned from blue-gray to golden, but I felt no comfort from the warm light. When I reached the bottom of the road and stepped onto the asphalt again, I felt my knees almost give out with relief. I walked back home through the silent streets, my chest tight, my mind replaying what I saw. When I got home, I took off my shoes at the door, my socks damp with sweat. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face again, staring at myself in the mirror. My eyes looked wide and hollow. I sat on my bed for a long time, staring at the wall, thinking about the dragging sound I heard and the person walking along the trees. Later that day, after lunch, I decided to go to the small ranger office near the entrance of the mountain park. I told the older man at the desk that I thought I saw someone up near the clearing early in the morning, that it seemed strange because they weren't hiking or running, just walking slowly along the trees. He frowned and nodded, saying they'd send someone to check, though he didn't look worried. As I walked back home, I felt a small part of me hoping I just imagined it, that my tired brain turned shadows into shapes. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the dragging sound, the thud, and the silent shape moving along the trees. I knew deep inside that it wasn't an animal. I didn't know what it was doing up there that early, alone, with no light, no bag, nothing. I never went back up that fire road alone again. Even now, years later, every time I hear the scrape of something along the ground or see a shadow move at the edge of my sight, my chest tightens in the same way it did that morning. I think about how silent it was, how wrong it felt, and how lucky I was that they kept walking away and didn't come toward me. I woke up early that morning because I couldn't sleep well. The summer heat made the sheets stick to my back, and the fan above was making a ticking noise that had kept me awake half the night. I remember just lying there, staring at the ceiling, my eyes feeling heavy, but my mind not letting me drift off. At around 5 in the morning, I finally sat up, wiped sweat off my neck, and decided I might as well start the day. It wasn't like I had work that day. It was a Sunday. I had planned to just rest, clean up a bit, and maybe go out for a drive later. After brushing my teeth, I made coffee and sat by the window looking outside. The sun wasn't even properly out yet, just that pale light before sunrise. The street was empty. There was no sound except the fan ticking behind me. I sat there for a long time, just sipping my coffee and thinking about nothing in particular. Eventually, I decided to take a shower to feel awake. The water was lukewarm because my water heater had been acting up for a few days, and I didn't bother fixing it yet. It wasn't pleasant, but it woke me up. By 7, I was already dressed in old jeans and a gray shirt. I looked at my phone and saw there were no messages or missed calls. That made me feel strange, like the world had forgotten me that morning. I don't know why I felt that way, but it stuck with me. I went out to my small porch and sat on the old wooden chair I kept there. I thought about driving out to the countryside later, just to clear my head. I always liked empty roads and the silence of fields stretching out on both sides. At around 8, I grabbed my keys and locked up the house. I didn't bother making breakfast. I wasn't hungry. I just got into my old Corolla and drove off. The roads were mostly empty except for a few motorbikes and small Suzuki vans passing by. I drove with the window down, letting the warm morning air hit my face. It felt peaceful. After about an hour of driving with no destination, I found myself near a dirt road that led into an area I had never explored before. It was just off the highway, hidden behind some bushes and trees. I slowed down and looked at it for a few seconds, wondering where it went. I thought, why not? I turned onto it, and the car bumped and shook as the wheels rolled over the uneven ground. Dust rose up behind me, catching the morning light. The road was narrow, with tall grass and bushes growing on either side. I drove slowly because there were rocks and dips every few meters. After about 15 minutes, the bushes cleared, and I found myself in an open area with wild grass growing everywhere. There were some trees off to the left, and beyond them I could see the faint outline of hills. I stopped the car and just sat there looking around. It was so quiet that it felt like sound itself had disappeared. I turned off the engine and stepped out. The heat hit me immediately. It wasn't unbearable, but the sun was fully out by then. I walked around, looking at the ground, at the way the grass moved gently in the breeze. There were insects chirping somewhere. I saw a small path leading away from the open space towards the tree line, like it had been made by people walking there often. I didn't see any houses or people around, but the path looked used. I stood there for a minute, just staring at it, before deciding to follow it. I walked slowly, listening to the dry grass crunch under my shoes. The path led into the trees, which weren't very thick but still blocked some of the sunlight. It felt cooler under them. I kept walking, seeing old plastic wrappers, a torn slipper, and broken branches scattered on the ground. It made me wonder who came here. Maybe local villagers, or kids playing, or people cutting wood. After about 5 minutes of walking, the path curved to the right and suddenly opened into another clearing. This one was smaller, almost like a hidden space between the trees. There was an old wooden shed on the far end, half collapsed with its roof caved in. I could see rusted tin sheets and broken wood lying around it. There was an odd smell in the air, like old damp wood mixed with something else I couldn't place. I stood there for a long time, just looking at that shed. I didn't feel scared, just cautious. I walked closer, stepping over branches and some broken glass. As I got nearer, I saw that the door was missing and inside was mostly empty except for some old sacks, a rusted steel drum lying on its side, and a pile of bricks in the corner. I stood at the entrance, looking inside. The smell was stronger there, like rotting wood and old dampness mixed together. I stepped in carefully, feeling the soft dirt and dry leaves under my shoes. There was no sign of anyone having been there recently, but I saw footprints on the dirt floor. They were faint, like someone had been there days ago. It made my chest feel tight for a moment. I looked around again, scanning the shadows and the corners. There was nothing there except silence and that smell. I walked around the inside slowly, touching the walls, feeling the rough wood under my fingers. Part of me felt uneasy, but I couldn't explain why. I stepped out after a while and stood in the clearing again. The trees around were swaying gently with the breeze, making a low rustling sound. I suddenly felt exposed, like something was watching me from those trees. I turned and looked around slowly, scanning every tree trunk and shadow, but there was nothing. I decided I had seen enough and started walking back towards the car. As I walked back along the path, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling that unease building in my chest. My ears felt like they were straining to hear something. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, soft and slow, but when I stopped, it stopped too. I stood there, holding my breath, listening. The only thing I could hear was the wind in the grass. I shook my head and kept walking. When I reached my car, I felt relief wash over me. I opened the door and sat down, closing it firmly. I locked the doors without thinking. My heart was beating fast. I started the engine and turned the car around, driving back onto the dirt road. As I was driving out, I looked at the rearview mirror and thought I saw someone standing on the path where I had come from, just a faint shape between the trees. I kept looking, trying to focus my eyes, but the bumps in the road made the mirror shake, and when I looked again, there was nothing. I didn't stop to check. I just kept driving until I was back on the main highway. I didn't feel like driving around anymore. I just wanted to go home. The rest of the drive back was quiet. My mind kept replaying that faint shape I thought I saw, over and over. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and stood in my living room for a long time, feeling sweat trickle down my back despite the fan blowing above me. I sat down on the floor, resting my head against the couch. I closed my eyes, trying to calm down. My ears still felt like they were straining to hear something. The ticking of the fan was louder than ever, and I wished it would stop. I didn't move for almost an hour. When I finally got up, I went to the kitchen and drank some water. My throat felt dry and tight. I didn't feel like eating anything. For the rest of the day, I kept thinking about that place, about the footprints in the shed, about the faint shape I thought I saw. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that there was nothing there, just shadows and light mixing together. But that didn't make me feel better. At night, I lay in bed listening to the fan ticking above me, my eyes wide open in the darkness. Every creak of the house made my heart beat faster. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I felt exhausted, but I didn't want to stay at home. I got into my car again and drove to the city, trying to keep my mind occupied with traffic and shops and people walking around. Anything to keep me from thinking about that place. I didn't tell anyone about it. Even now, when I think about it, I feel my chest get tight and my hands start to sweat. I never went back to that road again. I never even drove near it. Whenever I pass that area on the highway, I keep my eyes straight ahead, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. I don't know what was there that day. Maybe nothing. Maybe just my own mind making up shapes and sounds from fear. But whatever it was, it felt real enough to make me never want to see that place again. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, sure that I heard footsteps outside my window, soft and slow, stopping when I stopped breathing to listen. And in that darkness, with the ticking fan above me, I can almost see that faint shape again, standing just beyond the glass, watching, waiting for something I don't understand. We had been planning this camping trip for weeks. It was 2016, and my boyfriend, who is now my husband, and I just wanted to get away from everything. We were both tired from work and life in general, and we needed a place where there was no signal, no people, no noise. Just trees, mud, and the sounds of nature around us. We drove out to eastern Pennsylvania with no proper plan, except finding a primitive free campsite that he'd read about on some old camping forum. I still remember how the gravel roads turned to dirt, how the dirt roads turned to almost nothing, and how we kept going anyway because we wanted it to feel like we were somewhere completely away from civilization. We didn't see anyone else for hours after leaving the main roads. It was foggy that morning when we left home, but by the time we were deep into the woods, it was clearing up. The sun was starting to come through the trees in thin white beams, lighting up parts of the forest floor, while everything else stayed in shadow. There were fallen trees here and there, and small signs nailed to some of them that warned about hunting seasons or logging trucks, but we never saw any other cars until that woman. Her truck was pulled a little off to the side, half in the ditch with the hood popped open. I only noticed her for a second as we passed, saw that her hair was tied back, and she was standing beside the truck, facing us as we came down the track. She didn't wave us down or anything, but she also didn't look panicked or frustrated like someone whose truck had just broken down in the middle of nowhere. Her expression was just blank, like she was waiting for something or someone. I didn't really think about it, but later my boyfriend said it gave him chills. He told me he normally always stops for people, because you never know who might really need help, but that her face just didn't match the situation. Like she wasn't stranded at all, just waiting for someone to pull over. I remember him saying quietly, "Nah, not today," as we drove past, but I didn't think about it again until later. We kept driving for a while, bouncing around in our seats because of the potholes and ruts in the mud. The forest here was thick, dark in some places even though it was midday, with ferns growing up in clumps between old tree trunks and moss on almost every rock. There were broken beer bottles here and there, a reminder that despite how isolated this place felt, people still came here to drink and camp. Finally, we found a site that wasn't completely soggy from the recent rains. It was a small clearing right off the muddy track with a fire ring of stones already built and some charred wood inside from the last people who had stayed there. There was an old folding chair left behind, one leg broken, so it leaned sideways into the dirt. We set up our tent quickly, hammering the pegs into the soft ground while small flies swarmed around us. It felt good to stretch our legs after sitting so long in the car. My boyfriend started unpacking the cooler while I gathered some sticks for kindling, brushing away spiders and centipedes that crawled over my hands when I reached into the piles of wet leaves. It smelled like damp earth and pine, heavy and comforting. Every so often a bird would call out high in the trees, then it would go quiet again. We had hot dogs and marshmallows for dinner. I remember sitting on a small log by the fire while my boyfriend poked at the flames with a stick, trying to get the wet wood to burn hotter. The smoke smelled bitter because of the dampness, and I moved my chair a few times trying to get away from it, but it kept blowing into my face. That's when he told me he'd seen a car drive past again. I hadn't really noticed, but he said it was the same silver car that had already driven past twice before. The first time I thought it was just someone looking for a place to camp like us, but the second time, and then the third, he said it made him uneasy. Each time the car passed, the man inside looked right at us through his window, slowing down just enough to stare before driving on. We thought about moving our site, but the road was muddy everywhere, and we didn't want to risk getting stuck. Plus, if he really wanted to find us, all he had to do was follow the tire tracks. We tried to joke about it, saying he was probably just looking for his own campsite and didn't want to camp near us. But my boyfriend kept glancing up the road every few minutes while we ate our hot dogs. The car didn't come by again that evening. As it started getting darker, we cleaned up, doused the fire properly, and climbed into our tent. The forest went silent at night, except for small sounds here and there. Leaves rustling, sticks cracking in the distance, maybe from deer moving through the underbrush or small animals. I lay awake listening to it all, feeling the cold starting to settle into the ground beneath my sleeping bag. I could hear my boyfriend's breathing beside me, slow and heavy, like he was already asleep. I don't know how long I was lying there before I drifted off myself. Then around 3 a.m. it happened. I woke up to this sound that I still can't describe properly. It was so loud, I felt it in my chest before I fully heard it with my ears. It was metallic, grinding, but also vibrating, almost like a huge engine trying to start or a chain gun spinning up before firing. Another way my boyfriend described it later was like dragging a steel shovel over gravel and playing it back through a loudspeaker. It started low and then rose up into a higher pitch before stopping suddenly. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel my pulse in my neck. I couldn't move. I couldn't even turn my head to look at him. I just stared up at the dark nylon ceiling of our tent. Then it came again, shorter this time, but just as loud. My boyfriend sat up and unzipped the little mesh window, looking out into the night. He didn't say anything for a few moments, and the sound didn't come back for a bit. I was frozen in place, staring at his silhouette in the darkness as he crouched there listening. Then the noise happened again, this time more drawn out, ending with a clatter like chains dropping onto cement. He whispered to me after a while, saying it was probably far away, maybe miles off, and that I should go back to sleep. I tried to believe him. I really did, but my body wouldn't stop shaking. I lay there with my eyes wide open, listening to every tiny sound outside the tent. Every small crackle of leaves or shift in the wind felt like footsteps coming closer. I imagined someone slowly walking circles around our tent, waiting for us to come out. The noise didn't happen again after that last time, but the forest felt different, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. I remember counting my heartbeats, just to have something to focus on. We lay like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 or 40 minutes before my boyfriend told me to get dressed. His voice was quiet, but there was a tightness to it that made my stomach clench. I fumbled around in the dark for my shoes, trying not to make noise, and when I turned to look at him, he was unwrapping the machete we had bought for clearing brush if needed. He peeled the plastic off slowly, so it wouldn't make too much noise, and held it in one hand as he unzipped the tent door with the other. The cold night air rushed in, carrying the smell of wet dirt and fallen leaves. My teeth were chattering, partly from fear and partly from the cold. We packed up as quickly as we could, rolling up our sleeping bags and shoving them into the back seat without caring about folding them neatly. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped the tent poles twice before finally getting them stuffed into their bag. My boyfriend kept glancing down the road and into the trees, his shoulders hunched and tense. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, so loud it drowned out everything else. Before we climbed into the car, I looked around the site, trying to see if there was anything out of place. The moon was almost full that night, bright enough that I could see the clearing clearly in silvery light. That's when I noticed it. A beer can sitting by the cold ashes of our fire pit. We hadn't brought any beer. I pointed it out to my boyfriend, and he went still for a second, just staring at it before looking around one last time. Then he grabbed my arm, and we got into the car. The drive back down the muddy road felt like it took hours. Every bump and slip of the tires made my stomach twist. I kept expecting to see headlights coming up behind us, or someone standing in the road in front of us. My boyfriend didn't say anything for a while, his eyes locked on the narrow strip of road ahead as the headlights lit up the trees, making shadows that moved and jumped with every turn. Finally, after we got back onto the main road and the dirt turned to gravel and then to asphalt, he let out a shaky breath. That's when he told me he thought someone had been trying to lure us out, that the noise wasn't far away at all, that it had sounded like it was coming from just down the road, maybe even near where the track curved out of sight. He said he didn't want to run from the tent right away in case that's what they wanted. He told me he half expected to find our gas tank had been siphoned, but we had a hybrid car, so even if it had, we could have still gotten away on battery power. He laughed a little then, but it was a thin laugh, forced. He said, that would make a great hybrid commercial. Number of brutal murders avoided by driving a hybrid, too. We didn't really laugh though. Not properly. Even when the sun started coming up and the fear faded into tiredness, there was still a cold not sitting heavy in my chest. We spent the rest of the trip staying in proper campgrounds, the ones with lots of other people around, bathrooms with flickering fluorescent lights, and park rangers driving past every hour or so. One night we even got a cheap hotel room just to feel safe behind locked doors and brick walls. I still think about that night sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep. The way the forest felt silent after that sound. The beer can that hadn't been there before. The woman standing by her truck with that blank expression, like she knew we would stop for her. The car driving by again and again, the man inside slowing down to watch us each time. Maybe none of them were connected. Maybe it was all just coincidence. But I can't shake the feeling that someone was out there that night, standing just out of sight. I woke up that morning in my tent feeling the dry, cold air seep through the seams. It was early spring, the kind of spring where the sun shines bright during the day, but the nights still bite at your bones. My sleeping bag had been just warm enough, but when I pulled my arm out to check the time, I felt the chill slide up my forearm. It was about 6:10 in the morning. I lay there for a minute listening to the quiet. A light breeze shook the tops of the pine trees above. The nylon of the tent made small crackling sounds as it moved with the wind. In the distance I heard a woodpecker going at a dead tree. Otherwise it was silent. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The dirt felt cold under my boots. Our convoy of friends was parked along the dirt road near our campsite. We had 3 trucks, a Jeep, and 2 older SUVs. The plan was to leave the area near Mogollon and head up the dirt road to Snow Lake to fish for the day. The sun had just started creeping over the ridges, laying orange light over the trees and rocky slopes. I stretched my arms out, feeling stiff from sleeping on the hard ground. My back popped in 3 places. I walked over to the truck to grab a can of coffee drink. I cracked it open, and it made a loud fizz sound that felt out of place in the quiet forest. My friends were slowly waking up, stepping out of their tents or sitting on the tailgates of their trucks, drinking coffee and rubbing their eyes. I looked around at all of them, all bundled in jackets, beanies, or hoodies. It was around 40 degrees in the early morning, but we knew it would warm up to 75 by noon. I finished my coffee drink and threw the empty can in a trash bag in the back of the truck. We packed up the tents and rolled up the sleeping bags. Everyone moved slowly, talking quietly, half asleep but in good spirits. We had spent the last 2 days fishing, hiking, and cooking food over the fire. My pants still smelled like wood smoke. After about 45 minutes, we were ready to hit the road. We climbed into our trucks and Jeeps and started up the engines. The motors echoed off the nearby ridges. We lined up and started the slow drive up the dirt road toward Snow Lake. The tires kicked up dust and small rocks. I rolled my window down and smelled the cold, fresh air, mixed with the dusty smell of the dirt road. About 20 minutes into the drive, we came around a bend and saw a forest ranger truck pulled over on the side. Its orange lights were flashing slowly. The ranger was standing by the edge of the road, looking down into a ditch. We slowed down and pulled over behind him. A few of us stepped out to see what was going on. When I walked over, I saw the problem. Some idiot had tried to do a U-turn on the narrow dirt road. They hadn't realized the loose rock surface offered no traction. Their small SUV had slid off the edge and high-centered on a rock shelf. The 2 front tires were hanging off into nothing, and the back tires were barely touching the ground. The ranger looked annoyed. He told us the driver was unhurt but shaken up, wading up the road a bit. The ranger had tried to help, but his truck didn't have the gear to pull the car out. Luckily, one of our guys had a Jeep with a heavy-duty winch on the front. We decided to help out. We positioned the Jeep carefully, backing it up and turning the wheels until it faced the stuck SUV at the right angle. The winch cable was heavy and smelled like metal and grease. We unspooled it and hooked it to the car's underframe. The sun was climbing higher by then, throwing yellow light over the pine-covered slopes around us. Birds were singing here and there, and the cold was starting to lift off the ground. As we were getting ready to pull the SUV out, I noticed movement off to my right. I looked up the slope and saw a man walking down toward us. He was wearing a purple velvet sweatsuit. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but he kept coming down the hill, steady and sure on the loose rock. He had a walking stick in one hand and a small fanny pack strapped to his waist. He was skinny and had blonde hair that looked almost white in the sunlight. The purple sweatsuit looked like something from an old 70s movie, like a pimp suit, but made into a tracksuit. It looked brand new, not dusty or torn. The color was so bright it hurt my eyes. He came closer, and I saw his shoes were plain cheap sneakers, worn almost flat at the soles. His face looked sunburned, but he had a wide smile spread across his lips. He stopped near us, standing on a flat patch of dirt, and just looked at what we were doing. His blue eyes darted around from the Jeep to the stuck SUV to the Ranger. He was holding the walking stick loosely, tapping it lightly on the ground every few seconds. There was no pack, no water bottle, no sign he had been camping. Just the fanny pack, and that couldn't hold much. He just stood there smiling. The ranger stepped away from the winch and walked up to him. I saw the ranger's face change from confusion to suspicion as he scanned the man up and down. The purple velvet suit looked ridiculous, like a cartoon character's outfit. But what bothered me most was that the man didn't seem cold at all. It was still early, maybe 50 degrees now, but he was wearing nothing under the half-zipped jacket except a bare chest with some patchy blonde hair. His ribs showed clearly under his skin. He stood there for a few minutes. Then he just turned away from us and started walking across the dirt road, heading down into the woods on the other side. The ranger stood watching him go, looking uneasy. We all watched him. The man moved easily down the slope, stepping around rocks and small cactus patches, using his walking stick to push aside some dead branches. Within seconds, he was swallowed up by the pine trees. The bright purple color of his suit disappeared into the shadows. For a while I could see flashes of it between tree trunks, then he was gone. The ranger turned back to us with a blank look. He couldn't do anything about it. The man hadn't asked for help, hadn't broken any laws. The ranger mumbled that he would check some campsites in that direction later to see if the man was staying there. But I could tell he was worried. None of us could understand where that man had come from. We were miles from the nearest campground. The dirt road itself was already remote, and the slope he came down from led up to even steeper and rougher country. To hike from anywhere up there to this road would take hours. And he had no water, no food, not even a backpack. Just that fanny pack, a walking stick, and that ridiculous suit. We managed to pull the SUV out of the ditch. The winch strained and whined, but the Jeep held its position. Finally, the SUV's front tires rolled back onto solid ground. The driver was relieved, thanking everyone over and over. We packed up the winch and got back into our trucks. As we drove away, I kept thinking about that man in purple. The way he looked at us with that wide smile and sunburned face. How his eyes darted around like a bird's. How easily he walked off into the forest. The drive to Snow Lake took about another hour. The dirt road wound around ridges, through small meadows, past old burned trees from fires years ago. I saw deer standing in an opening, their heads turning to watch us drive by. At one point, a golden eagle flew low over the road, flapping its wide wings, casting a sharp shadow over our trucks. When we finally reached Snow Lake, we parked along the gravel shore. The water was low this year, with cracked dry mud showing in patches near the edges. A cold breeze blew across the lake, rippling the surface. We set up camp quickly, pitching our tents and setting out chairs. Someone started a fire in the stone ring near the shore. The smell of wood smoke and burning pine needles drifted across the camp. We cracked open beers, feeling the heat of the sun on our faces now. The cold of the morning felt far away. Some guys set up their fishing rods, casting out into the lake, the bright orange bobbers floating on the small waves. I sat there watching them for a while, thinking about that man again. I kept picturing him in that purple suit, walking into the forest without looking back. That evening, after we had cooked up some fish and eaten instant noodles and canned beans, the ranger came by our camp. The sun was setting behind the ridges, throwing long shadows across the lake. The ranger parked his truck by the edge of camp and stepped out. He looked tired, with dust covering his boots and pants up to the knees. He came over and stood by our fire, warming his hands. He told us he had checked every campsite and hadn't seen any sign of the German man. He had also called in to other rangers on duty in the area, asking if any of them had seen a German camper in a purple velvet suit. None of them had. No abandoned camps, no missing persons reports, no hikers needing help. Nothing. The ranger said he would keep an eye out the next few days, but there wasn't much he could do. The man hadn't asked for help. Legally, he could go wherever he wanted. If he didn't want help, nobody could force him. That night, as we sat by the fire drinking beer after beer, telling old stories, I found myself staring off into the darkness between the trees. The wind rustled the pine branches, making them sway and creak against each other. I thought about that man walking alone out there. I thought about how the temperatures would drop again that night, maybe down to the 30s. I thought about how he hadn't carried any water or food, how thin he looked, how his ribs pressed against his skin. I pictured him sitting under a tree somewhere, that purple suit catching moonlight, his walking stick resting on his knees. The next day we woke up with hangovers, our mouths dry and our heads pounding from the cheap beer. The sun rose fast, burning away the chill. The replacement ranger came by to check in, making sure the previous ranger hadn't been making up stories. We told him it was true. We had all seen the man. He shook his head, laughed a little, then drove away, leaving a trail of dust hanging in the morning air. We stayed at Snow Lake for 2 more days, fishing and drinking and cooking over the fire. Every now and then someone would mention the German in the purple suit, and we would all I still remember that night like it was yesterday, though it's been years since I worked as a ranger at that park. It was early autumn, the time of year when the days were warm, but the nights started to get that chill that cut through your jacket if you stayed still too long. The trees were just starting to turn, little hints of orange and yellow breaking through the endless green. I always liked that time. The tourists started thinning out. The families were gone, back to school routines and work obligations, and the people left camping were mostly serious hikers, older couples, or the occasional big group of college kids trying to stretch out the last bit of their summer freedom. That was the case that weekend. I was working a late shift with Jim, another ranger I'd known for years. We had done countless night patrols together. That night was quiet at first. There were only 5 groups camped in the lower sites, most settled in early. Around 9:30, we decided to do one last check before heading back to the station for paperwork and coffee to keep us awake until the end of shift. We were just driving the loop, headlights off, parking every so often to walk in by foot so campers didn't feel watched by the government or something. Most people like knowing rangers are around, but some get paranoid. I never cared about that. I just cared that they were safe and followed the rules. We were halfway through the loop when we heard it. Loud shouting, laughter, metal clinking like beer cans or bottles being tossed around. Music playing low but carrying through the forest like it always does at night. I felt my stomach drop in annoyance before we even got close. It was coming from Site 17, the one up the small rise with the huge flat tent pads and 2 big picnic tables. We parked by the trail sign and walked up the gravel slope. As we got closer, the smell of cheap beer and smoke hit me. I could see their shadows moving around under the dim glow of lanterns. There were about 10 of them, young guys, probably late teens or early 20s, dressed in shorts and hoodies despite the chill. I could see the shape of an old blue cooler tipped over near the fire ring, cans rolling around in the dirt. We didn't say anything as we approached. Just walked in, boots crunching on the pine needles and gravel. When they noticed us, they all went quiet. I just shook my head, walked over to their fire, kicked a beer can out of the ashes, and pointed at the lantern. Jim told them in his calm, tired voice that quiet hours had started an hour ago. We didn't want to give them tickets or anything. Usually a warning was enough. They mumbled apologies, flicked off their music speaker, and we walked back to the Jeep without saying much else. We sat there for a bit, radioing in the check completed, then finished the loop. By the time we got back to the station, filled out the logs, and grabbed coffee from the break room, about 40 minutes had passed. We drove out again, deciding to check on Site 17 one last time before settling in for the night. As we turned onto the gravel path, I could hear it before I even opened the door. Loud laughing, clapping, shouting again. This time louder than before, like they'd waited for us to leave and turned it up even more. I could feel that tightness in my chest I always got when campers didn't take safety warnings seriously. It wasn't just about noise complaints or disturbing others. It was about safety. We walked in again. This time I felt more tired than angry. I just wanted them to go to bed, so we didn't get reports from other campers in the morning. I told them, in the same slow voice I used with all rule breakers, that this was their last warning. I didn't shout. I didn't need to. I explained it plain and clear. I told them not only was it rude to other campers, but it was dangerous out here to be so loud at night. I told them mountain lions were attracted to noise, especially at night, and they could stalk a group for hours without being seen. I told them if they heard anything outside their tent, they needed to stay quiet and stay inside. I saw a couple of them smirk in the firelight. The kind of smirk that said they didn't believe me. I didn't bother arguing. I just said it was their last warning, and we left. As we walked back down to the Jeep, Jim chuckled under his breath. We both knew they wouldn't listen. They never did. As soon as we got to the station, Jim leaned back in his chair and tapped the side of the file cabinet with his boot. That sound always meant he was thinking up something. I looked at him. He raised his eyebrows and said we should have some fun with them. I asked what he meant. He reminded me about the mountain lion pelt we had in the interpretation center. It was a full skin, complete with the head and paws, draped over a wooden frame for the wildlife talks we did for school groups. The head ranger had bought it at the end of the previous year to use up the leftover budget. Jim's idea was simple: scare the sense back into them. We grabbed the goggles and the pelt, loading them into the back of the Jeep. We didn't say much as we drove back out, headlights off again, keeping it slow so the engine didn't rumble too loud. The forest was completely black except for the faint glow of their lantern up the hill at Site 17. We parked far away, near Site 12, and walked in on foot carrying everything we needed. The night vision goggles made everything look ghostly green. I could see their tents lined up along the far edge of the clearing. They'd finally gone to bed, but their fire was still smoldering, casting strange flickering shadows on the trunks of the pines around them. First we walked around their tents, pressing the lion pelt's paws into the dirt to make clear tracks. We found some softer ground near the base of a pine tree, where the needles were damp and dark. The paw prints came out perfect. I spent 10 minutes circling each tent, making the prints look like the animal had prowled right up to them before walking away again. Jim was up near the trailhead, setting up the PA speaker. He started playing the recorded lion calls from the wildlife CD, but slowed them down and changed the pitch. At first it sounded far away, an echo through the trees, barely there, but it got closer and closer each time. I could see the shadows shifting in the tents as the campers woke up, probably thinking it was a dream at first. I dragged the pelt over some fallen branches to make a dragging sound, then propped it up on 2 long sticks so the silhouette looked natural. From the trail, with only moonlight and shadow, it looked real enough to me. Jim started calling out on the PA, using his deepest voice to echo through the woods. He told them to stay in their tents, then shouted things like "she's coming around," and "there's another one." His voice carried low and rumbling through the trees, echoing off the trunks. I grabbed the mag light from my belt and flicked it on, sweeping it across the bushes and trunks until it landed on the lion pelt silhouette. Because I was moving fast, the shadow stretched and moved across the clearing, flickering with the branches, making it look like it was pacing around. I could hear muffled screams coming from the tents, the nylon walls shaking as they clutched at each other inside. I didn't feel bad. Not yet. They needed to learn. Jim shouted, "Let's get out of here," and I heard the PA click off. We killed the flashlights instantly. The forest plunged back into darkness, so deep it almost felt solid. I pulled the sticks from the pelt, rolled it up, and stuffed it into the bag. We moved fast, quiet, boots silent on the damp earth. In less than a minute we were back at the Jeep, tossing everything into the back and climbing in. Jim started it up, headlights off, and we rolled down the gravel road until we were far enough away to flick them on without giving away our exit. Neither of us spoke on the drive back. We didn't need to. It was done. When we got back to the station, we unpacked the pelt, folded it neatly back onto the display frame, and put away the goggles. I sat at my desk for a while, filing reports, listening to the slow hum of the vending machine and the ticking clock on the wall. Around 4:30, I went out to check the East Ridge Trail before sunrise. The air was freezing cold and smelled like wet moss and old leaves. I remember thinking it was going to be a beautiful morning. The kind of morning where the fog sits low on the ground, catching the first rays of light in soft pinks and oranges, making the forest look like something out of a painting. When we finished patrol, we drove back past Site 17. The sky was turning pale blue, streaks of yellow stretching out behind the black trees. I could see their tents still zipped tight. Not a single camper was outside. We parked by the trail sign again, sipped the last of our now-cold coffee, and watched. Around 8:30, the first zipper squeaked open. A head poked out slowly, turning left and right like an animal checking for predators. Then another tent unzipped. Soon, they were all standing there in a little huddle, staring at the ground. I got out and walked up quietly. They didn't even notice me at first. They were staring at the paw prints. Huge, clear, fresh. The tracks led right up to each of their tents, circling, doubling back, claw marks scratched into the softer patches of dirt near the picnic tables. I saw one kid bend down and touch the print with his fingertips, like he was trying to see if it was real. His hand was shaking. I just stood there, watching them, feeling that small flicker of satisfaction deep in my chest. They weren't laughing now. They weren't shouting or playing their music or throwing cans into the fire. They were quiet, They were aware. I knew they would never forget this night. They would never camp again without remembering those paw prints, remembering how close danger could come without them ever hearing it. That was the lesson. Out here, you respect the wild, or you pay for it. Maybe not with your life every time, but you pay. I didn't say anything to them. I didn't need to. I just turned around, walked back down the gravel slope to the Jeep, where Jim was waiting, engine idling, ready to drive back to the station and finish out the last sleepy hour of our shift. The morning sun broke through the trees then, turning everything gold and bright, and the forest. I woke up early that morning before the sun had even pushed itself above the tree line. The air felt sharp in my nose, that biting mountain cold that fills your lungs and makes you feel like a living person again after months stuck in cities. I remember sitting up in my sleeping bag and looking around. The frost on the ground sparkled in the thin blue light of dawn, and our 2 horses were tied to a tree a few yards away, shifting and huffing clouds of breath into the quiet. My cousin was already up, moving around camp, her boots crunching the frozen dirt with each step. She was filling up a metal pot with water from a small stream nearby for coffee. I watched her for a bit, thinking about how different her life was from mine back home. She spent almost every day out here testing streams and runoff, and keeping track of the land's health. I was just here for the ride, to see what her job was like. I had no idea what I would see that day. The first day out there had felt like something out of a nature documentary. Tall pines reaching straight up, thick underbrush, wildflowers still blooming in sheltered spots where the frost didn't touch them yet. The horses stepped carefully over fallen logs and through narrow rocky passes. At camp the first night, we cooked a simple dinner of rice and beans on her small backpacking stove, sitting side by side on a log, staring out at the wide openness of the forest and the mountains behind it, their slopes turning purple and blue as the sun dipped away. The air smelled like pine sap, cold river water, and faint wood smoke from our tiny fire. I fell asleep under 1,000 silent stars, listening to the horses shifting on their lines, feeling like the luckiest person alive to be there. The next morning, after we ate our oatmeal and packed up camp, she asked if I wanted to see something weird. I remember that clearly because her tone was so casual, like she was offering me gum or something. I nodded, curious. Anything out here was worth seeing to me. We mounted up again, the horses warm under us, and set off away from the route we had originally planned. She said it would take about 2 hours to get there. We rode single file through thick stands of pine, our horses' hooves thumping softly on the hard-packed dirt trails, then crunching through brush and weaving around fallen trees where no trail existed. The cold morning turned into a bright, chilly day. The sun slipped between the tall trees, casting moving shadows across the forest floor. I felt calm and alive, just listening to the sounds of birds calling, small animals rustling through dry leaves, the jingle of the tack as the horses moved. At one point, we crossed a small stream no wider than a kitchen table. The horses stepped carefully through the clear water, and I could see tiny fish darting away from their hooves. Everything felt so alive, so untouched. We finally arrived at a narrow ravine, almost hidden unless you were looking for it. The ground sloped down into a tight fold in the land, the trees crowding over the top edges, making the whole place look darker than the forest we had just come from. It felt colder down there, too, like the sunlight didn't reach it properly. I followed her down, ducking under low branches, my horse picking its way carefully down the slope. At the bottom, it opened up into a small clearing, maybe the size of a living room, with moss and fallen pine needles making the ground soft underfoot. We dismounted and tied the horses to 2 sturdy trees at the edge of the clearing. The horses stood quiet, flicking their tails, their ears turning toward every little sound in the forest. My cousin told me to grab the small rechargeable radio she had brought. It was bright red, shaped like a brick, with a crank on the side and a flashlight at one end. I picked it up and followed her as she walked into the trees. We only walked for a couple minutes before I saw it. At first it looked like a root sticking out of the ground, but as we got closer, I saw it was a wire, black, plastic-coated, about the thickness of my pinky finger. It came straight up out of the dirt, snaking upwards into the brush ahead. I bent down and touched it. The plastic felt cold and slightly stiff in the morning air. I looked at it closely and could see bits of dirt caked into the outer sheath where it emerged from the ground. My curiosity kicked in harder than ever. I wanted to know where it went. I started following it through the underbrush, stepping over fallen branches and ducking under low limbs. My cousin followed behind me, quiet, letting me see it for myself. The wire rose up off the ground after a few feet and was looped over the branch of a tree, then dropped back down, then up again, weaving in and out of the forest like it was threading a needle. I followed it slowly, feeling the ground change under my boots from soft moss to rocky hardpan to a mix of pine needles and dirt. The wire finally led us to a clearing deeper into the ravine. It wasn't wide, just a small flat area surrounded by thicker trees. And there, in the middle of that empty place, was a desk. Just a desk. It looked like the kind of desk my third-grade teacher had. Metal legs, a thin plywood or plastic top that had once been faux wood grain, but was now sun-bleached and scratched to hell. No chair, no papers, no sign of anything else, just that desk standing there alone. A black wire trailing up out of the dirt and running into an electrical outlet that was mounted right on the side of it. I remember feeling my breath catch in my chest. My whole body felt suddenly alert, like my skin knew something I didn't. I stepped closer. The outlet was just there. 2 sockets, a bit dirty and weather-worn but intact. The wire fed into it from underneath the desk. I squatted down and looked. The wire came up from the ground, went through a hole in the metal frame, and connected into the outlet like it was installed in a house. I reached out and touched it with my fingertips. The metal plate around the sockets was cold, colder than the air. I didn't know what to think. There were no roads out here, no buildings, nothing for miles and miles around. No poles or towers. Just this desk and this wire, sitting in the forest like someone had set up an office and then left without taking anything but the chair. I stood back up and just stared at it. The whole thing felt so out of place, like seeing a vending machine sitting in the middle of a desert. My cousin came up beside me. She was holding the radio. Without saying anything, she reached down, took the plug from the back of the radio, and stuck it into the outlet. Immediately, the radio came to life with a loud burst of static, making both of us jump slightly. She turned it down so it was just a soft hiss in the quiet forest. I felt the hairs on my arms rise up. That outlet had power. Real, live power coming from somewhere. My brain couldn't fit the pieces together. There was no generator sound, no buried hum, no solar panel, no utility pole. Just a wire that disappeared into the dirt miles back, running God knows where to feed this outlet in the middle of the woods. I tried to think about how much work it would take to bury that wire for so long through these woods, or string it along trees, just to feed a desk that nobody sat at. I looked around the clearing again, slowly. The forest floor was undisturbed except for animal tracks, fallen pine cones, a few old bleached branches. No footprints besides ours. No sign anyone had been here in a long time. I looked up into the trees, half expecting to see a camera or a satellite dish or something, but there was nothing. Just the wind moving the top branches high above, making that rushing whispering sound through the needles. We stayed there for a while. She turned off the radio, unplugged it, and we just stood staring at the desk. The metal legs were slightly rusted at the bottom where rainwater probably pooled around them during storms. The desktop had a few deep scratches and dents, like someone had dragged sharp metal tools across it. It reminded me of my old school desks with kids' initials carved into them, except there were no names here, no letters or marks that meant anything. Just random scratches. I remember looking down at my boots, caked with damp dirt and tiny bits of moss. I kicked at the ground a bit, feeling uneasy. I don't know why it felt so wrong. It was just a desk and an outlet. But out there, surrounded by hundreds of square miles of empty land, it felt like it shouldn't exist. Like someone had left it there for a reason I wasn't meant to understand. Eventually, we turned back. We walked away from the desk, following the wire back through the underbrush and trees until we reached the spot where it came out of the ground. I stood staring at that spot for a long moment before we left. The forest was silent except for the occasional caw of a raven far above, the creak of trees swaying slowly in the breeze. We untied the horses, mounted up, and rode back out of the ravine. On the way back to camp, I kept thinking about it. Who put it there? Why was it powered? How far back did that wire run, and what was it connected to? Was it an old research site someone abandoned decades ago and forgot to dismantle completely? Or was it new, something put there recently for a reason we would never know? The quiet forest didn't give me any answers, only the steady clopping of the horses' hooves and the smell of pine needles crushed underfoot. That night, back at camp, I couldn't sleep properly. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the dark sky. The stars above were bright enough to almost hurt my eyes. I thought about that desk and that outlet, sitting alone out there in the darkness, powered and waiting. I wondered if anyone would come back to it, or if it would just sit there forever, hidden away where only people like my cousin ever went. I felt a chill run through my body thinking about that. The horses shifted nearby, snorting and blowing out soft breaths, and I tried to focus on their familiar sounds to calm down. We packed up the next morning and rode out the way we had come 2 days earlier. As we moved away from that area, the land seemed to open up again. The trees grew taller, and the sun felt warmer. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest still held secrets like that one all over. Things no one knew about. I had been part of that group for years. I started as a kid in it, and then grew up to become one of the leaders. We spent countless days and nights in the woods, camping, learning, playing, surviving, and scaring each other half to death with dumb pranks and scary games. Most of the time it was harmless fun, and whenever something weird happened it was easy to explain. An animal, a shadow, a branch moving wrong. But this one time, it was different. Even thinking back to it now makes my stomach feel tight and my chest feel heavy. That year we were on a completely new terrain. It was massive, stretching out with rolling parts of woods, some open grass areas, a few small ponds scattered around. Usually, before any camp, we would walk every part of the area. We had to know where any risky spots were so no kid wandered off and got hurt. But this time, there was just too much. We covered as much as we could before the kids arrived, but a lot of the deep woods were unexplored by us. The first few days went fine. The kids were loving it. They played all day, ran until their legs felt like jelly, fell asleep instantly at night. It was summer, so the nights were warm, but the forest felt a bit off after dark. The usual noises of owls or insects were there, but the darkness felt heavy and silent at the same time. I brushed it off. I had been in these woods enough times to know your mind plays tricks on you in the dark. Shapes look like people, sticks look like snakes. Every sound is a potential bear in your head. On the third night we planned the night game. Every camp had one. It was like a tradition to scare the kids a little. Nothing cruel, just harmless fun where they had to complete tasks, solve clues, run from checkpoint to checkpoint while we leaders, masked up as creepy monsters or creatures, hid along the way to jump out at them. They screamed, we laughed, and by morning it became their favorite memory to tell parents back home. That night I chose to cover one of the checkpoints in a dense wooded area. I had a cheap mask on and a torn dark brown cloak that blended into the trees easily. My job was to stand behind a tree and jump out at kids as they ran past. I remember thinking it was too easy to scare them because even just stepping out from behind a tree made them scream like they were dying. When my checkpoint cleared up, I had to run to another to help another leader. I remember that run so clearly. The woods were silent apart from my feet hitting the dirt. There was an open stretch up ahead where the trees thinned out. No bushes or undergrowth, just dry leaf litter and standing tree trunks. Perfect for running, no risk of tripping. It was pitch black though, the kind of black where your eyes strain to catch any light. I had my flashlight, but didn't want to use it because if any kids were near they would see me instantly. As I ran through that stretch I started seeing something. It was like a shadow moving along beside me, about 15 or 20 meters away, weaving between the trees. At first I thought it was another leader doing the same thing as me. The shadow was about my height, maybe slightly taller. I told myself my eyes were just messing with me. The darkness plays with your sight. The moving flashlight from the kids at the far checkpoint was flashing through the trees and creating dancing shadows everywhere. I reached the next checkpoint and hid behind a tree. Kids came, screamed, ran off, and then it was silent again. I waited for the game to end. As I stood there I saw that same shadow again. This time it was standing still, near a big pine tree a little distance away. I squinted my eyes. I could see it had some kind of cloth or sack on. I thought it was one of the other leaders messing around with a different costume. We often tried to scare each other too, to keep ourselves entertained while we waited alone in the dark. I decided to go towards it, thinking it was time to gather up and head back to the main camp. As I walked closer, I felt something deep inside my chest, like a cold knot starting to grow. I lifted my flashlight and aimed it carefully so it wouldn't shine directly into the person's face. When the light hit him properly, my whole body went stiff. It wasn't one of us. He was standing barefoot, wearing what looked like a torn old burlap sack, almost like those potato bags but ripped open crudely, hanging loosely over his shoulders and down to his knees. His skin on his arms and legs was covered in patches of dried dark brown mud. His feet looked swollen and dirty, almost like they had been walking for days without shoes. But the worst part was his head. His head was covered in white plastic bags. Not just one bag pulled over, but a few of them tied together, wrapped tightly, and hanging down in strips around his shoulders like some twisted hood. I felt my throat tighten. My heart was thudding so hard I felt like it was shaking my whole body. He was facing the tree, and his hands were in front of him, pressed up against the bark. His fingers were curled inwards in an awkward, cramped way, almost claw-like. Then I noticed he was smacking his head softly, but repeatedly into the tree trunk. That was the knocking sound I was hearing. I stood there frozen. The air felt heavier, like my chest couldn't fill up properly. Every part of my brain was trying to find an explanation. Maybe it was one of our guys playing the scariest prank ever. Maybe it was a local doing something weird. Maybe it was just someone lost and out of his mind. But none of it felt right. My body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. My legs felt locked in place. He stopped moving his head. Slowly, like his neck was made of creaking wood, he turned his head towards me. I couldn't see his face through the bags, but I could see the outline of a nose pressed against the plastic. The rustling sound of the bags scraping against each other was the only thing I heard apart from my heartbeat. Then he started walking towards me. Not running, just a slow walk, but with purpose, like he knew exactly where I was, and he was coming to get me. That was enough. My legs unlocked, and I turned and ran. I ran so hard, and so fast I felt like I was flying. The darkness didn't matter anymore. I didn't care about hitting a tree. The only thing in my mind was to get away. As I ran, I could hear his feet hitting the ground behind me. He was running now too. I didn't turn back to look. I didn't want to see how close he was. Every muscle in my body was burning, but I kept pushing. The terrain felt endless. The trees passed in dark blurs. I remember the cold night air burning my lungs. Every breath was a fight. I kept running until I saw the faint glow of the main campfire through the trees. I burst out of the woods into the campsite, almost collapsing near the benches. My chest was heaving, my legs shaking so bad I thought they'd give out. I looked around. All the other leaders were there, some sitting with the kids, some packing up the props and masks from the game. I scanned each face, each outfit, each pair of shoes. They were all in their regular clothes. None of them had mud-covered skin. None had plastic bags on their heads. They looked at me with confused eyes, asking silently why I was panting like I'd seen death. I forced myself to stand up straight. My body was still vibrating with leftover fear. I tried to tell myself it was just a prank, and one of them would come out of the woods any second laughing at how scared I was. But no one came. I sat down on a log near the fire, trying to calm myself down. The kids were being put to bed, and the other leaders were talking and laughing. Everything felt so normal it made me question if I imagined the whole thing. Maybe the darkness and adrenaline mixed together to create some twisted hallucination. I kept telling myself that until sleep finally came that night, but it was restless. Every noise outside the tent made my eyes snap open. Every crackle of the fire made my heart jump. The next morning I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all. My muscles were sore from the sprint. My mind still felt foggy with fear. But curiosity and responsibility were stronger. If someone really was out there, they could be lost, sick, or dangerous. I asked another leader to come with me, and we walked back to that spot. The forest looked different in daylight, peaceful and calm with the golden sun streaming through the tall pine trees. Birds were chirping, the ground was littered with dry needles, the air smelled of earth and resin. But as we walked deeper, my chest started to tighten again. The memory of last night came flooding back with each step. We arrived at the tree where I saw him banging his head. At first, I didn't notice anything apart from the marks on the trunk where the bark had chipped away. Then I saw it. Nailed into the tree about shoulder height was a dead rabbit. It had been skinned, its head still attached but hanging limp, its fur gone, and the flesh already turning grayish and dry in the heat. The smell hit me a second later, sweet and rotten. I felt bile rise in my throat. The other leaders stood there silent. We didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. We called the cops when we got back. They arrived a while later in their tan uniforms, walking around lazily, looking at the tree, the nailed-up dead animal, the footprints. They asked us a few basic questions, but they didn't seem shocked or worried. One of them even chuckled softly, shaking his head. They told us it was probably just kids from a nearby town playing a prank, or maybe another group of campers messing around. They brushed it off so casually that it made me feel stupid for feeling so scared. But deep inside I knew it wasn't just a prank. The way he looked, the way he moved, the cold dread that seeped into my bones that night. It wasn't someone joking around. It felt wrong. It felt dangerous. After that, the camp went on as usual. No one saw anything else weird. No one went missing. Nothing bad happened. The kids left happy with stories about being chased by masked monsters in the woods. The leaders joked about how tired they were. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing there. Bare feet, mud-covered skin, white plastic bags tied tight around his head, slowly turning to face me through the dark. I never told the full story to anyone outside our group. Even now, years later, I still remember the last time I talked to him. We were sitting outside the old dorms, sharing a cheap six-pack after finals. His name was Mark. He was quiet, always had this grounded way about him. While the rest of us jumped from major to major, he stuck with geology like he was born for it. I hadn't spoken to him in years, but sometimes his Facebook posts would pop up. Pictures of ridgelines and rock formations, always with a small caption about fault lines or layers of sediment. After graduation, he'd gone south, said he wanted to live where it was warm but not crowded. Ended up becoming a park ranger in the southeast. I'd been working late one winter, trying to finish a proposal at the office, when my phone buzzed with an old notification. It was from a college group chat, one of those chats that only ping once every few years when someone has a baby or dies. Mark's name was there, and suddenly I remembered this story he told me back when we were still close, before we drifted apart with jobs and bills and life. He told me about an old couple he met about 8 or 9 years back. It was just another humid morning for him. He said the sun was barely up when he saw them walking across the small parking lot by the ranger station. They moved slowly, hand in hand, like people who had been walking together for decades. The man was tall but thin, shoulders curved forward with age. The woman wore a pale green coat and carried a little cloth bag that bumped against her hip when she walked. He saw them again the next day, then the day after. Each morning, same time, same parking lot, same tired but determined faces. Mark told me he went out to greet them eventually. He always had this thing about looking out for older visitors. Said they reminded him of his grandparents who raised him after his mom left. They told him they were visiting from out west. The man's voice shook when he explained they'd gotten engaged there decades before, in one of the quiet bends along the river where the hardwoods grew dense and the banks were soft with moss. They were trying to find that exact spot again. They had some old photos in a plastic zip bag, black and white prints that had curled at the edges with age. Mark spent a few minutes looking at them, scanning the angles, trying to match the background ridges and tree lines to the maps in his mind. He offered to drive them part of the way in his service vehicle, since the hike would be too much with the woman's cane and the man's stiff legs. They seemed embarrassed at first, but accepted. He said the ride was quiet, just the sound of the tires crunching gravel and birdsong leaking in through the half-open windows. The morning was cool then. He remembered the woman closed her eyes and leaned her head against the seat like she was memorizing every bump in the road. At the trailhead, he helped them out and led them along a narrow path that curved down towards the river. The sun had risen higher by then, strips of golden light falling between the poplars and pines, making the leaves look like little green flames. Mark told me he could feel how important this was to them. He said the woman paused every few steps to touch the bark of certain trees, as if confirming she was in the right place. The man kept looking around with this focused, worried look, scanning the undergrowth, checking every bend and cluster of rocks. They finally came around a large outcrop where the river slowed into a wide, clear pool. The banks were lined with smooth stones and patches of sand, and a single fallen tree stretched half into the water like a natural bench. The old man stopped, looked around slowly, and nodded. He showed the woman the photos again, pointing from the black and white images to the real place in front of them. She reached out, touching the edge of the fallen tree with her fingers. Mark said he felt something heavy settle in his chest then, like he was intruding on something that wasn't meant to be seen. He didn't stay long, just made sure they were comfortable, gave them his radio frequency in case they needed anything, and hiked back up to his vehicle. He drove back to the ranger station, feeling the sweat cooling on his back from the morning hike. He drank water, filled out some paperwork, then went about the rest of his shift. But as the day went on, he felt something nagging at him. He couldn't explain it, just a weird feeling in his stomach, a twist that made him uneasy. Every few minutes he found himself looking out the window towards the entrance, half expecting to see them walking back to their car, moving slow and tired, but with smiles on their faces. Hours passed. Afternoon turned to evening. The cicadas started screaming in the trees, and the shadows grew long and purple over the gravel lot. Mark checked his watch. He realized he hadn't seen them leave. At first he told himself they were probably taking their time. But as the sun slipped below the tree line and the sky darkened into that bruised blue just before full night, he started to worry. He waited longer, cleaning up the little visitor shack, wiping down the counter, checking the logs for the day. Still no sign of them. When it came time to lock up for the night, he decided he couldn't just leave without knowing they were okay. He radioed his assistant, told him to wait at the entrance shack in case they came out while he was gone. Then he grabbed a flashlight, strapped on his sidearm, and got back into his vehicle. He drove down the same gravel road, headlights swinging across the trees and throwing long shadows into the undergrowth. The windows were down, and the air smelled of damp earth and old leaves. The bugs were louder now, a constant vibrating chorus around him. He parked at the trailhead and started down the path, moving faster than he had that morning. The forest felt different at night. He told me he never liked it much after sunset. The trees lost their friendly shapes and turned into black towering walls. Every small rustle in the undergrowth felt like eyes watching him. He kept his flashlight low, sweeping the beam back and forth across the path. His boots crunched over fallen twigs and pine needles. Somewhere far off he heard an owl call, deep and soft through the thick dark. It took him about 15 minutes to reach the river bend. As he approached, he saw them. At first his brain didn't register what he was seeing. They were lying down along the bank, right near the fallen tree. The man was behind her, his arm curled around her chest like a blanket. Their bodies were pressed close together in a spooning position, heads turned towards the river that glimmered with the faint light of the moon. Their faces were calm, eyes closed. He said they looked like they were just resting, like they'd laid down for a nap after a long day of walking. But they weren't breathing. Mark froze for a long moment, standing there with his flashlight beam shaking over their still bodies. He felt this cold creep up his neck and settle at the base of his skull. He tried to speak, but his throat was so dry nothing came out. Slowly, he stepped closer, shining the light across their faces. Their skin was pale and slack, mouths slightly open. There were 2 small empty bottles beside the man's outstretched hand. The labels partially rubbed off, but with enough letters to tell him they were chemical compounds of some kind. Not prescription, not anything over the counter. He radioed it in with shaking hands. His assistant's voice crackled back, startled and confused, asking if he needed backup. Mark told him to call the local sheriff's office immediately. Then he just stood there, staring at them, until the flashing red and blue lights came down the gravel road an hour later. He said the cops went through all the usual steps. They taped off the area, asked him questions, took his statement. They were respectful with the bodies, covering them in blankets before lifting them onto stretchers. The deputies asked if he knew anything about their plans, if they'd mentioned being sick, depressed, desperate. He told them the truth, that he'd just met them that morning, that they seemed tired but happy to find their old spot again. No, they hadn't said anything about wanting to die there. Later, after the coroner took them away and the area was cleared, Mark stood by the bank alone for a while. The moon had climbed higher, reflecting silver across the water's slow ripples. The fallen tree stretched out into the current, unmoved and quiet. He told me he felt sad, of course, but he didn't cry. He just felt heavy. Heavy in a way that words couldn't explain. Like someone had draped a lead blanket over his chest. A week later, a deputy came back to the ranger station to drop off some paperwork. He told Mark what they'd found out. The woman was terminal with advanced cancer. The man wasn't sick physically, but his medical records showed a history of severe depression going back decades. They'd been married over 40 years. They had adult children out west, grandkids too. But they'd chosen to come back to the place where he'd proposed, back when they were young and the world felt huge and bright and full of time. Mark told me he thought they hadn't asked for help getting to that spot earlier in their trip because they didn't want anyone to think he'd helped kill them. They waited until the last day, when they knew they were ready, when they were sure of their plan. He said he respected them for it, in a way. He couldn't imagine how hard that decision must have been. But he also couldn't stop thinking about how they looked when he found them. Peaceful, yes, but also so small under the towering trees and the wide dark sky. After he finished telling me this story all those years ago, he sat back in his chair, staring off at nothing. He wasn't shaken by it in the way I thought someone would be. He wasn't haunted. He was just quiet about it, thoughtful. He finished his beer and tossed the empty can into the recycling bin by his boots. I asked him if he ever thought about them. He shrugged and said, "Yeah, sometimes, especially when the river's real still in the morning and there's mist hanging low over the banks." Then he stood up, stretched his arms over his head, and said he needed to get some sleep before his early shift. Now, all these years later, as I sat in my silent office with the dim glow of my computer screens and the winter wind rattling the windows outside, I remembered his story in perfect detail. I could almost see them myself, lying there under the stars, the water whispering past them in the dark. Their breaths stopped forever in the I remember that day so clearly even now. My friend Jack and I had planned this hike in Andorra for months. We both had some free time after finishing a project at work, and we wanted to spend a few days away from everything. No phones, no laptops, just mountains, trees, and silence. We packed light, only bringing what we needed for a 2-day hike, some water bottles, dry food, a sleeping bag each, and basic supplies. We set off early in the morning, the air still cold and fresh, with the peaks ahead hidden behind soft clouds. The first half of the hike was perfect. The trail was clear, the weather was good, and we were making good time. By early afternoon, though, we realized we had gone off the trail. I think it happened after we stopped to refill our bottles from a small stream. We sat down on some rocks to rest, took off our shoes to let our feet breathe, and when we started again, we followed what we thought was the trail, but later turned out to be just a worn path created by animals or maybe old footsteps. At first, we thought we would find the trail again easily, but an hour passed, then 2, and we were still pushing through bushes, ducking under fallen branches, and trying to find something that looked familiar on the map. But the truth was we didn't even have a proper map of that side of the border. We had only downloaded offline maps for the Andorra side, and now we realized we had crossed into Spain without even knowing. By late afternoon, we found another trail. We felt so relieved to see it. It was narrow and curved down the slope between tall pine trees, patches of dry grass, and small rocks sticking out of the soil. We decided to follow it, hoping it would lead us to a road or a town. We had no idea how far it would go, but it was better than stumbling through forest and brush with no clear direction. As we walked, the silence of the place started to press down on me. I could hear only our footsteps, the crunch of dry leaves and small stones under our boots, and the sound of my own breathing. Jack was walking ahead, occasionally stopping to adjust his backpack straps, his face red from the sun and exertion. We didn't talk much because we were both tired and saving energy. After maybe another half hour, we saw him. There was a man walking a while ahead of us on the trail, moving in the same direction as us. He had 2 golden retrievers with him, and they were running around him, darting off the trail into the bushes, and then back to him again, their tails wagging fast. I felt such a wave of relief seeing another person there. He looked young, maybe in his 20s or early 30s, with short dark hair. He was wearing a blue t-shirt and hiking trousers, and over his shoulder, he carried a bundle of climbing gear, ropes, carabiners, a helmet hanging from the side. It clinked slightly with each step he took. Jack looked back at me and raised his eyebrows. I nodded and we picked up our pace, trying to catch up with the man. It took us some time because we were tired and our legs were starting to feel heavy, but eventually we got close to him. We called out to him to get his attention, and he turned back with a smile. Up close, I saw that he had sunburn on his nose and cheeks, and his hair was slightly damp with sweat. He had kind eyes, brown and a bit tired looking, and he seemed friendly. He told us where we were exactly and said there was a town about 12 kilometers away with a hotel, restaurants, and a bus station. He also mentioned that there was another smaller town only 6 kilometers away where he had parked his car, and if we wanted, he could give us a lift for the last 6 kilometers to the bigger town. I felt like a huge weight was lifted off my chest. I thanked him, and we started walking together. He said he was in a bit of a hurry because he had to get back home before dark, but he didn't mind if we walked along with him. The dogs were really friendly. One of them kept running up to me, pressing its nose against my leg, then darting back to sniff the bushes on the side of the trail. The other one ran in circles around us, its tongue hanging out the side of its mouth, tail wagging so hard that its entire back end moved with it. I felt safe with them there, like nothing bad could happen while they were around. For a while, everything felt light again. We walked down the trail, the ground dusty and dry under our boots, the air filled with the smell of pine and sun-warmed soil. The man told us bits about himself, that he liked climbing, that he often came to these mountains to train for bigger trips. He seemed kind and normal. Jack was talking to him mostly, asking questions about his climbing trips and the trails in the area. I mostly just listened, focusing on keeping my breathing steady and not falling too far behind them. But then, as we kept walking, I started to feel more and more tired. My legs felt like stone, my shoulders were aching from the backpack straps cutting into them, and the sun was starting to drop behind the trees, sending long shadows across the trail. The temperature dropped slightly, and I felt goosebumps rise on my arms where sweat was drying. We walked for maybe half an hour like that, the man slightly ahead of us, the dogs running back and forth. The trail turned to the right, bending around a cluster of dense bushes and pine trees. The man walked ahead, the dogs following close behind him, and they disappeared around the bend. Jack and I slowed down. We were exhausted, and I remember thinking I wanted to sit down for just a few minutes, to rest my knees and ankles, but we kept walking because we didn't want to lose sight of the man. But when we turned the bend ourselves just a minute or two later, he wasn't there. The trail ahead was empty. It ran straight for quite a distance after the bend, sloping gently downwards, with no other trails leading off from it that we could see, no rocks or bushes big enough to hide a person and two dogs behind. But he was gone. We stopped, looking up and down the trail, listening for sounds of footsteps or the dogs' collars jingling. But there was nothing. The forest was silent again, the sun low enough now that everything looked washed in dull gold and dark shadows. I felt my chest tighten with unease. We stood there for a minute, breathing hard from the hike, both of us scanning the trees for any movement. My mind started to race with all the possibilities. Maybe he had walked faster than we thought and was already far ahead, but the trail was long and straight. We should have seen him somewhere along it. Maybe he had taken a hidden turn off the trail, but why would he do that without saying anything when he knew we were following him for directions? Another thought crept into my head. Maybe he hadn't been there at all. Maybe we were so tired that we imagined him, but I knew that wasn't true because the dogs had brushed against my leg, and I had felt their fur, warm and soft, and I had heard their breathing and seen their tongues hanging out. We started walking again, slowly at first, our eyes darting to every shadow, every movement of branches or rustle of leaves. I felt so exposed on that trail, like something could jump out at any moment. The sun was almost gone now, and the air was turning cold. My stomach was tight with fear, and I kept swallowing to stop myself from feeling sick. We didn't speak because I think we were both thinking the same thing, that something felt deeply wrong. I kept listening for footsteps behind us, expecting to hear someone running up the trail to grab us or hurt us. Every time the wind moved through the trees, I jumped. We walked like that for another hour, maybe more. Time felt stretched out and strange, like we were trapped in that cold, silent forest forever. My knees hurt so badly, I thought they might give out under me. My lips were dry, my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth because we were running low on water and trying to ration what we had left. Finally, as the last bit of light faded from the sky and the shadows turned black, we saw lights in the distance. A town. It looked small, just a handful of buildings, some streetlights glowing orange against the darkness. We almost ran down the last stretch of trail, our boots slipping slightly on loose gravel, branches whipping at our arms. When we reached the edge of the town, the road felt unreal under my feet, solid and flat after so many hours on rocky trails. We walked through the town quickly. There were a few people out, sitting on benches or talking near their cars, and they looked at us but didn't say anything. We followed the signs towards the bigger town that the man had mentioned, walking along the side of a narrow road with no pavement, moving aside every time a car passed. Each time I saw headlights approaching, I felt my heart speed up, half expecting to see the man's face behind the wheel, staring at us with those kind brown eyes. But every car that passed was driven by strangers, families or old couples, no dogs barking from the back seat. After what felt like forever, we reached the hotel in the next town over. We must have looked so pathetic, walking into the bright, clean lobby with dust on our legs up to our knees, sweat marks down our backs, and our faces red and dirty. I remember the cold blast of air conditioning on my skin and how it made my eyes sting. We checked in silently, went up to the room, dropped our bags on the floor, and just lay down on the beds without saying a word for a long time. My body felt like it wasn't mine, every muscle screaming in pain, my brain so tired I could barely keep my eyes open. But I couldn't sleep because every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's face and the dogs running around him, their fur catching the light of the late afternoon sun. Even now, years later, I still don't know what happened. Maybe he really did just walk so fast that we couldn't keep up and lost him around the bend. Maybe there was a hidden path he took, or maybe he decided he didn't want to walk with us anymore and ran off to avoid awkwardness. Or maybe he was never planning to help us at all, and he went off into the forest for a reason I don't even want to think about. All I know is that feeling of wrongness, of fear pressing against my ribs, stayed with me long after that hike. Every time I go hiking now, I think of that trail in Spain, the man with his 2 golden retrievers, and how they disappeared so completely and so silently into the cold shadows of the trees, leaving us alone and exposed under the dark. I woke up at 4:38 a.m. that morning. I remember the red numbers on my old alarm clock glowing in the dark room. The air felt heavy and warm, and I could already hear the faint chirping of the early birds outside my window. My throat was dry and my back felt stiff from sleeping wrong. I lay there for a while staring at the ceiling, thinking about nothing in particular. Eventually I sat up and rubbed my eyes, feeling that heavy tiredness that clings to you before dawn. I had planned this hike a week before. I'd been looking at maps on my phone at work, searching for trails that weren't too far from home, but also not packed with weekend hikers. I liked being alone on trails, not because I felt brave or anything, but because it was quiet. No kids running around, no loud groups playing music from their speakers. Just my own footsteps, my breathing, and the sound of the forest. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom, flicking on the light that made me squint. I looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes looked puffy, and my hair was sticking out at odd angles. I splashed cold water on my face and brushed my teeth slowly. I didn't feel excited, just calm and a bit sleepy. I dressed in my black hiking pants and a loose gray shirt, pulling a hoodie over it because I knew it would be cold when I started. Downstairs, I boiled water and made instant coffee, standing at the kitchen counter while the kettle rumbled. The living room was dark, and I could see the streetlight through the small window above the sink. I drank my coffee slowly, feeling it warm me up from the inside, then packed 2 sandwiches I had made the night before into a small lunchbox. I grabbed an apple, filled my water bottles, checked that my flashlight had batteries, and threw everything into my faded blue backpack. By the time I was ready to leave, it was 5:10 a.m. The sun still hadn't come up. I tied my shoelaces tightly and left the house quietly, locking the door behind me. The air outside felt damp and cool. My car was parked across the street under a tree. I walked over, threw my backpack onto the passenger seat, and got in. The car seat was cold against my back. Driving through the empty streets felt peaceful. The sky was still dark blue, with just a hint of lighter color along the horizon. I drove past closed shops and dark houses, past empty bus stops. It took me about 40 minutes to reach the forest entrance. By then, the sky had turned a paler blue, but the sun was still hidden behind the hills. I parked near the small gravel lot. There were only 2 other cars there, probably belonging to overnight campers. I switched off the engine and sat there for a moment, listening to the ticking of the cooling car. I could hear insects outside and the faint rush of a river somewhere deeper in the forest. I took a deep breath, grabbed my backpack, and stepped out. The forest smelled fresh and earthy. I locked my car, slung my backpack onto my shoulders, and started walking down the wide dirt trail. The trees were tall and dark against the sky. Small patches of fog drifted between the trunks. My footsteps crunched softly on the gravel. I felt that peaceful feeling again, like I was the only person awake in the world. After about 20 minutes of walking, I turned off the main trail onto a narrower path I had found on the map. This path curved around a small hill and followed a creek for a few miles. It wasn't an official trail, so I knew no one would be on it. The ground was damp and muddy in places. I walked carefully, feeling my boots sink slightly into the earth with each step. The air smelled of wet leaves and moss. The path was lined with thick ferns and fallen logs covered in pale green lichen. I saw small mushrooms growing along the base of the trees, white ones with wide caps and little brown ones clustered in groups. I kept walking, listening to birds singing above me and the soft trickle of water nearby. About an hour into the hike, the sun finally rose behind the hills, sending beams of light through the trees. The forest changed color, turning from dark blue to pale golden green. Everything felt alive. I stopped for a moment to drink water, standing on the trail and listening to my breathing slow down. I kept walking for another hour until I reached a small clearing where the creek widened into a shallow pool. I decided to stop there for breakfast. I took off my backpack, sat down on a large flat rock near the water, and pulled out one of my sandwiches. The bread was a bit soggy from the tomato slices, but I didn't mind. I ate slowly, staring at the water where small insects skated across the surface. Birds chirped all around me. I felt calm, like nothing bad could touch me here. After finishing my sandwich and drinking some water, I packed up my trash and stood up, stretching my legs. I checked the time on my phone. It was just past 8 a.m. I planned to keep following the creek for another mile before turning back to the main trail. I started walking again, feeling lighter with food in my stomach. The path narrowed even more, and sometimes I had to push aside branches and step over fallen trees. At one point, I slipped on wet leaves and almost fell, my hand scraping against a rough tree trunk to catch myself. I stood there for a moment, breathing fast, feeling my heart hammering from the scare. Then I kept moving, slower and more careful. About 30 minutes later, I reached a part of the forest that felt different. The trees were closer together here, their trunks thick and covered with rough, dark bark. The ground was uneven with roots and rocks sticking out. There was no real trail anymore, just patches of flattened plants where animals had passed through. I stopped walking and looked around. Something about this place felt wrong. The air smelled damp but sour like rotting wood. There were no birds singing here. The silence felt heavy. I told myself it was fine, it was just a denser part of the forest, but I felt a tightness in my chest that wouldn't go away. I decided to turn back. I didn't want to get lost in an unmarked area. I turned around and started walking quickly, stepping over roots and brushing aside hanging branches. I tried to focus on the trail behind me, looking for the broken twigs and flattened grass I had stepped on earlier. After about 10 minutes of walking back, I heard something behind me. It was faint, like the sound of a footstep on dry leaves. I froze. The hair on my arm stood up. I didn't want to turn around, but I forced myself to look. There was nothing there, just trees and bushes, standing still in the morning light. I waited, holding my breath, listening for any other sound. Everything was silent again. I kept walking, faster this time. My backpack bounced slightly with each step. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was probably a deer or a fox. But after a few more minutes, I heard it again. A faint crack of a twig, like someone stepping carefully behind me. My heart was beating so hard I felt it in my ears. I stopped again and turned around quickly. Nothing, just empty forest. I stood there for a while listening. The silence felt thicker here. I could hear my own breathing, harsh and shaky. I told myself to keep going. I turned back around and started walking even faster, almost jogging. As I moved, I kept glancing back over my shoulder, feeling that crawling feeling on my neck, like someone was watching me. The path ahead looked familiar but also confusing, like the trees had shifted slightly. I kept going, pushing aside branches that scratched at my arms and face. After a while, I heard it again, this time louder. A clear footstep on dry leaves, followed by another. My chest felt tight. I turned around quickly, scanning the trees. And then I saw it. About 20 feet behind me, partly hidden behind a thick tree trunk, there was a man standing there. He was wearing dark clothes, a black jacket and jeans. His hair was long and dark and fell over his face. I couldn't see his eyes clearly, but I could feel him staring at me. He was standing completely still, his arms at his sides. For a moment, I couldn't move. My legs felt heavy and my hands were shaking. I turned and started running. My boots slipped on the damp ground, but I kept my balance. I ran as fast as I could, dodging trees and jumping over roots. My backpack bounced heavily against my back. I didn't look behind me. I didn't want to see if he was following. My chest burned and my breath came out in ragged gasps, but I didn't stop running. I don't know how long I ran like that. The forest felt endless. Finally, I saw the creek again, and recognized the large flat rock where I had eaten breakfast. I ran past it, heading back towards the main trail. My legs felt weak, but I kept pushing them to move. When I reached the main trail, I didn't stop. I kept running down the wide path, my boots pounding on the packed dirt. I only stopped when I saw the small wooden sign that marked the parking lot. My car was still there, the only vehicle now. I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door. I threw my backpack into the passenger seat, got in, and locked the doors. I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, sweat dripping down my back. My whole body was shaking. I looked in the rearview mirror, but there was no one on the trail behind me. Just the empty forest, silent in the morning light. I started the engine and drove away, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. As I drove down the winding road back towards the city, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that man standing at the edge of the forest, watching me leave. When I got home, it was only 11 a.m., but it felt like the longest day of my life. I sat on the couch, still wearing my muddy clothes, staring at the wall. My hands wouldn't stop shaking for a long time. That night, I lay in bed thinking about him. Who he was, what he was doing out there, deep in the forest where no trail existed. Why he had been following me so quietly for so long. I woke up before my alarm that morning, feeling a bit heavy in the chest like I hadn't slept well. I remember staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows slowly fade as the early morning light came in through the thin curtains. My back hurt a little because I had fallen asleep on the couch again. The TV was still on with its volume turned down to almost nothing, just flickering lights across the room. My phone battery was nearly dead, but I plugged it in and got up to wash my face. I stood there for a while, splashing cold water over my cheeks, trying to wake myself up properly. I felt tired in a way that made my bones ache. I kept thinking about the long drive ahead that day. My boss had called me late the previous evening to tell me I needed to pick up a shipment from a small rural warehouse about 2.5 hours away. I didn't like driving that far alone, but there was no other option. I made some tea and packed leftover roti rolls into a container, then grabbed my backpack and headed out. The streets were still empty. It was that blue-gray time of morning where streetlights were turning off, but the sun wasn't up yet. I got into my car and sat for a moment, just breathing in the cold air before turning the key. The engine coughed a few times before starting properly. I reversed out of the narrow driveway, careful not to scrape the side wall, and started driving towards the highway. After about 45 minutes, the sun was rising fully behind me. I watched it in the rearview mirror. Traffic was light. I turned off onto a smaller road that led towards the fields and small villages. And then after about 30 minutes more, I took another turn onto an even smaller road, cracked and patched in places, with narrow dirt shoulders on either side. This was the area where the warehouse was located, next to an old dried-up canal. I reached the place just before 8 a.m. The warehouse was nothing impressive, just a long concrete building with rusted tin sheets making up part of the roof. The gates were half open. I pulled in and parked under a small neem tree near the front. Birds were chattering in it loudly, and the ground under the tree was full of fallen twigs. I grabbed my delivery papers and went to the office section to sign in. By 9 a.m., I had loaded everything into my car. It was only small packages this time, so it didn't take long. I had a tea there with the warehouse guard, who was an old man with a white beard and sunken eyes. He told me the weather forecast said there might be strong winds today. I nodded politely, finished my tea, and left. On the way back, I decided to take a different route. Google Maps showed a shortcut through some farming villages that would save me around 20 minutes. I turned off onto a narrow paved road, then onto an even smaller broken road. Soon there were only fields on either side, small irrigation channels running beside the road, and in the distance I could see some houses with smoke rising from kitchen fires. I kept driving for about 20 minutes more. The road was so narrow that grass was brushing against both sides of the car. There were patches where the cement had completely broken, leaving hard-packed dirt full of potholes. I drove slowly through them, not wanting to damage my tires. After another 10 minutes, the road curved sharply left and dipped down a small slope into a grove of large trees. The trees looked old, thick-trunked, with their branches bending low, almost covering the road like a green tunnel. As soon as I entered the shade, the temperature dropped. The sun was blocked out completely, and the light turned dim and greenish. I slowed down even more, rolling down my window a little to feel the air. It smelled of damp earth and rotting leaves. The ground was littered with fallen branches, and I could hear birds up above making sharp cries. I felt uneasy for some reason. The place was silent except for those distant bird sounds. No people, no cows grazing, no movement in the undergrowth. The road continued for a while under that tree tunnel. It curved again, and I saw that it dipped down further, almost like a small valley. As I was driving down into that dip, I felt my phone vibrating on the seat next to me. I glanced down and saw it was a notification from the bank. When I looked back up, I saw something in the middle of the road up ahead. I braked hard. The car jolted to a stop, and the packages in the back seat shifted forward, hitting the seats with a thump. In front of me, not more than 15 feet away, was a motorcycle lying on its side. It looked old and rusty, as if it had been there for years, but at the same time the tires still had air. It was blocking most of the road. I sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel, trying to think. I didn't want to get out. I looked around through the windows, but saw nothing except thick tree trunks and bushes. The road ahead curved again after about 20 meters, and I couldn't see beyond that. I thought about reversing out of there, but it would be very difficult because the road was narrow with a ditch on one side. I put the car into park and left the engine running. I opened the door and stepped out slowly. The ground felt cold under my shoes. I walked towards the motorcycle. It was an old Honda CD70, red paint peeling away, but it didn't look damaged from an accident. The kickstand wasn't down. It was just lying on its side, like someone had dropped it there carelessly. I looked around again. The trees were silent now. Even the birds had stopped calling. I felt a tightness in my chest that made it hard to breathe properly. I bent down and grabbed the handlebars, lifting the bike upright. It was lighter than I expected. I pushed it to the side of the road so my car could pass. As I set it down on the stand, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. There was no dust under the tires. The bike hadn't been there long at all. If it had been lying there for days, there would have been leaves and dust stuck to the tire rubber, but it was clean. I stood there for a while, feeling my heart beating against my ribs so hard it almost hurt. I kept scanning the trees, expecting someone to step out any moment, but there was nothing. No sound, no movement, just the smell of wet earth. I quickly walked back to my car, got in, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking slightly as I put it in drive and moved forward. As I passed the bike, I kept my eyes ahead, not wanting to look at it again. The road curved around to the right, then sloped upwards out of the grove. I pressed down harder on the accelerator, desperate to get back into open sunlight. The trees thinned out slowly until I came to a small flat clearing where the road split into two. I stopped there to check the map again. My phone had no signal. I sat there, staring at the screen, feeling sweat run down the back of my neck despite the cool air from the AC. I turned it off and listened carefully. The place was dead silent. Even in remote villages, there are always sounds, kids playing, dogs barking, roosters crowing, but here there was nothing, just wind rustling high up in the trees. I chose the road that seemed more used, with fewer weeds growing along the edges, and started driving again. After about 15 minutes, I came out into an open farming area. Fields of maize and millet stretched on both sides. I felt a bit calmer seeing the open sky again. Up ahead I saw a small brick house with a blue metal door. I slowed down, thinking of asking for directions, but then I saw that the windows were boarded up. Grass was growing tall all around it, and the yard was littered with broken clay pots. It looked abandoned. I drove on, feeling more and more uneasy. The road narrowed again and became bumpy with broken cement patches. There were tire marks here and there in the dirt, so vehicles clearly used it, but I hadn't seen a single person for miles. No farmers working in the fields, no goats grazing along the roadside, nothing. About 10 minutes later, I saw something lying across the road again. This time it was a long, thick tree branch, almost like a small trunk. It didn't look like it had fallen naturally. It was placed deliberately, straight across the narrow road, blocking the entire way forward. I braked hard again, feeling a wave of anger rising up through the fear. I didn't want to get out of the car, but there was no choice. I stepped out quickly, leaving the engine running, and walked towards the branch. It was heavy. I bent down and grabbed one end, dragging it slowly towards the side. The dry leaves scraped against the road loudly in the silent morning. As I dragged it, I kept looking back at the car, half expecting someone to jump out from the trees and take it, but there was no one. Once the branch was mostly out of the way, I ran back and got into the driver's seat, locking the doors immediately. My hands were trembling again. I put it in drive and rolled forward, the tires crunching over fallen twigs. My heart was racing so fast it made me feel dizzy. I could hear my own breathing, loud and ragged in the quiet car. After another 15 minutes of driving through the same deserted fields, I finally saw movement up ahead. Two men were standing next to a donkey cart, loading something from the field into sacks. Relief flooded through me so strongly I almost cried. I slowed down and rolled down the window slightly as I approached, but I didn't stop. I just nodded to them and kept driving, desperate to get back to a main road. A few minutes later, I saw the highway in the distance, lined with trucks and cars. I almost shouted in relief. I pressed the accelerator and drove straight onto it, merging with the traffic, feeling my body trembling all over with leftover fear. I didn't stop until I reached a petrol station about 30 kilometers later. I parked under the shade and just sat there with the engine off, feeling completely drained. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and my mouth felt dry like paper. I drank half a bottle of water in one go, trying to calm down. I thought about what had happened. The motorcycle lying there, so clean, so new despite looking old, placed in the middle of an empty grove where no one was around. The tree branch laid down perfectly to block the road. The silent fields with not a single farmer in them. I realized how close I had come to some. I woke up around 4 a.m., and the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was outside. I couldn't hear the usual distant hum of cars from the highway a few miles away, or even the wind brushing against the side of the house. It was so silent that I could hear the ringing in my own ears. I lay in bed for a while, staring up at the dark ceiling, trying to figure out why I had woken up so early on a Saturday. I didn't have work. I didn't have any errands to run. I was supposed to sleep in, but my body just felt restless. Eventually I sat up and rubbed my eyes, still listening to the quiet. I stood up and walked over to the window that overlooked the backyard. The sky was still dark, but I could see the outline of the trees in the field behind my yard. There was no moon that night, only a few faint stars, and the air looked heavy with mist. I noticed the sensor light on the back porch flick on suddenly, flooding the patch of grass near the steps with pale yellow light. My heart jumped for a second. I didn't see anything moving, but I waited for a while just to make sure. After about a minute, the light clicked off again. I walked to the bathroom, washed my face, and decided to make some coffee. The kitchen felt cold when I stepped in. I switched on the dim counter light and started the coffee machine. As it gurgled and sputtered, I stood by the back door, staring out the small window in the top half. The sensor light clicked on again. This time, I pressed my face closer to the glass, squinting at the porch. The steps were empty, and the grass was empty. I scanned the trees and the edge of the yard but saw nothing. The light turned off after a while. My coffee finished brewing. I poured it and sat at the kitchen table. I felt an uneasy feeling sitting there in the silent house with the dark yard beyond the window. I thought about putting on some TV or scrolling my phone to distract myself, but I just sat, sipping the hot coffee slowly. After about 10 minutes, the sensor light clicked on again. I felt my chest tighten. I stood up quickly and stepped closer to the door window, staring out. The steps were still empty, but this time I noticed movement in the grass near the tree line. It was subtle, like the grass shifting or something low moving along the ground. I pressed my forehead against the glass, trying to see better. The grass stopped moving. The light stayed on for a bit, and then went off. I stood there, holding my coffee cup, feeling my hands start to sweat around the warm ceramic. I waited for the light to click on again, but it didn't. I walked back to the table and sat down, taking a few slow breaths. I felt stupid getting nervous over a sensor light. It could be a rabbit or a stray cat. I drank the rest of my coffee and decided to go outside and check. I put on my old boots that I keep by the door and pulled on a sweatshirt. I didn't bother turning on the porch light. I wanted to see if anything was moving around out there without scaring it off. When I stepped out, the air was cold and heavy. I could see my breath in the dim glow of the street light way out front by the road. I walked down the porch steps slowly, feeling the boards creak under my feet. I paused at the bottom, looking around the yard. Everything looked normal, except I noticed that some of the grass near the trees looked flattened. like something had been laying there or crawling through it repeatedly. I stepped off the bottom step and walked towards it. The ground was damp with dew, and I could feel it soaking into the toes of my socks where my boots were split open from age. As I got closer to the flattened grass, I noticed a smell in the air. It wasn't strong, but it was there, like rotting leaves mixed with something sour. I stopped a few feet away from the spot and just stared at it. The grass was pushed down in a long trail that led towards the trees. I looked at the trees for a while. They stood silent and dark, the thick mist curling around their trunks. I didn't hear any animals, no birds, no bugs. Just that deep, ringing silence in my ears. I turned around and walked back to the house. I felt like I was being watched the whole time, and I tried not to look over my shoulder. When I got inside, I locked the door and stood there for a moment listening. The house felt warmer instantly, and I could smell the leftover coffee. I walked to the living room and sat on the couch, still wearing my boots. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and stared at the floor for a while. I don't know how long I sat there before I heard the sensor light click on again. I felt my skin crawl all over my body. I stood up and walked to the back door window, moving slowly. When I looked out this time, I saw movement immediately. Something was at the bottom of the steps, but it wasn't an animal. It looked like a person crouching low, with their hands pressed to the ground. My heart started beating, so fast I felt dizzy. I squinted at it through the window, trying to see better. It wasn't moving, just crouching there, facing the steps. I backed away from the window slowly. My brain was racing with thoughts. I didn't have any weapons in the house, except for a baseball bat in the bedroom closet. I walked as quietly as I could through the living room and down the hall. My boots made soft scraping sounds on the floor. I opened the closet and grabbed the bat, gripping it so tight that my knuckles went white. I stood there in the hallway, listening. I heard the sensor light click off. Then I heard a soft scraping sound outside the back door, like something heavy dragging against the steps. I walked back to the kitchen door and peeked out the window again. The porch was empty. The yard was empty. I stood there, breathing hard, my chest hurting from how fast my heart was pounding. I waited and watched. After a minute or two, the light clicked on again. I saw movement at the edge of the yard near the trees. It was that same figure, crouched low, moving along the grass slowly towards the house again. It moved in this awkward, hunched way, almost like crawling but with its back arched high. I felt like my body was frozen. I couldn't move. I just stood there watching it creep closer. It stopped halfway across the yard and turned its head towards the house. Even though it was too dark to see clearly, I could feel its eyes looking right at me through the glass. My stomach turned, and I felt like I was going to throw up. I stepped back from the window and held the bat tighter. I didn't know what to do. If I called the cops, it would take them at least 20 minutes to get out here. I lived in a rural area, down a gravel road, and it was still before dawn. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, waiting for the light to turn off again. When it finally did, I heard the boards on the porch creak softly. I held my breath. I could hear something moving around on the steps, like it was shifting its weight back and forth. I raised the bat and took a step back from the door. My hands were sweating so badly, the bat almost slipped from my grip. I waited there for what felt like forever. Eventually, I didn't hear any more movement. When the sun started coming up around 5:30, the sensor light clicked off and stayed off. I walked to the front room and looked out the window towards the driveway and road. Everything was still and empty. I went back to the kitchen, unlocked the back door, and stepped out onto the porch. The cold morning air hit me like ice. I walked down the steps slowly, looking at the grass. The flattened trail was still there, leading all the way to the trees. I followed it with my eyes and scanned the tree line, but nothing was there. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat at the table with my head in my hands. I didn't know what to think. I felt exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. I sat there for an hour, just listening to the morning sounds come back to life outside. Birds started chirping. I could hear a car in the distance. The normal world returned as the sun rose higher, filling the kitchen with dim, yellow light. When I finally got up, I put my boots back on and walked outside again. I decided to follow the flattened trail into the trees. My heart was racing as I stepped off the grass and into the cool shadows. The ground felt soft and damp under my boots. I kept following the trail, ducking under low branches and stepping over fallen logs. The smell of rotting leaves and damp earth was strong here. The trail went deeper into the trees than I expected. It felt like I was walking for 20 minutes before I saw something up ahead. At first I thought it was a pile of fallen branches, but as I got closer I saw it was an old camping tent, collapsed and half covered in leaves and dirt. The fabric was rotting away, and the metal poles were bent and broken. I walked around it slowly. The ground around the tent was flattened, and I could see old footprints in the dirt, some deep and wide, others shallow. I felt a shiver go through me. I knelt down and pulled back the flap of the tent. Inside was a mess of old blankets, crushed food wrappers, and plastic bottles, all soaked and dirty. It smelled like mold and old sweat. I stood up and backed away from the tent. I scanned the woods around me. Everything was quiet. The birds had stopped singing again. I felt exposed standing there, like something was watching me from the trees. I turned around and started walking back along the trail towards my house. My chest felt tight the whole way, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. When I finally stepped out of the trees and saw my yard again, I felt some relief, but my stomach still felt heavy with dread. I walked up the porch steps and into the house, locking the door behind me. I sat at the kitchen table again, staring out at the trees. All day I felt on edge, waiting to see the sensor light click on again. But it didn't. Even that night, as I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the sensor light stayed off. Part of me felt relieved, but another part felt even worse. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in bed with the bat across my lap, staring at the dark window until the sun came up again. For the next week, nothing happened. The sensor light never clicked on by itself. Every time I looked out at the trees, I didn't see anything, but I still felt that feeling, like eyes watching me from the shadows beyond the yard. I woke up that morning feeling restless. My phone was buzzing with random notifications, but I ignored them, pushing the blanket away and getting up from bed. I felt this odd sense of unease deep in my chest, like something was off, but I couldn't place what it was. I got dressed in my old gray hoodie and black track pants, pulled on my worn running shoes, and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. The sun was just coming up, a soft orange glow spreading across the sky, and I thought maybe a walk would help settle the feeling inside me. I locked the front door behind me and started down the street. It was quiet, too quiet for my liking. Even the birds weren't making noise yet. The only sound was my shoes scraping along the sidewalk as I headed towards the small trail at the edge of town. This trail wasn't very popular, mostly used by older people for morning walks or by teenagers cutting through to get to the other side of town faster. It had always felt peaceful to me, lined with tall, thin trees and small bushes growing close to the path. I had been on it hundreds of times before and never felt unsafe there, but that morning was different. As I stepped onto the trail, I noticed the ground was still damp from rain during the night. The smell of wet earth filled my nose. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. My steps were slow at first, feeling out the cold morning air. I could see my breath coming out in white clouds. The trees stood still, their bare branches reaching upwards. My hands were shoved deep in my hoodie pocket, gripping my phone tightly even though I wasn't looking at it. The path curved gently left and right, and each time I rounded a bend, I felt that same odd heaviness in my chest. I walked for about 10 minutes before I realized something. There were no other people on the trail. Normally, I would see at least one or two people walking their dogs or jogging past me, but there was no one, not even far ahead. The only sound was my footsteps and my breathing. I stopped walking for a second and listened carefully, hoping to hear birds or rustling in the bushes, anything to make it feel less empty. But there was nothing, just silence. I kept walking anyway, forcing myself to keep moving forward. I told myself I was just overthinking things. Maybe everyone was sleeping in today. Maybe it was too cold for people to come out this early. My mind was trying to find reasons to ignore the unease building inside me, but my body felt tense, like it was ready to run at any second. After about 20 more minutes of walking, I came to the old wooden bridge that crossed a narrow stream. The bridge was short, only a few steps to get across, but as I stepped onto it, I heard a creak under my feet. The noise echoed in the quiet. I stopped in the middle of the bridge and looked down at the water below. It was clear, with a few dead leaves floating by, moving slowly with the current. I stared at it for a while, letting my mind go blank. The feeling in my chest was stronger now, like something was about to happen. I heard a sound behind me, a rustling on the path. My heart jumped in my chest. I turned quickly to look, but there was nothing there. The path behind me was empty. The trees stood still, the bushes weren't moving. I told myself it was probably a squirrel or a bird hopping through the leaves. I forced myself to turn back around and keep walking. Once I crossed the bridge, the path started to slope upwards slightly. It wasn't steep, but enough to make my legs feel the burn after a while. I pushed on, my steps faster now because I wanted to get this walk over with. The air felt colder as I climbed. I noticed a thin layer of frost on the grass beside the trail, glittering in the early sunlight. I reached out and touched a frozen leaf, feeling its edges crack under my fingers. Then I heard the noise again, behind me, louder this time. It was like someone stepped on a stick and broke it in half. My body tensed up instantly. I turned around so fast that I almost tripped. My eyes scanned the entire path behind me. Nothing. No movement, no animals, no people. I was breathing hard now, trying to calm down. I told myself again it was probably an animal, but deep down I didn't believe it. Something felt wrong. The air felt heavy and thick. I could feel my pulse in my neck. I started walking again, but this time my pace was faster. I wasn't trying to enjoy the walk anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. The path curved to the right, and I followed it, my eyes scanning every bush and tree trunk as I moved. I kept hearing small noises behind me, crunching leaves, snapping twigs, faint rustling. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing. But the noises kept happening, like something was following me, but hiding whenever I looked back. After a while, I reached a part of the trail where the trees grew closer together, their branches almost touching overhead. It was darker here, the sun not yet strong enough to break through the canopy. I could hear my footsteps echoing off the trees, and every sound I made seemed louder in the quiet. My chest felt tight with fear, but I kept moving. I had to. Stopping would only make it worse. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Real footsteps, heavy ones, crunching the gravel path. They were close. I didn't even think. I started running as fast as I could. My shoes pounded against the dirt path, my breath coming in sharp gasps. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. I just ran, my arms pumping at my sides, my heart slamming in my chest so hard I thought it might burst. I ran until my legs burned, and my throat felt raw from breathing in the cold air. Finally, I reached the end of the trail, where it opened up onto the street. I burst out onto the sidewalk and stopped, bending over and bracing my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. My entire body was shaking. I forced myself to stand up straight and turned around to look back at the trail. It was empty, completely empty. No one was there. No sounds, no movement. Just silent trees and the empty path. I stood there for a long time, my breath coming out in foggy bursts. I felt exposed standing on the street, like whatever had been following me was still in those trees, just out of sight, watching me. My whole body felt cold, not from the air but from fear crawling through my veins. I turned away from the trail and started walking home. My steps were slow and unsteady at first, but once I got further away from the trees, I started to calm down a little. When I reached my street, I felt safer, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Even when I walked up to my house and unlocked the door, I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone there. I shut the door quickly behind me and locked it. I stood in the hallway for a long time listening. The house was silent, but it felt like the silence outside had followed me in. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. My hands were shaking so badly that I spilled some on the counter. I drank it all in one go, my throat still burning from the cold air. I set the glass down and leaned against the counter, trying to calm my breathing. I kept thinking about those footsteps behind me. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, not like an animal or a bird. They sounded human, like someone was following me, getting closer each time I slowed down. I spent the rest of the day feeling restless and paranoid. Every time I passed by a window, I looked outside, expecting to see someone standing there. I closed all the blinds in the house and locked every door, even though it was still daytime. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, waiting. That night, I barely slept. Every noise in the house made my eyes snap open. The creaking pipes, the ticking clock, the wind brushing against the window. Each sound felt like footsteps coming closer. I lay there under my blanket, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining to hear anything out of place. In the morning, I felt exhausted. My eyes were burning, and my head felt heavy. I knew I couldn't stay in the house all day again, so I forced myself to get up and get dressed. but I didn't go back to that trail. I took a different route through town, sticking to streets with lots of people and cars passing by. Even then, I felt that same heaviness in my chest, like someone was following me just out of sight. Days passed, but the feeling never went away completely. Every time I walked outside alone, I felt those footsteps behind me, just like on the trail. Sometimes I would hear noises at night, faint rustling outside my window or small thumps on the porch. Every time I looked, there was nothing there, but I knew something was watching me. A week later, I decided to go back to the trail. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know what it was, if anything. I waited until mid-morning, hoping there would be other people around. When I got there, I saw two older women walking together with their small dogs. I felt a bit relieved seeing them. I started walking along the trail, my eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. When I reached the wooden bridge, I stopped and looked around. The water flowed quietly below. The air was cool and fresh. I stood there for a long time listening. No footsteps, no rustling, no noises at all. Just silence. I crossed the bridge and kept walking, each step feeling heavier than the last. My breathing was shallow and fast. As I reached the part where the trees grew close together, I stopped again. I stared down the path, half expecting to see someone standing there waiting for me. But it was empty. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow and steady, coming from behind me. My body froze. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My chest felt so tight I could barely breathe. The footsteps stopped a few meters behind me. I stood there for what felt like hours, my whole body shaking. Then I forced myself to turn around. There was no one there. The path was empty. The trees were still. The air felt cold against my skin. I felt tears filling my eyes, my body trembling so hard my knees felt weak. I started walking. I woke up earlier than usual that day because the summer heat made it impossible to keep sleeping. I rolled over and checked the time on my phone. It was just after 6 in the morning. My bedsheets were damp with sweat, and my shirt was stuck to my back. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling fan spinning lazily above me, feeling that tired heaviness in my arms and legs, but knowing there was no point in trying to sleep again. I pushed myself up, sat on the edge of my bed, rubbed my eyes, and listened to the silence of the house. My parents had left a few days ago to visit my uncle up north, so I had the house to myself for the week. I stood up and stretched, feeling my shoulder crack. The sun was already blazing through the thin curtains. I opened them halfway and squinted at the brightness. The street outside was empty, and the trees on the sidewalk stood still, leaves already drooping in the heat. I walked out of my room into the hallway, feeling the wooden floor warm under my bare feet. In the kitchen, I poured myself a glass of water from the jug in the fridge, chugged it down, and then leaned against the counter, staring at the messy sink. I left the glass there and went back to my room to get changed. I decided to go for a walk before the day got even hotter. I put on an old black t-shirt and some gray sweatpants, slid on my shoes, grabbed my phone and keys, and stepped out. The air outside was still cool compared to what it would be in a few hours. The street was quiet except for the sound of cicadas starting up in the trees. I walked down to the end of my block and then turned towards the park. I didn't really know why I was going there. I didn't have any plans. I just wanted to be out for a while. My house felt small and stale with no one in it. When I got to the park, there were only 2 other people there. One was an old man doing slow stretches near the benches. The other was a woman jogging around the path. I started walking along the dirt trail that led into the small patch of woods at the back of the park. I'd walked there many times as a kid. It wasn't a real forest, just a thin strip of trees with a couple of trails running through it. But when I was little, it felt huge. Back then, my friends and I used to run around in there, making forts out of fallen branches, pretending to be lost explorers. I walked deeper into the trees. The dirt was dry and dusty under my feet, and I could hear birds chirping somewhere high above. The sun came through the leaves in broken beams, lighting up patches of grass and roots. I kept walking, moving slowly, kicking little pebbles out of my way, breathing in the smell of dry leaves and dirt. After a while, I reached a part of the trail where the trees got thicker. The path here curved slightly to the left, and there was a small hill off to the side with some big rocks half buried in the dirt. I climbed up onto one of the rocks and sat down. I sat there for a long time, just staring at nothing. I watched a beetle crawling over the rock near my shoe. My mind felt blank, or maybe it just felt quiet. After a while, I stood up and decided to keep walking. I walked further down the trail until I came to the back fence. Beyond the fence was an open field with brown grass and weeds growing tall. It used to be an empty lot, but now someone was building a housing development there. I could see the half-built frames of houses in the distance, standing like skeletons against the sky. I turned around and started heading back the way I came. As I walked, I felt a sudden urge to go off the trail. I don't know why. Maybe I just felt bored of walking the same dirt path I'd walked 100 times. I stepped off into the trees, moving carefully over the roots and dry leaves. The ground here sloped slightly downwards, and I moved between the trees, ducking under low branches, stepping over fallen logs. The air smelled stronger here, damp and earthy, with rotting leaves and sap. After walking for a while, I came to a small dip in the ground. There was a tree that had fallen years ago, its roots sticking up like giant claws. I remembered this spot from when I was a kid. Back then, my friends and I called it the bunker because we would hide behind the roots and pretend it was a fort. I walked around the fallen tree, looking at how the roots were rotting now, covered in moss and little orange mushrooms. I crouched down and touched the wood. It felt soft under my fingers, damp and crumbly. I stood up again and kept walking. The trees here were closer together, and it was harder to move through them. I pushed branches aside as I went, feeling them scrape against my arms. After a while, I realized I didn't know exactly where I was anymore. I knew I wasn't far from the trail, but everything looked the same in every direction. I stopped walking and listened. I couldn't hear the cicadas anymore. I couldn't hear anything except the sound of my own breathing. I turned around to go back, but when I took a few steps, the ground under my right foot shifted suddenly. It felt like the dirt just crumbled away. My foot sank down, and before I could catch myself, I fell forward onto my hands and knees. I felt a sharp pain shoot up my shin. I sat back and looked down. My foot had gone into a hole hidden under dead leaves. I pulled it out and saw that the hole was about as wide as a dinner plate, maybe deeper than my arm. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. My leg hurt badly. I tried to stand up and felt pain shoot through my ankle. I sat back down hard, feeling tears come to my eyes. I wiped them away with the back of my hand and took a deep breath. I checked my phone for signal, but there were no bars. I tried to stand again, putting my weight on my left foot, and managed to get up. I leaned against a tree and tested my right foot. It hurt, but I could put a little weight on it if I kept most of it on my other leg. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. All the trees looked the same, and I couldn't see the trail through them. I tried to calm down. I knew the park wasn't huge. If I just kept walking straight in one direction, I would hit the fence or the trail eventually. I picked a direction that felt like it would lead me back and started walking, limping slightly, trying not to put too much pressure on my right foot. I moved slowly between the trees, sweat dripping down my back and forehead. The air felt hot and heavy. My shirt stuck to my skin, and I felt thirsty. After walking for what felt like forever, I came to a part of the woods where there were old rusted pieces of metal half buried in the dirt. They looked like parts of an old fence, or maybe an old barrel that someone had dumped there decades ago. I didn't remember seeing them before. I stopped and leaned against a tree, breathing hard. My ankle was throbbing. I felt a tightness in my chest that wasn't just from the pain. I felt a rising panic again, the kind that makes your breathing go fast and shallow. I closed my eyes and tried to slow my breathing. I knew I couldn't afford to panic. I opened my eyes and looked around. I spotted a thin animal trail leading off to the right, a narrow path pressed into the dirt by deer or coyotes. I decided to follow it. It curved around trees and went down a small slope. I followed it slowly, one step at a time, trying not to trip or twist my ankle worse than it already was. After a while, the trail curved again, and I saw something through the trees. Sunlight reflecting off metal. I moved closer and saw that it was the back fence of the park. Relief flooded through me so fast it made me dizzy. I moved as quickly as I could towards it, grabbing branches for balance. When I reached the fence, I grabbed the top and leaned my forehead against the metal, breathing hard. I felt a little like crying again, but I didn't. I rested there for a minute, then limped along the fence until I found a spot where the ground was higher on one side, making it easier to climb over. I climbed slowly, careful not to hurt my foot again. When I got to the other side, I found myself at the edge of the construction site. The ground here was rough and full of tire tracks from heavy machinery. I limped through it until I reached the paved road that led back to the park. The sun was high in the sky now, beating down on my head. I walked slowly down the road, feeling lightheaded, thirsty, and exhausted. My ankle felt swollen inside my shoe. When I got to the park, I sat down on a bench near the playground. There were a few kids playing on the swings, their parents sitting on the grass nearby. I sat there for a long time, staring at the ground, feeling my ankle throb and my shirt stick to my back. After a while, I stood up and started limping home. Each step sent a sharp pain up my leg, but I kept going. The walk home felt like it took hours. When I finally reached my street, I could see my house at the end, white paint shining in the sun. I walked up the driveway, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The cool air inside felt like heaven. I closed the door behind me, dropped my keys on the table, and sank down onto the floor. I sat there for a long time, leaning against the wall, feeling my heart slowing down and my breathing evening out. Eventually, I stood up and limped to the kitchen. I poured myself a glass of water and drank it all in one go. Then I took off my shoe and sock and looked at my ankle. It was swollen and purple. I knew I should probably go to the hospital to get it checked out, but I didn't want to move. I just sat there at the kitchen table, staring out the window at the empty street, feeling the pain throbbing in my foot and the sweat drying cold on my skin. That night, I lay in bed with my ankle propped up on a pillow. I stared at the ceiling fan spinning above me, thinking about how easy it is to get lost in places you thought you knew. I thought about how quickly something normal can turn into something dangerous. I lay there for a long time, feeling the pain in my foot, listening to the silence of the empty house, feeling so tired I couldn't even close my eyes. When I woke up the next morning, the pain was worse. My ankle was stiff and felt like it was burning under the skin. I called a taxi and went to the hospital. They told me it was a bad sprain, not a break, but it would take weeks to heal. They wrapped it up tight and I woke up before the sun came up. The sky outside my window still a dull navy blue that looked almost black. My phone buzzed next to my pillow, the alarm vibrating hard enough to rattle the cheap plastic case. I turned it off and sat up slowly. The air in my room felt cold. I could see my breath as I exhaled. I sat on the edge of my mattress for a minute, rubbing my face with my hands to try and wake myself up properly. My eyes burned. I hadn't slept properly for the last few nights, maybe 4 or 5 hours each night if I was lucky. Work had been brutal lately, leaving me feeling drained and shaky by the time I got home each day. But today was Saturday. I didn't have work. Instead, I was planning to hike out to the old quarry a few miles from my place. I had been there once before with some friends back when I first moved to this town. That was almost 8 years ago now. I remembered there was a trail that looped through the woods and came out at the edge of the quarry, giving a clear view down into the empty pit. People used to swim there back when it was filled with rainwater, but now it was mostly dry with just a stagnant pool of dark green water at the bottom. I didn't plan to swim, obviously. I just wanted to go there to clear my head for a while, away from the noise of traffic and the glow of my phone screen and the constant feeling that something was rotting in my chest. That feeling I couldn't name, but could never shake. I dressed in old jeans and a heavy hoodie, pulling a beanie down over my ears to keep out the chill. I grabbed my backpack and filled it with a metal water bottle, a few granola bars, and my folding knife. I always brought the knife when I hiked, just in case I needed to cut rope or dig out a splinter or feel safer against stray dogs. I locked up my place, walked down the cracked sidewalk, and got in my car. The drive out to the trailhead was quiet. The sky slowly brightened from dark navy to purple to pinkish orange. The roads were empty. Rows of small houses passed by, their windows dark and curtains drawn. Nobody else was up this early except for the occasional jogger in reflective stripes, their breath steaming in front of them as they moved along the sidewalks. When I reached the trailhead parking lot, there were no other cars there. I parked near the entrance, shut off the engine, and listened to the ticking of the cooling metal under the hood. I sat there for a while, staring out at the trees. They stood tall and silent, branches bare. Most of their leaves had fallen already, leaving only the stubborn brown ones clinging to the upper branches. I took a deep breath, grabbed my bag, and got out of the car. I locked it behind me and started up the trail. The path was narrow, covered in fallen leaves that crunched under my boots. The smell of wet dirt and decaying leaves filled my nose. It was cold enough that I could see my breath with every step. The trail sloped gently upwards, weaving between the trees. I kept my head down, watching where I stepped, trying not to slip on wet leaves or step in the shallow puddles hidden under them. After about half an hour of steady walking, the path leveled out and opened into a small clearing. There was a rotting wooden bench off to the side, half covered in moss. I sat down on it for a moment to catch my breath, my thighs burning from the climb. I pulled out my water bottle and took a long drink. The water was cold and tasted like metal, but it felt good going down. I capped it and put it back in my bag. The woods were silent. I could hear a few birds somewhere in the distance, but not close. The air felt still and heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I sat there for a long time, just listening to the silence, feeling my heart slow down to a steady thump against my ribs. After a while, I stood up and kept walking. The trail curved left, and I followed it without thinking. My boots sank into soft mud at some spots, leaving deep prints behind me. I liked that, seeing proof that I was here, that I existed. I walked for another hour, maybe longer, time slipping away without me noticing. The trees eventually thinned out, and the land opened into the edge of the quarry. I stepped out from the cover of the trees and stood near the edge, looking down into the pit. The walls dropped away steeply, layers of exposed rock forming stripes of brown, gray, and orange down to the bottom. There was a pool of water in the lowest part, dark green and still, with a thin layer of scum floating on it. Broken pieces of old machinery and concrete slabs lay scattered along the bottom, half submerged in the murky water. Rusted metal pipes jutted out from the walls in random places, dripping water down the rock face in thin streams. I stood there for a long time, staring down into it. The sun was higher now, casting long shadows across the pit. The air felt colder here, the wind coming off the water and up the walls to where I stood. I pulled my hoodie tighter around myself and sat down on a flat rock near the edge. I pulled out a granola bar and ate it slowly, tasting the dry sweetness, feeling the crumbs stick to the corners of my mouth. I washed it down with water and then just sat there, staring down at the silent pool far below. After a while I stood up. I felt stiff from sitting in the cold. My knees popped as I straightened my legs. I slung my bag back over my shoulder and turned to leave. But something caught my eye. Across the pit, near the far edge, I saw movement. I froze, staring. For a moment I thought it was an animal, a dog or a deer maybe. But as I squinted I realized it was a person. They were standing on the opposite edge, half hidden behind a thin tree. They weren't moving much, just standing there. I felt a prickle of unease in my chest. I looked around me. The quarry was empty except for me and whoever that was across the pit. I tried to see what they were doing. They were wearing dark clothes, a jacket and jeans maybe, but I couldn't make out any details from this distance. They stood there, staring down into the quarry, not looking at me. At least I didn't think they were. I watched them for a while, waiting to see if they would move on or walk away, but they didn't. They just stood there. I felt a tightness in my stomach, a low throb of anxiety starting to spread out to my chest and arms. I didn't know why. It was probably just another hiker like me, out here early to get some air and clear their head. But something about how still they were made my skin crawl. I decided to leave. I turned back toward the trail, putting them out of sight, and started walking quickly back into the trees. The air felt colder now, like a chill had sunk into my bones. I tried to shake it off as I walked, telling myself over and over that it was nothing, just another person like me. But I kept thinking about how still they had been, not checking their phone, not pacing or looking around, just standing there. I walked fast, my boots crunching the leaves and twigs underfoot, my breath coming out in white clouds. I didn't look back. The trail felt different on the way back. It felt darker somehow, even though the sun was higher in the sky now. The trees pressed in closer on both sides. My shoulders were tense, pulled up near my ears as I walked. About half an hour down the trail, I heard something behind me. A faint sound, like footsteps crunching leaves. I froze, standing still. I turned my head slowly, listening. Silence. Just the wind through the bare branches above me. I started walking again, faster this time, my heart thumping hard in my chest. A minute later, I heard it again. Crunch. Crunch. Faint but clear. I stopped again. Silence. I didn't turn around this time. I just started walking faster. My hands were shaking now. I shoved them into the front pocket of my hoodie to keep them warm. I didn't want to run. I didn't want to make noise. But I couldn't stop myself from speeding up until I was half jogging down the trail, boots slipping on wet leaves, branches whipping at my arms as I brushed past them. The footsteps behind me got louder. Whoever it was, they were closer now. I could hear them clearly. Crunch, 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 steady and unhurried, like they were just walking normally, but somehow still keeping up with me even though I was almost running. My chest burned with each breath. Sweat was running down my back despite the cold air. I could see the clearing up ahead where the rotting bench sat. I ran straight through it without stopping. My backpack bounced against my spine with each step, the knife inside clacking against my water bottle. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see who was behind me. I just kept running. My thighs burned. My lungs felt like they were tearing apart with each ragged breath. But I kept going. The trail sloped down now, making it easier to run but harder to control my speed. My boots slipped on the wet leaves, but I caught myself each time before falling. I could hear the footsteps behind me, matching my pace easily. Crunch, 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 never speeding up, never slowing down, just steady. Finally, I saw the end of the trail up ahead, where it opened into the parking lot. My car sat there, the only one in the lot. I sprinted the last stretch, my boots slamming the ground hard enough to send pain shooting up into my knees. I burst out of the trees into the open lot, breathing hard, almost choking on the cold air. I spun around, looking back down the trail. There was no one there. The trees were silent. The trail was empty. My chest heaved with each breath, my vision blurry from tears I hadn't realized were falling. I stood there for a long time, staring at the tree line, waiting to see if they would appear. But no one did. I walked to my car, my legs trembling so badly I almost fell over. I unlocked it with shaking hands, threw my bag into the passenger seat, and climbed in. I locked the doors immediately and sat there gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my body shaking all over. I didn't leave for a long time. I just sat there, staring out at the empty trail, waiting. Eventually I started the engine. The sound of it roared in my ears, drowning out the